Alright, let's see. So I logged out before I started the stream just to preserve my buffs, but now I can hop back in. And for any recording watchers in the future, or if you're just watching this now, I figured, it would be smart to say this now. Make sure to like the stream. If you have been enjoying the classic hardcore stuff, I figure I'll sneak that in right at the start right now. I just started it, so nobody's actually watching yet. But for anybody watching in the future, now you know. Because, that stuff helps always. But anyways, so in yesterday's stream, I got to level 34. And I'm only level 35 now, so I got one level off stream. Didn't do anything super fancy. I did say I was going to play a little bit, but I ended up playing less than I expected, more so just because I was tired. Though I did do some quests in Arathi. I actually did 2 dungeons. I did Black Fathom Deeps and the Stockades, and I have nothing to show for it, aside from some completed quests, and I was already overleveled, but, whatever. I wanted to get them done at some point. And then I worked on my alt professions a little bit more, and basically I have them ready to level up to 20. Like, I got them kitted out with, consumables and stuff that I normally send to my Druid, and then I just figured I'd do that after stream today. But for today, we're going to be doing more Hillsbrad Foothills, which I started doing earlier this morning, but as you can see, I still haven't completely finished it. So I'm going to do a decent amount of stuff here, and then once I get to the stuff in Alterac Mountains, I'm probably not going to do all these quests just yet. I'm going to do kind of the stuff within Hillsbrad, and then once I'm done with that, I'll pick a different zone. I'm not sure which one just yet. I'm kind of thinking I'll do, like, Northern Stranglethorn, like this area up here, because I'm definitely at the necessary level to do this stuff. I should be fine. Stuff down here, there's a few quests that I think are a little bit too high. I technically could. I'll see. What else? Dustwallow Marsh, I'm, like, around the level for that. Might save that for a little bit later. And then, of course, Desolus, I'm kind of at that level. So, not 100% sure what order I'll do all that stuff in, but generally speaking, those are the zones that I'm kind of in the range for. Kind of in an awkward point right now, where there's a lot of zones that I'll be able to do when I hit level 40, but 30 to 40 for Alliance, it's kind of like scattered all over the place. Chris Flagg said, I lost my 20 Paladin yesterday, going Druid now. Sorry to hear that, but I mean, hey, you picked Druid for your next one, which I would say is a good choice, so hopefully that goes better. Personally, I've been having a lot of fun with my Druid, and it's a little bit slow at the start. Level 1 to 10 is kind of awful. 10 to 20 is okay, because, like, you get Bear Form, and a lot of people will tell you that classic Druid leveling, once you get Bear Form, picks up a lot. I don't necessarily think that's true, per se, just because, you can survive difficult pulls, so if you have, like, an oh shit moment, Bear Form will help you out. But it doesn't really speed up your leveling, because at that point, all you have is Maul. So, even when you get Swipe, you're not really going to be able to do super large pulls. Later on, Bear Form's great. But really, it isn't until level 20 when you get Cat Form that things really pick up. Because then, you can pick up Feline Swiftness, the talent, which means you get increased movement speed. Then, of course, when you hit level 30, you get Travel Form, which is really nice. But, yeah, Druid is a slow start. But once it gets going, oh man, it's fun. Just double check, make sure I posted everything correctly. Yep. Overall start time today, I think, isn't too bad. I normally start around noon, and I think lately I've been starting around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just because, like, I shoot for noon, and then I get, minor delays. But I don't think it's too bad. I think this is around my normal time. You just died in your Druid at level 11. That sucks. What did you guys die to, by the way, Chris and Ben Morgan? I'm guessing, if I had to guess, Murlocs, right? But, I suppose it could be something else. Also, I give up. How long does it take Darkmoon Faire to get set up? Like, holy shit. I've checked back here so many times. I'm so fed up with this quest. I figured, like retail Darkmoon Faire, it would be active by now, but apparently not. Bloodfeather Harpies. Where are Bloodfeather Harpies? Oh, the ones in Teldrassil, like in this area of Teldrassil, because I don't think there's any other harpies at that level. So if that's what you died to, that yeah, there's a pretty decent mob density in that area. So if you're not careful, it's very, very spooky. Well, I was planning before on going down and picking up the Darkmoon Fair quest, but someone just hit 60. Yes, a lot of people have hit 60. I mean, it's impressive, but at this point, it's like the fact that somebody hit 60. I mean, you can, yeah, it hasn't happened before, but I would say every 30 minutes or so these days, somebody's hitting 60. You know, the people who have been seriously grinding it out since the start. It's, you know, they're all getting there. If I slash you 60, surprisingly, there's not 50 people online, but you can see there are a decent amount. A few names that I recognize here. Yeah, there's a pretty decent amount of people at 60. Hopefully I will get there at some point, but I still have a ways to go. I've been kind of playing it a little bit slow and not really rushing or anything like that, but we'll see. So, at this point, since the Darkmoon Fair quest is down, I'm just going to throw myself back on a flight point to Hillsbrad, and we'll head out there. I've also considered learning the next rank of skinning, but I think it costs, like, a decent amount of gold, right? I want to say it's 5 golds. WoW Classic, Profession, Training. Yeah, okay, WoW Classic, Profession System, and then what are the costs for leveling up? Let me check this real quick, I'm just tabbed out. Good time to hop at a 7-minute flight point, I guess, right at the start of the stream, but I think it's faster to do this probably than taking the tram. At least I would imagine. Let's see here. Sadly, apparently the first level 60 was a bot. Oh, Vitochi? Yeah, everybody knew that. Are we surprised about that? Yeah, literally anybody with a brain knew that the World First 60 was botting. Like, he didn't use a mic, he didn't have a cam, and his mic and cam weren't working for 90% of his stream, but then when he hit level 60, it was magically working. And there are people who are like, oh, you guys are just haters. It's like, no, we're just not fucking stupid. Like, yeah, no shit. The guy who hit level 60 first, who was literally, like, 3 levels ahead of second place, or whatever, like, by a fucking mile. Yeah, oh gee, I wonder, did he bot? No camera, no mic. Like, you know, you could at least try to fake it. I don't know. We'll see. That's the kind of thing where I honestly do think Blizzard should ban that, just to make an, you know, example of them. But, you know, they probably won't. So, who gives a shit? But whenever people ask me why I don't speedrun Classic WoW, all I need to do is point at Exhibit A, right? I mean, it's just one of those things where whenever you have a speedrun that goes longer than 24 hours, it starts to reach a point where you are effectively forced to bot or account share or whatever to reasonably be able to get a fast time, or just do something entirely degenerate and stay awake the entire time. But then when you start getting to the point where it's like WoW Classic and even the world first is like 3+ days, that's just not realistic. So obviously, yes. You know, they didn't just stay awake 100% of the time up to level 60. It was very clearly a bot. Honestly, it's not a surprise. You're just surprised why he'd do it. It's so obvious. You never get why... Why did he do it? I mean, obviously, I know why he did it. Everybody knows why he did it. Like, just look at his follower numbers that he gained by doing that. It's blatantly obvious. I can't even necessarily blame the guy. If you're some, like, no-name streamer, and you have a chance to bot WoW Classic, and get, like, world first in hardcore just to increase your viewer numbers, would you fucking do it? I'm sure a lot of people would. It's like, you know, he obviously gets something out of it. It's not like, you know, it's just, oh, like it's a fake accomplishment, whatever. No, it actually does have a genuine financial impact, right? Just think about it like, what's it called? What's the guy who hit level 60 first in Original Classic? I forget his name. But, you know, the guy who's basically like an absolute fucking clown who stole that staff in Molten Core and was like, who the fuck am I? Let me tell you who I am. I am world first 60 in Classic WoW. And it's like, you know, the guy's a total fucking tool, but people still watch him because he got that accomplishment, right? Like, so, yeah. It doesn't matter what you do after the fact. It doesn't matter if you're a complete ass. As long as you have that accomplishment, there are people who will watch you, so absolutely makes sense why. Joker D, yeah, that dude. Hello, Leap Year Kurt, good to see you. This is frustrating, you're redoing this again, reroll Druid right away. What's frustrating, Ben Morgan? Did you die again on your Druid? I'm not sure if I followed that. I saw earlier where you said you died on your Druid at level 11, but I'm not sure if this is just the same thing. Think, though, your fame is the guy who can't play properly, so he has the bot. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. But it's like, who is it? It was either EasyScape or Carl Jobs, that, like, in one of their videos talking about, like, the whole dream situation back in the day, said something to the effect of, a lot of good players will cheat because they think they deserve it. And it's like, I can kind of understand the feeling of, like, imagine you are very good at leveling a mage in WoW Classic, and it's like you feel like you deserve world first. And it's like, well, obviously I can't stay awake for 3 hours, so I'm just gonna bot. Like, you know, it sucks, but it is kind of at least understandable to a degree why somebody might choose to do that. And I have no idea anything about that guy, so for all I know, he actually is a good player, but yeah, obviously it's one of those things where it's physically impossible to do without botting, at least at the time he did it, so, you know. I don't even know necessarily, did he bot or did he account share? Because I had heard that he had been having multiple people play his account, which I think for, like, hardcore makes much more sense. I mean, I guess, I don't know if we're counting that as botting, but I don't know all the details. All I know is it was blatantly obvious it wasn't legit. Oh, same thing, gotcha. There's alt guys who have 60 plus max level characters, and most are bought via level boosts, so you guess some people don't care, though level boosts aren't as scummy as botting. I mean, yeah, obviously I dislike using level boosts, no shit, but that should go without saying. But at the same time, I don't have anything against people who buy boosts. It's not like I think it's, you know, oh my god, how dare you, right? I just don't see the point, considering it's easy enough to level, but I know some people just don't really care that much, and they just rather spend money to level a character instantly rather than, you know, take the time to level it, which, to each their own, I suppose. Personally, I wouldn't want to waste my money like that, but everybody else has different priorities. But I don't know. That doesn't really affect me, I don't really care. And especially in that case, I think it's a little bit different. The main problem, obviously, with, you know, botting / account sharing to get a world first achievement is that it is a world first. There's supposed to be some significance to it. So yeah, I mean, everybody already knew, like, oh yeah, it's kind of a fucking meme, right? But that's the part that I find whatever. If somebody just wants to level a character, boost a character on their own just because they want to play that character, I don't know, whatever. Doesn't affect me at all. Someone on Reddit speculated that he shared the account with his brother. I mean, he did, right? Like, I'm sorry, but it is 100%. Like, there's something fishy. Literally anybody with a brain knew that the moment you see a guy without a cam, without a mic, hit level 60 in that time, that far ahead of everybody else. Obviously, yeah. The only question is exactly what was it, in which case, that one I don't know for sure. I don't know if there's any definitive proof. So, yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know if anybody knows for sure, if there's any, like, concrete evidence out there, or whatever. But it is absolutely 100% one of those things where literally everybody knows that it happens, and the only question is exactly what the details of it are. It's just kind of one of those no-brainer things. Also, you know, why do I have one random sweet nectar off the stack there? Let's see. If you're gonna have... Oh, right, I have the wrong bar active. If you're gonna have, like, 3 accounts with 60 characters each, you may as well level boost, because at that point you're pretty much perma-online anyway. Yes, I mean, I don't know what you would do with that many characters in the first place, but... yeah. For achievements like World First, Blizzard should ban cheaters, botters out of principle. I mean, they have in the past, so... You know, it's... not like they're unwilling to do it. There's also, like... Wait, where the fuck? Where did my Ferocious Bite go? This game is so... crap sometimes. Hold on. I created a Ferocious Bite macro, and for whatever reason, it deleted my macro, because... I don't know. And... start attack. Ferocious Bite. Thank you, Blizzard. There we go. Like, there have been times in the past where if somebody uses a really, like, exploity way to level up to max, you know, they get banned and their, I mean, record gets unofficially revoked, right? But the reality is, and this is just the modern landscape we live in, it's just all that matters is being the first one there. It's the same way you see so many news websites, you know, whenever something, like a new game comes out, they just vomit out articles and stuff about it, even if it's low quality, just because all that matters is that you're the first one on the market. You're the first person to post a guide or whatever. And... I just want to make sure I earned this chest fair and square, so... There we go. Nope, that is mine. Thank you very much. All I got is a mana potion, so whatever. Cheating in private is murky. Cheating for World First is a different matter as you screw over other players. Some folks make lots of characters as their own minigame. It's odd, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, like I said. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that if somebody wants to do that. Zero issue with it. I pulled a decent amount of Murlocs here. I'm probably fine. Maybe not. Either way, I mean, I'm alive no matter what. The only question is, like, can I actually kill these, or do I need to run? I'm probably just gonna run just to be safe. Yeah, I'm just gonna fucking book it. I'm not fucking around with that. We're fine, though. Yeah, Murlocs are relentless. That's the nice thing about a Druid. As long as I don't do anything incredibly stupid, like do aggressive pulls at the bottom of a cave when I have no escape route, I'm generally pretty fine. Like, I kind of knew that there was a chance that I'd pull all 3 Murlocs, but I would have been completely safe. I do need to be careful, though, because Murlocs are a fucking pain. And there were a bunch that did respawn right behind me. So that could have been a little bit spooky, but... yeah. I'll be fine. Oh, once again, I'll just say this here as people trickle in case you weren't in the stream yesterday, I did end up making a guild, so if you do want to join, just shoot me a message in-game. You can see my character name, Linara, and I can toss you an invite. So, we're not doing anything super crazy, but it's just, I know last weekend, a few people asked me if I was planning on making a guild, and I said it wasn't entirely sure. Alright, Leo Light, I will toss you an invite as soon as I'm done fighting these Murlocs. Just give me a second. But yeah, anybody's welcome to join. Just don't expect anything super crazy or organized. It's just, I know a few people did express interest in that, so wanted to at least make it an option. Alright, Leo Light. And King of Dumps. Nice name. Caves aren't really spooky because you got Prowl. Well, you're not wrong. What I more so meant is if I had done an aggressive pull like that, right? Where obviously you can't Prowl mid-combat. So if I had done like a really crazy pull at the bottom of a cave and then like been in a position where I would have been forced to run, then I would not have been able to prowl out of the cave, and that might have been a bit spooky. So I only do like crazy pulls like that when I'm out in the open world, and if needed, I can just shift into travel form and get away. Or in this case, I'm right next to water. I could have gone aquatic form and swam out there. And the nice thing is I'm a druid, so if I get rooted by anything, I just go ahead and pop into a form or pop out of my form, and it breaks all roots, because druids are ridiculously overpowered in that regard. So yeah, overall I'm pretty safe. I'm more so saying that an aggressive pull like that I would not have done if this was like in a cave, but you know, even though it was technically a little bit spooky, I had it under control the entire time. Nice, I got a pearl from that. Got another pearl. It's also funny how there's like random mid-20 mobs here, and the Murlocs are 5 levels higher. The range of mobs in Hillsbrad is kind of wild. Oh yeah, so something I forgot to mention. So I have this item, Nemar's Tribal Headdress. So I was doing quests in Arathi Highlands before I started the stream. I mentioned that at the beginning, but I forgot to mention the part where I found a rare mob, killed it, and got this item, which is a little bit crazy, the stats in this thing. It is, technically speaking, an upgrade over what I have. Well, it's not technically speaking, it is a pretty sizable upgrade over what I have. But it's not necessarily good for me. Like, I would prefer something that has agi strength anything. It's hard to find at this level. But considering how ridiculously powerful this item would be for a caster, I'm kind of thinking I just save this and like throw it in the auction house. And I meant to do that before when I went to town, and I kind of forgot because, like I said, it was right before I started the stream, and then, you know, when I went to Stormwind, I didn't remember to go swing by and throw that up. Just making sure I didn't miss anybody. Even in retail, Murlocs are dangerous because they spawn so fast in many areas. Yeah. You have 60 characters, but you would never go beyond that. Personally, since you never use them realistically, only 3 are played at endgame. Yeah, generally speaking. Hello, Owner. Good to see you. And hello, Ridiculous Games. It's a neat name. I want to play it safe around these Murlocs. Can check to see if Scargill is up. It's gonna sneak past. Isn't my BIS weapon manual crowd pummeler, which you get in Nomergon? Kind of. At endgame, yes. The problem is, for hardcore, right? I'm not realistically going to be able to farm Nomergon because I can only do it once per day. So, if I get manual crowd pummeler, like even without the effect, it's still good for me while leveling. But without, like, being able to farm multiple manual crowd pummelers, it's not really something I can rely on. So I might do Gnomeregan at some point just to see if I can get one, because I think that would be cool. And also, I would like to get the Gnomeregan quest done before I grossly outlevel it. But realistically, until you get to a point where, you know, you're max level and you can farm Gnomeregan multiple times per day, you're just going to be better off with a good weapon that has, like, actually solid stats. Okay, I want to get that chest. But I want to put myself in a position where if I accidentally pull too many Murlocs, because I'm not sure how many I'm going to get if I pull this Coast Runner. I have a feeling it's going to pull the entire little camp, which would be very spooky. I don't want that to happen. I also shouldn't really be here anyways, because these aren't the Murlocs I need for the quest. How many did it pull? Oh, just the one. Okay, that's not too bad then. I'm actually just going to fight this Murloc, you know, in a hand-to-hand combat. Because I want to conserve my mana a little bit. Throw a Rejuve on myself. Throw a Moonfire up. Is that my dog on my profile picture? Yes, that is my dog, Tucker. Oh. Well, fucking hell. Speaking of getting a ridiculously good hat, holy fuck. Yeah, this is just better. Because more armor, the same amount of actually one more stamina, and I don't need the intellect, and, like, the spirit is fine. Okay, well, post that in guild chat for Devi to see. My RNG with hats today is fucking wild. Oh my goodness. Okay, 1 second. Okay, well that is a really crazy pickup at this level. Just gonna play it safe with this Murloc. And then only 2 more guarding the chest. Shouldn't be too hard to take down. Just gonna refresh my food buff while I'm at it. Even with 60 characters, you barely do time rifts. You actively avoid them when you can. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, let's take on these Murlocs. Yeah, I don't really think I need to bother with the one in the water. But rake on both of them. And we go. The chest is mine. What's the difference between quests in Classic Hillsbrad and Cata Hillsbrad? Like, a very large difference. The difference is that they are, like, completely different. Yeah, it's not even remotely the same. To give you an idea of how different Hillsbrad is in Original Classic and, like, Cataclysm, in Original Classic, both Horde and Alliance can quest in Hillsbrad. In Cataclysm, Hillsbrad is a Horde-only zone. And South Shore is a big ruined plague city. So, yeah, it is fundamentally a completely different experience. Like, basically nothing about it is recognizable. Horde won the war, effectively, yeah. It's kind of a shame, because Hillsbrad was a pretty iconic zone in Classic. It's a really nice zone. I obviously really like it. But the whole South Shore versus Terran Mill thing was a vanilla WoW staple. And then they just said, yeah, you know, about that, fuck you. We're just going to make it so Alliance just can't quest here anymore. And I remember at the time, a lot of people were pissed off about that. That's kind of one of the things about Cataclysm. Like, I think Cataclysm as an expansion, you know, in a vacuum, was perfectly fine. But there were a lot of changes just for the sake of making changes, like the whole deleting South Shore off the map. And a lot of people who had fond memories of South Shore were really pissed off about that. So they already were kind of a little bit soured on Cataclysm going into it, even though, you know, it doesn't really reflect on how the expansion felt to play as a whole. But that's why you see so many people saying, oh, Cataclysm was awful. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure a lot of people have genuine complaints about Cataclysm. They're going to say, like, oh, no, it really was a bad expansion, blah, blah, blah. And I've heard a lot of those genuine complaints. But I think a lot of people do have just a bad perception of Cataclysm in their mind because of stuff like that. And I mean, hindsight's 2020. I think it was a bad idea. But I can also argue that I think Hillsbrad as a zone in Cataclysm is very fun. Does it suck that they kind of ruined it for the Alliance? Yeah. But is it still fun to play through as a Horde character? Absolutely. I mean, Silverpine and Hillsbrad are two of my favorite zones, and obviously they're very efficient to level in, to the point where they're still relevant to this day. So I don't necessarily think in a vacuum it was bad, but it's with the context of, you know, Hillsbrad being a very popular zone for both factions for years, that you start to understand why a lot of people felt a bit burned by Cataclysm. Some areas in retail with Murlocs are bugged and they spawn underground. I haven't run into that a lot, but I do know it is a thing that can happen, yeah. Hardcore pro tip, don't play immediately when you wake up. You let your shaman die to a regular by-the-book level 11 croc. Ah, yeah, that is unfortunate. Generally speaking, I give myself a decent amount of warm-up time before I play hardcore after waking up. It's also one of the reasons why, like I said, this morning, you know, I woke up early, I did a few things, I did Stockades, I did Black Fathom Deeps, and then I took a break, and then once again, before starting the stream, I did quests in Arathi Highlands, because I want to have, like, a warm-up before jumping into the stream, because I don't want to, like, turn the stream on, play like a fucking ass, die in the first 30 minutes of today's stream, and then, like, embarrass myself, right? I still had a fairly close call, if you can call it that, at the start of the stream, but, I mean, like I said, I think I had it under control. Classic versus Kata are like different games, set in the same verse. In fairness, it's rare for Blizzard to not favor the Alliance. Some people want the changes Deathwing did in Kata to be fixed, and restore Azeroth to Classic, but I doubt this will ever happen, yeah. Well, it is interesting, because... Oh no! Wait, oh, I thought that was a player. I saw something dead. It looks like some hunter overpulled and his pet ate it. But I'm guessing he made it out alive? Looks like he ran all the way back to South Shore. So in fairness to, like, Classic and Retail being a different game, which it's true, they are. But there are a lot of zones that are actually almost identical, all the way from Classic to Modern WoW. Like, go look at Elwyn Forest right now in Classic WoW and compare it to Elwyn Forest in Retail. The zones have basically not changed whatsoever. There are some very, very, very small changes that were made to Elwyn Forest and Cataclysm, like, we're talking extremely minor. But for the most part, it's still very good. And that says something when you consider that Elwyn Forest is still used, partially at least, in my Alliance, like, you know, world record speedrun route. At least Eastvale Logging Camp is still extremely efficient. The vast majority of that is unchanged. A lot of the quests that exist in Classic have, like, different ways to pick them up. Like, there's some of the quests that you get later on in the chain are now instead offered by a wanted poster, like for James Clark. The gold pickup schedule is always dropped by James Clark instead of being like a random drop that you get from different mobs. So the quest for the collector is much easier to get. There are some minor changes like that, but fundamentally the zone plays out exactly the same. The only real change is, like, the Hogger area is a bit more stylized, and Hogger has, like, meat chunks around him and stuff. So it is slightly different, but when you consider like the amount of changes that happened from Hillsbrad in a Classic up to Kata, when you compare that to Elwynn Forest, it is surprising how similar the zones are. And it is one of the reasons why Elwynn Forest in Classic is so good, because it is about as close to a retail WoW zone that we have in Classic. There are some other really good ones that are fairly similar, but... Light said, I noticed playing through Hardcore, you didn't play Alliance in Classic ever, so it was notable. Yeah. I only really played Horde for Original Classic, so I also didn't realize that my first time around, so that was pretty cool. What is my slash played? My slash played is 3 days, 15 hours. So, I have definitely been taking my time. I forget what my slash played was for my Orc Warrior that I made back in original vanilla. I know I took a screenshot at the time, so I'm sure I could find it. I'm probably going to take longer to level this character, but also, when I played original, like, Classic 2019 release, I did not really play any alts whatsoever. I only played my warrior, and that was the only character that I took all the way up to 60. And I had mining engineering basically from day one and never changed it. Actually, did I take skinning? I think I might have taken skinning for a little bit and dropped it at like level 30 or something and picked up engineering. Basically, whenever I started tanking Scarlet Monastery and stuff, that's when I picked up engineering. And then I used that for the rest of my leveling journey. But I pretty much only did one character and just only those two professions, and I didn't really worry too much about getting my engineering min-maxed while leveling. All I did is I got like basic bombs and stuff that I needed to survive and like hold threat and whatever, and I mostly just kind of grinded my way up to 60, and I played pretty much every single day and just, you know, played the shit out of it. But, you know, so far in Hardcore, I have spent a ridiculous amount of time just farming materials like herbs and skins and stuff like that, because I've now gotten leatherworking to 150, I've gotten tailoring to 150, alchemy to 150, my engineering and blacksmithing are around 100. I haven't really put too much effort into those at the moment. And I've gotten 3 characters up to level 10 just so I can get those professions set up. And then, of course, you know, my skinning and herbalism, because I farmed a shit ton, is at 225. So I have spent a lot of time in this character just farming materials. There was a point where I spent, like, literally an entire hour in Redridge Mountains just farming the whelps and boars right outside Lakeshire, because there were so many people there just killing mobs, and none of them were skinning it. So I was just running in a loop, skinning all of the dead bodies. And, you know, I would throw people Mark of the Wild every now and then, so at least they wouldn't feel bad that I was just leeching off their effort. But, I mean, they weren't skinners anyway. I always wait. You know, whenever I see somebody kill a mob that can be skinned, I'll sit there and I'll wait at the mob, and then if they start walking away from it, then I'm like, okay, they're probably not a skinner, so I could go ahead and take this. But there's a reason why I have, like, over 300 medium leather just chilling in my bank on my Paladin. I have done a lot of farming. In fact, I'm kind of gonna need to free up some more space, because my Paladin at this point has literally no room in their bags to hold any more leather. And just before starting the stream, I mailed over like an additional 6 stacks of medium leather and like 2 stacks of heavy leather, because I farmed a bunch of mobs in Arathi, and then I did the quest to kill the Yetis in the cave. And there were a bunch of people doing the Yeti cave, and I farmed a ton of leather in there. So yeah, I've spent a lot of time doing that, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, my playtime definitely doesn't reflect my level, necessarily, but, you know. As a skinner, it was annoying sometimes that folks would rush in and skin right after you killed, like within seconds, so thanks for waiting. Well, to be fair, if you are skinning, you gotta be prepared for that. Because I am always, as somebody who does skinning, right? I know how people are. I know that, you know, I am an absolute slut when it comes to like, skinning mob kills and stuff like that. So if I ever see somebody in the general area who's skinning any dead mobs, I always make sure the moment I right-click my mob to loot it, I'm ready to skin it immediately, just so nobody can snipe it from me. And if you missed it, there was the whole interaction where on day 1 of Classic Hardcore, like 3 hours after launch or so, I was skinning a bunch of Nightsabers and Teldrassil, and then there was this other dude who was fighting me for tags. Somebody posted a clip of it in my Discord. But then, you know, they were sitting there camping the mob that I just killed, waiting for me to loot it so I could skin it. And I, like, kind of juked them out and then got the skinning thing first before they could get a chance to get it. And then they said, "You bitch," and walked away. But, you know, I'm always prepared for that. And I think, you know, if you are a skinner, you probably should be as well. Right, there's another chest. This is a 2 birds, 1 stone opportunity here. Though there's a lot of murlocs, so gotta be really careful. Okay, that one's kind of far away. So I only got 2. I'm just gonna go into bear form for this one. Right. You were mining and a dwarf got furious you stole his ore, so he tried to challenge you to a duel 3 times. That's good. Imagine being so mad that you try to duel somebody. Did he try to challenge you to Makara? Or was it just a regular duel? Because if he tried to challenge you to Makara, that's fucking funny. You love to CC 1 when you pull 2? I could. The problem is, if one Murloc is just kind of chilling there near the others, like, look at this. See how this Coast Runner is padding around. So if I had rooted that one near the Murloc hut, then it may have chained this Coast Runner when it eventually walked over. So the way that I do this is, because I can't sheep it, right? I have to entangling roots it, which means it's active and generating threat. I just tag it, like so, and then run. That way, I can see easily how many Murlocs I pulled. Okay, I only pulled 1, easy. But if I started running and I look back and there's 3 Murlocs chasing after me, I run. You know, I already have a head start in that case. I go travel form. There we go. I immediately book it out of the subzone and I'm safe. It's a little bit different if you're playing, like, something else that isn't... Like, if you're a mage, yeah, definitely, you know, CC it. That's fine. Like, this is a bit awkward. Yeah, this is... definitely awkward. See, in this case, exactly the same thing. I'm gonna try to at least kill this one Murloc. And then I'm not gonna fight the other 2. I'm just out of here. Is this guy still following me? There we go. You've never seen somebody try the death duel yet, except for some streamers? Somebody tried to start Makara with me. I wasn't streaming, though, so it wasn't like they were trying to cause things on stream. There are some people who just genuinely walk around and try to, like, Makara random people, and it's like... more power to you, I guess, but I just don't understand why you would do that. I mean, the entire Makara thing, I feel, was more for, like, a publicity stunt than an actual mechanic. I really don't see how anybody would really want to do that. Like, let me just gamble with my character at, like, level 30 plus, but there was this rogue who kept trying to Makara me, and then he whispered me, and he said, Makara? And I just typed LOL, and then he said, so is that a yes? Like, fucking, are you 5? Like, Jesus Christ. I just don't understand. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, that's the... oh, shit. Oh, no, 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 no. Am I fine? I lagged out there for a second. I think the stream may have flickered because I actually got a pop-up that said, like, you know, temporarily it said, like, you know, lost connection to the stream or something like that. Stream lagged. Yikes. Yeah, imagine if that had been in the middle of a pull. That could have been kind of bad. But, you know, we're chilling. Problem is, I need to get rid of these Murlocs before more of them respawn. That said, these Coast Runners aren't too difficult to deal with. I honestly could kill all 3 of them with relatively little issue. It's the Oracles that scare me, because the casts do a lot of damage. You panicked, either I was dead or you were dead. Yeah, it's a fair point. You know, thankfully I'm fine, but... I think I'm gonna try to get this Murloc out in the ocean. Maybe I can get him away from the pack. We'll see. Yeah, I feel like he probably patrols far enough. Oh, but then there's this annoying Murloc over here. Come on. There we go. So if I clear out this one, then I can probably get that Murloc that's running into the water. And then I can definitely kill 2 of the Coast Runners in one pull. Just gotta line this up properly. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, there we go. In fact, just to conserve mana, I'm just gonna fight him with my staff here. My Moonfire resisted? Okay. That's annoying. The moment it's low... There we go. Alright. Back to shore. I'm gonna get more mana, and then I'm just gonna kill these 2 together. Like I said, I probably could have taken all 3 of them at once, but there's just no point taking that risk for just absolutely 0 gain. When I can kind of finagle it like this and, you know, pick them off one by one. This is also one of the things I enjoy about Classic WoW. It's, you know, basically dismantling a large group of mobs, you know, one piece at a time, just by doing strategic pulls. I always think that's pretty fun. Oh shit, another one respawns. Okay, so I'm gonna get into melee and kind of kite them away from that other Coast Runner. There we go. And there we go. Now just one more Murloc and the chest is mine. Watch, as I kill this final Murloc, somebody's gonna stroll in and take the chest from me. I know it's gonna happen. The Murloc respawns are a little bit crazy right now. I have full energy, so I'm just going to kind of blast this Coast Runner real quick before the rest of them respawn. Right. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Should be able to grab this before there's any more. Ooh. 52 silver vendor value. And just so I don't, like, troll the shit out of somebody else, I'm gonna be considerate. And... yeah, I don't need that. I would feel bad if somebody walked into that chest. Imagine if somebody did everything I did, and they opened that chest just to find delicious cave mold. That would, kind of suck, so... just want to make sure I fully clear it out. Let me read the messages that people sent while that was going on. Some people get weirdly obsessed over stuff like that, yeah. Feels like Duels to the Death were one of those streamer content editions? Yeah, definitely. If a gnome ever death challenged you, you'd feel compelled to do it just because the idea of a gnome challenging someone to a fight to the death is too fun to pass on. Yeah, for sure. You did a swimming challenge and found a dead gnome floating in the sea. You still wonder how that guy managed to perish. Where in the sea did he die, though? Was it in, like, fatigue waters or something? Because if so, that's probably your answer. That's another morbid minigame, guessing how other players managed to die. Yeah. There was like that one on yesterday's stream. Were you here, Sticky Sauce? I forget. But there was that one guy who, at level 20-something, managed to die, or it was, no, level 18, right? Something super low. Somehow he died in the middle of Ravenhill Cemetery in Duskwood. And he was, like, dead center in it, like, kind of where Morladim patrols. So it's like, I don't know how the hell he managed to get all the way in there and die in the middle of the cemetery. So that was one where I'm just looking at his dead body, and I managed to find his body before he released Spirit, so I could still see, it was a level 18, just sitting on the ground dead. I'm like, what the fuck happened there? How did he die? So trying to figure out, like, what killed somebody is always a fun minigame, for sure. Also, we got another chest over here, so I'm going to try to do the same thing I did before and, like, dismantle this Murloc camp. Okay, this should only pull one. Yeah. I figured it wasn't close enough to the others. Nick Outjet said, greetings from Ecuador. Ah, cool. Thanks for watching. At least the cave mold would be delicious. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that is a little bit subjective. Just because it's called delicious cave mold doesn't mean, you know, it would be delicious to everybody. Good on that. I think I want to pull... Okay, shit. That was some unfortunate pathing on that Murloc. Okay, we're fine. I pulled one, it pulled the second, and then that one ran straight past the other two. Like, okay, fuck. A little bit frustrating. I also... I think I need to just wait for this one to, yeah, do exactly what it just did there and walk... Did that pull it all of them again? Okay, no. This time, I was in a better angle. Still in a bit of an awkward spot here. Okay. Now, if I run into melee, now I can drag it a safe distance away. Okay. If I wasn't playing WoW, what game would I be playing? At the moment, probably Honkai Star Rail. Because when I'm not playing WoW this past week, that's the game that I have been playing. I did manage to just finish the main campaign in that. But there's still a lot of, like, side challenges that I need to do. Because I've been having a lot of fun with it. I mean, obviously, though, I've been playing WoW for years, so... I mean, if the question was, like, if I quit World of Warcraft, what would I be playing? That's a different story, because then it's a question of, like, what would I be filling all of my free time with? And in that case, I don't know. Maybe Final Fantasy or Guild Wars 2, which I'm not playing at the moment, but whenever I take a break from WoW, which I haven't taken one in years at this point, I usually, like, play one of those games, because I like playing MMOs. Let me tag this mob. I know I missed one or two messages, but just, bear with me. Until I get out of this Murloc hell, I want to play it a little bit carefully. There we go. Got all the Murloc cuts. Yeah, there's one more clam I can open. And I'm going to check for chests over there. None. Also, is this a Horde area or an Alliance area? Yeah, it has Alliance NPCs. There might be chests around. Oh, there's melon juice. Alright. So the nice thing about little subzones like this that have Alliance, like, actual NPCs here? Where's Creepthess? Creepthess can spawn... I'm guessing that's inside the mine, I would imagine? Or maybe it's up here. Yeah, so there are interesting differences like that in Classic, where Creepthess is obviously still a rare mob that you can find in Retail WoW, but in Retail, Creepthess is over here by South Shore. In Classic, apparently Creepthess spawns in this area. I don't know exactly where it is, but according to my rare scanner, these are the spawn locations. Oh, apparently there's a bunch of different spawn areas. While I'm here, I might as well check it. Can't hurt. Where's the Briarthorn? There it is. It wasn't a fatigue zone, and there were no mobs in sight, so he must have drowned somehow. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's possible that sometimes people put themselves on auto-run while they're swimming, and they think that they're perfectly flat, but they are, like, at a slight downward angle. So then over time, they slightly swim underwater, and then they, you know, get a breath bar, and by the time they get back, they've drowned. So, I have seen that happen before. If I had to guess, if it was nowhere near fatigue waters, and somebody died in the middle of the ocean, that's probably the cause of death, but who knows. Without seeing it with my own two eyes, I can't really say. I think something like that could be a fun minigame, though. Like, imagine, like, an actual minigame. Imagine you had a screenshot of, like, a dead body in the surrounding area and stuff, information about their level and whatnot, and then you have to guess how they died. It kind of like WoW GeoGuessr, but it's like WoW DeathGuessr. You just, like, see dead bodies in various locations, and you have to guess the correct answer on, like, you know, what killed this person. I honestly think that would be a pretty fun minigame. WoW Detective, yeah. That could be pretty fucking cool, honestly. I'm not sure how you would do the scoring thing, because it would obviously... That's the kind of thing, that's like a more of a game show minigame, because it would require somebody to give, like, an open-ended answer. You couldn't really find a specific way to, like, do it. Like, the nice thing about GeoGuessr is you just pick a point on a map. Mystery of Azeroth, but actual detective work? Yeah. Speaking of which, how is the Secrets of Azeroth event? Because I have just completely ignored that. I said before on stream that I think it looks like boring rubbish, and I'm not really interested in trying it, but I would imagine that some people here probably have at least messed around with it, so I'm curious to know how it has actually played out. You know, maybe, is it fun or not? Oh. Hey there. Wait, these mobs are actual vendors. Huh. Alright. Well, that's, quite handy. Sell that, sell that. Really need thick Murloc scale. Alright, cool. That looks like somebody went through here, killing a bunch of mobs, though. It would be cool if one of these guys was a vendor that sold, like, a limited time recipe. So, not only do you need to, like, you know, find this guy while it's alive, but then you also need to find it while it has the limited time recipe. Yeah, because there are blacksmiths here. I feel like that would be, like, a fun little Easter egg. The fact that there are effectively killable mobs that are meant for Horde quests that Alliance can interact with and sell goods to, it's just a nice little touch. Okay, let me scroll up, read other messages. You were probably in stream? Oh yeah, I couldn't remember for sure. Every time you see somebody drown to death, you assume they got the old spacebar swimming disconnect. Hopefully, though, I mean, if you're swimming, right, you should be able to get back in time. It's one of the reasons why you should never auto-run while you're swimming. But yeah, could be. In fairness, in medieval times, any food would be delicious. They weren't picky. Yeah, I guess that is fair. You used to play City of Heroes, but it got closed. Fate of many MMOs. Yeah. Unfortunate, but that's true. At least a lot of those dead MMOs have private servers and stuff. Like, one game that I want to try again at some point is Warhammer Online, because it still has, you know, the private server Return of Reckoning. I tried it out a little bit years ago, but I never got to max level. I didn't, like, seriously play it. But I'd love to actually play it and, you know, get to max level, try all the endgame dungeons and stuff. I think that could be fun. And the nice thing is, despite the fact that it closed in 2013 or 14, whenever the fuck that was, you know, the private server is still going strong and still adding new content, which is really cool. What profession do you have in your druid with all these buffs? Thinking about alchemy, but you don't see an alchemy icon on your bar. I have multiple alts. So, on my druid, I have herbalism and skinning, but I have a warlock, and my warlock has alchemy and engineering. And my alchemy is 150. I haven't really worked on engineering. I got up to like 100, but I haven't pushed it a ton yet. And then I have a paladin who has 150 skill in leatherworking and tailoring. So you can see my bag was made by Gilliana, and a lot of my armor was made by Gilliana. That is my paladin. So anything you see made by Gilliana, that's my paladin alt that I use for tailoring and leatherworking. And then I have a warrior that I'm using for blacksmithing and mining, though I haven't worked on that as much, but the only thing I have gotten from that is my coarse weight stones. Unfortunately, because I haven't really leveled my blacksmithing much, my weight stones are lagging behind, so I could be using much better weight stones at this point, but that's the only one that I've unlocked, and I don't know, I've been debating on how I want to handle professions, like for blacksmithing and stuff like that, so I'll probably level it up, you know, after the stream today and get some better weight stones, but I just haven't been sure what I wanted to do with that. And you can see here, so in my mailbox, I have 5 more of each elixir. Right now I have 4 in my bags. But before the start of the stream, I swapped to my warlock, I crafted like a shit ton of these elixirs, and I just sent them over. So whenever I run out of, you know, these 4, which I have 4 more hours of coverage, so I'll be covered for a little while, then I just pop over to the mailbox, grab those elixirs, and I'm good to go. So that's one of the reasons why it has taken me so long to level, is I'm spending a lot of time getting my professions set up on alts and stuff like that, because personally, I just find that to be a more fun way to play the game.
What can I do for you?
Oh, nice. So these quests just have me talk to 2 NPCs, and it's free XP. World of Corpsecraft, yeah. Gain a 10% XP for each completed solved mysteries, and it's the only way to level. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. Secrets of Azeroth is a bunch of long fetch quests. It's basically not fun, just a grind to get the achievement. City of Heroes was owned by a big company that loves doing crazy legal stuff on anyone trying to revive it. See, what's interesting is you would think that the same thing would apply to Warhammer. Because Games Workshop is notorious for cracking down on anyone using their IP. And I'm actually quite surprised that Return of Reckoning has lived as long as it has. It's one of those things where I think a lot of people expected Games Workshop to crack down on it because of their history, but they haven't. Also, ooh, look at that. The Shadowy Assassins. I heard about those mobs. I wonder if there's more of them. Because I'd like to get that quest if possible. It looks like that event happened while I was out doing the Murloc quest. So I could definitely kill one of them. It looks like most of them are dead, though. So how far do the Shadowy Assassins patrol? Oh. Shit. It looks like somebody maybe got jumped by them and dropped the target dummy. I'm guessing that's what happened. Part of me wants to shift into travel form and just kind of run around trying to find one. I'm not sure if I'm too late. I still see the bodies. And there's all the guards around. Maybe I can find one? Fuck it. I'm just gonna try to see if I can find one of them. I'm just running around spamming tab to try and see if I can target one of the stealthed assassins. I think they might all be dead. I guess on the plus side, I've heard that the assassins are pretty sketchy, so I guess I at least dodged that. But I actually wanted to kill one to get the quest. So that kinda sucks. Blessing and a curse. I think the event might be over. I don't know enough about how this, like, little event works to tell if there's still assassins about. But considering I found a bunch of dead bodies scattered around, yeah, I think it's safe to say that all of them have been killed already. I'll just sweep this general area and then head south and continue doing the other quests I have. Oh, there's a dead body over here. I wonder if that guy died to the assassins. Alright, yeah, doesn't look like it. So what do I have now? Just kill these Naga, and then later on, kill Syndicate and Mountain Lion mobs. Oh, let me refresh my buffs before I forget. You don't like it when companies defend a property they never even use? Yeah, I completely feel that. Speaking of private servers, Ascension classless WoW is something unique, as they have a side server with unique new classes that WoW doesn't have. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Ascension. I honestly don't really think I'm ever going to play it. For many, many years, people have been trying to convince me to play Ascension, and it sounds like a neat concept, and I'm sure if World of Warcraft ever did something like that with official servers, I might be willing to try it. It's the same thing with hardcore, right? I was never going to try hardcore when it was just like, you know, an unofficial add-on. Just didn't really feel like it. But now that Blizzard's actually doing it themselves, okay, sure, I'll give it a shot. But I just don't have the patience to play in a private server, especially because it's one of those things where you could lose your progress at any time. Private servers are a little bit jank like that, so. I probably won't play it. I can acknowledge that it seems like a neat concept, though. Let me invite this hunter to a group. This quest just requires us to kill mobs, so there's no downside to us grouping up for it. There's Strangle Kelp out there. World of Solocraft is a funny private WoW server where you literally make a team of AI bots to solo the game. Huh. I've never heard of that, but that actually sounds like a pretty interesting concept. Effectively, like, building your own little raid team and setting them on autopilot to clear stuff. I actually had, like... I had an idea for a game kind of like that. Like, my working title in my head was always like Raid Leader Simulator, just because I think it would be fun. But something like that, where you effectively like build your own little raid team and have them take on boss encounters. And the idea is basically simulating what an actual raid in World of Warcraft is like, where you wipe to stuff, and then it's, you know, you don't really have full control over your raiders, but you like give them suggestions, and then as they die to mechanics, they, you know, learn how to improve. Kind of like, you know, some sort of machine learning type game where eventually your raiders learn, you know, many AI-controlled raiders learn how to defeat the bosses. That is something, admittedly, way out of the scope of what I am able to program, but it is one of those things where I think a game like that could be a fun challenge to try and learn how to code, and I think it could be fun. You know, trying to tackle challenges with, like, a team, like, you build your own raid team and stuff like that. Initially, I just thought it would be funny to, like, you know, play World of Warcraft raiding as, like, a strategy game where you're, like, the 21st man trying to, like, you know, build a raid team and stuff. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know, you could actually make a somewhat interesting strategy game with that concept in mind. But to, like, really pull it off, the idea that I had was more like machine learning, where you would have people, like, you know, die to a mechanic, and then you would do another pull, and then they would, like, try to avoid the mechanic the next time. So it's like, you know, those videos on YouTube you see where, you know, you have a million different AI robots learning how to play, like, the impossible game or whatever. Things like that. So I think stuff like that could be cool, but I don't know. Like I said, I've made some games for fun in my free time. That is beyond my skill level at the moment, but I think it is a neat concept. Yeah, you've always been able to party with randos. The only reason, I'll give them... The only reason people didn't allow it is because, like, the stupid hardcore add-on had its own restrictions, right? Which, like, there is a reason why I never played the hardcore add-on. It was just dumb restrictions for the sake of dumb restrictions. This is official servers. There are no stupid restrictions like that on official servers. So, and, like, I kind of get why it's a thing. Because on, you know, the hardcore add-on servers, you needed to make sure that, you know, people were playing legit and not, like, intermingling with non-hardcore players. I get that. But there are a lot of people who, despite the fact that that rule was really only in place to keep it fair, a lot of people have this in their head that, like, it's not true hardcore unless it's solo self-found, and it... Yeah, I think that's stupid. So I've always said that I never care about it. Now, that being said, I mean... If you've watched my streams, you'll know I do the vast majority of my leveling solo. I do a lot of stuff completely on my own. The only stuff I've really grouped up for is, like, elite quests or dungeons, obviously. But if I happen to be in the area with somebody, and, you know, if it's a quest like this, where the only objective is killing mobs, and there's no item that I need to loot or something, yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll group up with people. Hello, Leandro. Good to see you. How high is my alchemy? My alchemy is currently only 150. So my alchemist is a level 10 warlock. And at level 10, the highest your profession can go is up to 150. That's the cap. So it's maxed out for the level of my character. I would need to get to level 20 to increase it further, which, like I've said, I might do at some point. Not on stream, though. That's like some off-stream grinding type thing that I wouldn't want to fuck around with here. So during the week, I'm probably going to work on getting those characters up a bit. I think I'm not going to drop... I'm not going to drop alchemy, or words. I'm not going to drop leatherworking on my Paladin. So I was talking about that yesterday on stream, and I said I was considering dropping leatherworking and switching something else. I will still be picking up leatherworking on this Druid. So I think what I'm going to do is, when I get to like level 38 or 39... probably after today's stream, I'm going to drop herbalism, and I'm going to pick up leatherworking and level that up to whatever the highest skill I can get is. At this point, I can get max leatherworking. But at level 40, I can choose a specialization, and I'm going to choose tribal leatherworking so that I can get Wolf's Head Helm, which is insanely useful for feral druids. And initially, I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to get Wolf's Head Helm until level 40 on my Paladin, so I'm not going to level up my Paladin all the way up there just for the sake of getting that recipe. I'm just going to do it on my Druid. But I am going to at least keep my leatherworking that I have leveled up to 150 on my Paladin, because if I ever do level it in the future, then let's say I get my Paladin up to level 40, and then I can take a different specialization on that character. So my Druid is tribal leatherworking, but I can make it so my Paladin goes... I don't know which one's more useful. Tribal leatherworking is definitely the most important, by a mile. Any, like, experienced classic players, maybe they can tell me which of the other two is more useful, because the 3 leatherworking specializations are Tribal, Elemental, and Dragon Scale. And Tribal is what pretty much everybody goes because it has Wolf's Head Helm, it has Devilsaur Armor, and Devilsaur Armor is, like, ridiculously good at level 60, so that's really important. So the vast majority of people I know don't run the other 2 specs, and I don't think they have anything super important, but maybe there's, like, one random recipe off one of those 2 that's used by somebody, and in that case, it could be nice to pick it up on my Paladin for anybody who happens to need that. Only 2 more. Doubt they'll ever have that on official servers for Ascension. Yeah, I mean, I just said theoretically. I'm probably not going to play Ascension. And like you said, I doubt they're ever going to actually make, you know, a server like that. I was more just commenting on, I'm not really interested in private servers, but yeah. Ascension is sick. You've been playing it for over a year. Yeah, I have a lot of friends who played it. Like I said, many people have tried to get me into it. It's not really my cup of tea. And I'm not really a big fan of private servers. The only private server I've considered playing is... I am debating playing on a Cataclysm private server just because... Not because I want to, necessarily, but because I have a lot of video ideas planned for Cataclysm Classic whenever that gets announced. And assuming I don't manage to get into, like, the Cataclysm Classic beta or whatever, which I probably will eventually, I usually get in at some point. But if I want to get some testing done on, like, leveling stuff, I would have to start very early. So I may end up downloading, like, a private server and just trying things out. I'm, like, hesitant to do that because it also might not be 100%, like, accurate. So I'd rather do testing on the Cataclysm Classic beta, but we'll see. This is, like, a far in the future type thing, whenever that gets announced. Games Workshop is too busy going after people making figures via 3D printers. They're determined to make people buy their figures after all. Yeah. You gave up on Warhammer 40k after the whole galaxy is now torn in half and the Emperor is coming back stuff. It's just a mess and not in a fun way. Warhammer Fantasy also went through similar changes. Yeah, so I am not a big 40k person. Not that, like, I think it's bad. I've never really gotten into it because most of my experience with Warhammer has been through Warhammer Total War, which obviously is fantasy. So that is what I know mostly for Warhammer stuff. And you're right that it has gone through, like, a lot of changes. But they are kind of bringing the original... Maybe I should sell that. You know what? I'm going to see how much this goes for in the auction house. It is a wand, after all. I know priests go crazy for that shit. But yeah, so... There's, like, Warhammer the Old World or something, so they're, like, kind of reviving it. I don't know all the details. I've looked into it a little bit. I might as well level my cooking up. Actually, wait. My cooking is maxed. Fuck it, yeah. Actually, don't care. I'm just gonna sell all my tangy clam meat, then. Because I actually can't level with it anymore. Can I cook with any of this stuff? Doesn't look like it. I'll just get rid of big bear meat. Where do I go to get the next rank of cooking? Hold on, let me search this. WoW Classic Master Cooking. Or it's Artisan Cooking, right? WoW Classic Artisan Cooking. Master is the TBC one. Artisan Cooking is a reward from Clamlet Surprise. This quest can be attained at level 35 with 225 cooking skill. Clamlet Surprise, that's a quest in... Yeah, Gadget Sand. Okay, so yeah, I won't be able to get that for a while then. What are people saying in guild chat? Mono priest guild? Yeah, there are a lot of priests in this guild, honestly. It's surprising. So I have a quest that directs me to Stormwinds. You get why they defend their IP. If you don't, you can lose your legal right to its exclusive use. Yeah, I could see that. You don't need to play it. Check the YouTube videos of people testing classes. I mean, I'm not really interested in watching videos of it. I'm sure, like, it's fun. I believe you. I'll take your word for it. It's just, yeah, it's not something I'm terribly interested in myself. Okay, so I have the quest sending me back to Stormwinds. There's a few higher level quests in Arathi, so I'll have to go back there at some point. For now, though, I think... Do I want to go do all this stuff? Let me see. There's... You know what? I'll do these quests in Northern Hillsrad, and then when I'm done with these, I'll switch zones. I'm not going to do any of the other ones. After that, I'll switch to, like... I'll do Northern Stranglethorn Vale after this. AI rating sounds horrific depending on the AI. Yeah. If it's bad AI, you know, it'll be on the quality of LFR players, though. I'm pretty sure there's some AI that could probably play better than, like, the average person in LFR. Also, I'll say it again since, you know, it's been about an hour since I started the stream. I'd just like to remind people, if you do want to join my guild, just let me know. We made a guild on Hardcore Classic. Not doing anything super fancy, but just shoot me a whisper, and I'll throw you an invite, since I know people asked about that. I talked about it yesterday, talked about it at the start of the stream. I probably won't bring it up again for the rest of the stream, but I do know a few people were asking about that, so I figured I'd mention it once again, just in case anybody's just joining in now and didn't hear that before. AI is all fun and games until AI learns from Angry Dwarf and starts challenging players to death for stealing ore. Yeah, that would be, honestly, that might be fun to see. Imagine if the AI started challenging itself to a duel to the death, and you had, like, AI Makara. That would actually be kind of fun to watch. Yeah, so this is the Alterac Valley Quartermaster, right? Oh, wait. It doesn't even have any items for sale. So Blizzard just straight up took everything off the PvP Quartermasters. I mean, it's not like you'd be able to earn it regardless, because you can't do Battlegrounds, but kind of interesting that they just didn't even want to risk somebody finding a way to buy the items, just straight up erased it from the game. Which, I'm going to be honest, I kind of don't like. I get why Battlegrounds are disabled, but I wish there was some way to get reputation with, like, Alterac Valley and stuff like that, or the Defilers, and what's the Alliance version of the Defilers called? I forget. I think it would be nice for that to be a thing, because, for instance, as a Druid, there are really, really good shoulders from the Exalted Arathi Basin faction. And not being able to get those kind of sucks. So, one thing that I think could be cool is if they made some way to, like, farm reputation with the PvP factions without actually having to PvP. So, imagine if there was, like, some turn-in for Runecloth or something. And if you donated, like, 5,000 Runecloth, you would get Exalted with Stormpike, whatever, and then you could get those rewards. At least then there would be some path to unlocking those items so they aren't permanently removed from the game. It's, I don't know, it's not super important. Is Scaleblue actually playing? Oh no, Scaleblue's not online right now. Hold on, let me check Discord real quick, just to make sure I'm not missing anything, because I got pings. Oh no, my mom messaged me on Discord, just saying, good luck. My mom said, good luck, exclamation mark, heart emoji, confetti emoji, confetti emoji. So, yeah. My dad messaged in chat saying, I assume, yeah, this was for when I was talking about, like, machine learning. And that's a good point. I remember you were taking, like, classes on that, so my dad probably knows a decent amount. He said, it's more like recording 1 million attempts, then you build a model that analyzes which ones were successful. AI is not that intelligent. It's about crunching a lot of samples. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm aware generally of how it works. When you were taking that course on machine learning, remember you were telling me about, like, the process that you were going through for your machine learning thing. So, I generally speaking understand it. I know that AI is not intelligent, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't know how you would implement that in-game. Obviously, the AI wouldn't learn on its own, but it would be something where it's, you know, if you do an attempt in Raid, what I would probably need to do is do some stuff on the back end, or whatever. And, like, if the AI, it might not even be machine learning, I would probably just have some, like, thing in the code where maybe, let's, like, here's how I would code it with my limited knowledge, right? Let's say you have a team of AI raiders, and they're fighting a dragon. And the dragon does a frontal breath, and it, like, continues breathing for 5 seconds. So a good player will immediately, the moment it gets hit by the breath, begin running out, and then take, like, only 1 second worth of damage from the breath. And then I could, like, basically code AI's, like, intelligence levels, effectively, like how smart or good of a player the AI is. And then if the AI is, like, a 5 out of 5, you know, in terms of a good player, the moment they start taking damage from something, they immediately go to the nearest area to move out of it. Which I'm sure I could find a way to code that. You would just, some sort of pathfinding thing where the AI keeps moving to the left until it is no longer taking damage from something. That seems like something I could reasonably code. And then if a player is bad, I can make it so I have a built-in delay where, you know, the player is taking damage from the dragon's breath. And the player sits in the breath for, like, 3 seconds or something. I could even make it a variable, right, to make it more realistic. So, if the player is, like, at an intelligence level of 1 out of 5, and they're, like, a really shit raider, then I code it so they stand inside the dragon breath from anywhere from like 3 to 5 seconds. And if they stand in there for the full 5 seconds, they just flat out die. And then, as, you know, the player dies more often, to that same mechanic, I could have like a variable that, you know, I increase the variable every time they die to it. So eventually they get up to like a 3 out of 5 on intelligence, maybe for that particular mechanic. And then over the course of multiple attempts in the future, they will be more consistent at getting out of the breath on time. And like, my idea for this game in my head was something where after every single pull, so you would attempt the dragon, you would die for whatever reason, and then you would have like, I guess it would be kind of like a roguelike, kind of is how I envisioned it, where you would have like a fixed amount of resources that you could spend on like raid leadership. So it's like, do you want to tell the mage to stop going, like, or to stop doing too much damage and pulling threat? Do you want to tell the tank to use his defensives at better times? Do you want to tell the healer to stop going too early and running out of, you know, mana that they need to use to heal the tank? And you can, like, use a certain amount of resources in between each pull, and, you know, basically the front end of it, the way the game would display it is, you know, you're just telling this person, hey, do this better, and on the back end of it, you'd basically be adding points to, like, a variable on that, like, AI player character's, like, stats, which makes them better at mana management or something. So they're less likely to just spam heals on a full health target or something like that. And the way it would work is you're slowly using your resources to improve various aspects of your raid until you basically manage to make them good enough to kill the boss. And then you get loot, and then the idea would be you would choose which characters to equip the loot onto and stuff like that. That is kind of like the gist of the game idea that I had in my head. So I more just threw machine learning out there as like, that was kind of what got me to think of this idea in the first place. But I think you could honestly make that type of game work without using machine learning at all. You just need to be a little bit creative about how you coded it. But that is like, you know, off the cuff how I would design that sort of game on a basic level. I'm pretty sure if I wanted to, I could probably throw together some really rough prototype in Unity, but of course I don't have the time to do that. But it could be fun. What server am I on? I am on Defias Pillager Alliance. My mom is adorable. Yes, I'm sure she would be happy to hear that. My mom, like, always uses a ton of emojis. Like, to give you an idea of what my mom is like half the time in conversations, back in high school, one morning before I went to school, my mom was, like, sitting on the couch laughing her ass off, and I was like, what are you doing? And it's like 6 in the morning, and she found a BuzzFeed article, right? And the BuzzFeed article was called 30-something Renaissance babies who can't even. And she was just sitting there looking at them, like it was just a bunch of paintings of, like, you know, Renaissance paintings with babies in it making weird faces. And the babies can't even. So then, like, I get on the school bus, and while I'm on the bus driving to school, my mom is texting me pictures from the BuzzFeed article of the Renaissance babies who can't even, and then, you know, following it up with, like, laughing, crying emojis of, like, oh my god, this picture is so funny. So, yeah, that's basically what my mom is like half the time. So, yeah. Oh, I finished my coffee already, damn. You might be reaching, but do you think that the last few expansions that, like, Dragonflight will be stretched out over 2 or 3 expansions? Are you talking about the story? Who cares? I don't know. The story, I don't give a shit what they do with it. At this point, they could condense the entire story into one patch, or they could stretch the entire story out across, like, 5 expansions, and it would not make a difference. It would still be fucking dog shit that I don't care about. I honestly haven't really followed the story of Dragonflight, like, at all. I tried to follow Shadowlands a little bit, and I was already kind of burnt on BFA. And honestly, I mean, the only reason I somewhat paid attention to the Shadowlands story is because it was so bad that I, like, paid attention to the cutscenes just to make fun of how incredibly stupid it was. But, like, the Dragonflight story, the little that I've paid attention to it so far, it is still bad, but it is bad in, like, a boring way. It's uninteresting, but it's not uninteresting like Shadowlands, where it's like, oh my god, how can somebody write something this terrible? It's just like, eh. Like, I don't really care enough. And I think that's even worse, because at least Shadowlands' story I can laugh at. This is just, like, whatever. You stop following the story after Sylvanas? Yeah. Like, I love the lore in World of Warcraft. I love the backstory. I've said before, I love the story of World of Warcraft when I was a kid. I used to spend days just reading WoW Wiki articles and eventually Wowpedia articles, like learning about like the different characters and stuff. I really, really enjoyed the backstory. And I still think that like classic World of Warcraft, one of the reasons why I think Classic Plus in theory could be cool, even though it probably will never happen, the thing that I think would be nice, you know, from my perspective, is it would be nice to basically just have a redo button from the story side of things, where we get to see basically an alternate take on the Deathwing fight, an alternate take on like how the Cataclysm story played out. So instead of Deathwing destroying the entire world, you know, we go into Deepholm and we fight Deathwing in Deepholm or something like that. I think could be pretty cool. That is like the only appeal of Classic Plus to me, because otherwise, right, it's just new content, which like I'd rather get in retail. And I do think that like new raiding and dungeon content, I would much rather that be in retail than in Classic, because while I do enjoy Classic, I enjoy like the gameplay of retail more. But I enjoy the general vibe and like atmosphere and world building of Classic World of Warcraft, because this was back when the story actually had some grounded elements to it and wasn't complete fucking trash. So yeah, I think that's like the main saving grace of it, so to speak. But retail World of Warcraft, I mean, they jumped the shark back in BFA. I think it's possible that if a better team of writers was handling World of Warcraft, you maybe could have salvaged the story after BFA somehow, because BFA, I don't think, irredeemably fucked up anything in the WoW lore. It was a bad story, and I don't really love what they did with Sylvanas in general. So that no matter how you slice it, they would have fucked up Sylvanas, which still sucks. But if they fucked up one character, I mean, they already bungled the entire Garrosh arc back in MoP, and Garrosh was still objectively... What is he saying? Really, LOL? No. You're skinning mobs, I am also skinning mobs, so fuck off. I'm not going to group with you. Fucking dumbass. Where's this foreboding letter? I'm guessing that's on that camp over there. Yeah, so, like, the rest of the story, you know, in BFA, it wasn't well told. It wasn't good. But at least I don't think any of BFA, like, irredeemably fucked up World of Warcraft fundamentally. Like, could they have done a lot more with Ashara? Yes, they absolutely could have done way more with Ashara. Could they have done more with N'Zoth? Definitely. They could have used N'Zoth for a lot of cooler stuff. They bungled it, they didn't, they kind of wasted a lot of potential in BFA, but the way that Ny'alotha ended, while disappointing, the way that Ashura's Eternal Palace ended, while disappointing, none of that fundamentally ruined the game for me, and I think if they hadn't done Shadowlands, you could have maybe just taken some of those elements and made a good story with it. The problem with Shadowlands, I've said this a million times, obviously this is like the 20 millionth rant I've gone on about Shadowlands, with good reason. It not only was a bad story, but it ruined so much about World of Warcraft's like world building fundamentally that there is just no recovery. The story is fundamentally broken now. You can't close Pandora's box. They have completely tarnished the entire history lore of World of Warcraft, and there is no undoing that, unfortunately. It sucks, but, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I don't really know how you go back. And also, I would say the worst thing... Yeah, this guy I'll group with, because this time we're just killing mobs. Okay. He's already in a group, I guess? Whatever. The even worse thing about Shadowlands is the fact that they kind of spit all over Warcraft 3 and just ruin that game's legacy by basically saying, yeah, you know, the Jailer was like the entire mastermind of the whole Arthas situation. Like, that whole story that everybody loves and considers to be one of the best stories told in Warcraft lore, yeah, it was all this, like, random original character. Like, fuck off. That is just the thing that really gets me. So there is no recovering from Shadowlands. It is irredeemably bad. There is no way they can salvage the story, and I've just completely lost interest. Not to mention, Dragonflight isn't good, right? Like, if Dragonflight was at least a somewhat interesting story, then maybe I would at least kind of pay attention to it, but I'm sorry, Dragonflight is not good in terms of its storytelling. It is the most basic garbage shit ever. The only thing that I can give it credit for is it doesn't, like, really step on existing lore like Shadowlands did, but it is just so fucking bland and basic. Like, I slightly paid attention while playing through it on the beta, and I just gave up, man. It's just so fucking stupid. They just don't know how to write a good story anymore. I've said before, Steve Denuser is a talentless hack. He needs to be fired, or at least, I don't know, moved to some position where he can no longer continue to ruin the game. At this point, it's almost too far gone. He's done so much damage to the story, but it is amazing that somebody with so little skill in writing is at the head of World of Warcraft's story. Like, so many other companies would have fired him by now. It's amazing that he still has a job. And I know some people get, like, you know, finicky about that. Like, oh, you shouldn't say that people would be fired. Why not? If somebody is objectively dog shit at their job, and everybody agrees, why shouldn't they lose their job? They're clearly not doing it well. So, yeah. Let me scroll up, though. I missed a few messages while going on that ramble. I'm just gonna pop into stealth and just see if I missed anything. AI in fiction, Skynet, AI in reality, and internet troll, yeah. Dragonflight is currently in its filler stage until the Void patch, so Dragonflight is likely to not be expanded. I don't really think we're going to get a Void patch. I think we're going to get, like, seeds. Like, obviously, Sarkareth was kind of the Void patch. This was the Void patch, right? Sarkareth got empowered by the Void and stuff like that. All they're doing is breadcrumbs for the next expansion, which will probably be the Void Lord expansion. We're going to get next expansion, or next patch, in case you haven't already seen, is going to be Emerald Dream based. The raid and zone are going to revolve around Amaldrassil, or whatever the fuck it is. See, I've been kind of following it, even though I hate the story. I know, generally speaking, what's going on. So, it's going to be set in the Emerald Dream. It's not going to be the final raid of Dragonflight, which, like, I have seen people fucking coked out of their minds saying that they think patch 8.2 is going to be the final patch of Dragonflight. Fucking what? No, it's not. Shadowlands only had 9.2 because Shadowlands was emergency cut short because it was a complete fucking flop. Every single expansion aside from Warlords of Draenor and Shadowlands had 4 major patches. We are going to get a patch after the Emerald Dream one. I don't know what it's going to cover. Probably something Titan related. They've been hinting, like, there's that whatever, like, tier item from Dawn of the Infinite where it, like, gives you a speed bonus in different Titan facilities. I'm 99% sure that is basically an Easter egg hinting at what the final patch will be. I'm pretty sure the final patch is going to be some sort of Titan facility, and we fight, like, Farak or whatever, and that's going to be the final raid of the expansion. Or probably not Farak. I think Farak, gets killed in the Emerald Dream patch, if I had to guess. And then maybe a Ridicron? I don't know. Or though, it's probably going to be Galakron, if we're being honest. I think the final raid is probably going to be some sort of Titan facility, and the story is going to revolve around a Ridicron is trying to resurrect Galakron, and then at the very end of the raid, a Ridicron, like, sacrifices his life to resurrect Galakron, with, like, some sort of titanic power, and, like, oh no, how are we going to stop him? And then Galakron's the final boss, or whatever. Like, that is my prediction for how the raid is going to go. I'd say it's a pretty safe bet, to be honest. Oh, fuck, my bags are full? Alright. 9. Figure out more space. Guess I don't really need the wool cloth. There we go. And then there's more Syndicate NPCs. I'm probably just gonna go somewhere else to farm these last 2 mobs, though. Let's see. AI is the 1,000 monkeys on a typewriter thing. For bad player AI, you need, the moment you take damage, run and aggro the entire dungeon code. That could be fun. Yeah, something like that. I could see that. You stop following the story after Sylvanas. I read that already, but yeah. Garrosh was the last WoW villain you bothered following story-wise. Yeah. You also thought Gul'dan was pretty cool? I mean, I thought Gul'dan was cool, but admittedly, the way in which they brought Gul'dan back, I think, was kind of lame. I didn't hate Legion as a story, but it wasn't very good. I enjoyed Legion as an expansion. I thought the story was at least serviceable, and that's honestly all World of Warcraft story needs to be. It has always only needed to be good enough to make me care about who I'm fighting in the raid, and that's it. Past that, I don't give a shit. And they just completely failed in Shadowlands to do that. That's kind of one of the reasons why I at least didn't hate BFA. Was it a lot of wasted potential? Sure. But they at least set up the, like, end bosses of each raid well enough that, you know, I was, like, fine with it. I was at least invested in every single patch within BFA, but Shadowlands I just could not give less of a shit about, like, honestly, even Sired and Athreus. Like, Sired and Athreus, it was a good boss fight. I liked Castle Nathria overall. It had some issues, but I think it was a fine raid. But while I enjoyed Sired and Athreus as a character, the setup for Castle Nathria was just so weak. They could have done a lot better with it. A lot of wasted potential there, as is usual with modern Blizzard storytelling, but, you know. Garrosh being possessed by the old gods is a bad take. In your view, he should have stayed a regular orc, more interesting. Yeah, I could go either way with it. I think I agree, I would have preferred that. I honestly don't hate how they handled Garrosh's character. I think they should have done a better build-up to it. If Garrosh's, like, corruption to the Void was more well-established before it actually happened, I think it was fine. Because I fundamentally like what they were going for. Which is why, you know, there was absolutely nothing redeemable in the story for Shadowlands, right? But if you look at what they were going for with Garrosh, it was very clear that their intention was to set up this kind of ironic arc where Garrosh is all about, like, purity. And, you know, his father was corrupted by the demons, and his whole character up until that point was like, I am not going to be corrupted by the demons. So I'm going to establish the true Horde and what the Horde was meant to be, which is, like, you know, racist and only orcs and stuff like that. And we're not going to, like, use any external power or fall to the demons. And if it was written well, somebody said, you're fucking garbage, Lamau. Okay, well, bye. Clicker. I'm literally not clicking, but okay. Either way, get banned, idiot. But, sure. That's weird. Yeah, there are some fucking weirdos who come out whenever I play Classic Hardcore. Oh, speaking of which, just minor detour. So, anyone who was around last weekend, when we had that, like, crazy weirdo in chat who made, like, 15 accounts to continue raging in chat, turns out he was actually the same troll as somebody who appeared in one of my streams a few months ago when I was playing Classic Hardcore PTR. And for anyone who was in that stream, it was this guy called Bus Driver who was saying that I wasn't playing real Classic because I was playing on a TBC patch, which wasn't even true, and of course everybody in chat memed him for it. But Naomi actually went back and found out that the guy who was trolling in my chat back in that stream months ago was the same guy who last weekend made 15 different accounts to, you know, rage in chat. Some people are just fucking demented, right? Imagine just going into a random streamer's chat and just, like, flaming for no fucking reason. Imagine having that much free time. Yeah, people are fucking weird. At least, though, the thing about that is now that we know it was the same person, it explains a lot about that entire situation. Because, I mean, it was kind of weird, right? That he had 15 accounts ready to go. And I was kind of wondering at the time, like, how does this guy have so many fucking accounts ready to troll with? But now that we know he got banned in my chat 2 months ago for being a troll, well, that explains everything. Because after he tried to troll in chat that one time, and everybody called him a moron, and I banned him, because he started saying some really offensive shit, of course. Classic those types of trolls, right? He spent an entire month preparing, like, 15 Google accounts so that eventually he could rejoin my stream and try to troll. And I'm guessing I must have, like, only timed him out and not permanently banned him, because that's how Naomi figured it out. One of the accounts that he used last weekend was the same as the one months ago. So I made sure to now always just actually ban the user instead of just timing them out. Because a lot of times, if somebody says something stupid, right? Like, I'm like, whatever, I don't care. I'll just time them out, like, let them think about what they said. But if somebody like, you know, Mr. I won't even read his name to give him the satisfaction, but some dude who just popped in here like 5 minutes ago just jumped in and said, "You're fucking garbage, you're a clicker." Well, at that point, they clearly aren't trying to, like, be an actual participating member of chat or anything like that. They're just here to flame, and they kind of know they're going to get banned already, so it's like, whatever. So I just straight up banned that guy. I'm not even giving him a chance. You're still amazed you've survived not being kicked yet? Why would you get kicked? What have you said? Sticky Sauce, you're like one of the most active members of chat. You haven't said anything bad. Anyways, I'll continue that conversation. I want to finish what I was reading before. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So the thing I was commenting on before I got sidetracked by that guy posting in chat. I like what they were going for with Garrosh, because think about it from, like, you know, the idea of the design of his story. They were very clearly going for, like, an ironic thing of, you know, he was very anti-fel corruption and very, like, purist in the Horde, and then he ended up, through some circumstances, succumbing to void corruption, and he basically fell prey to the exact thing that he swore against. Just, it was a different type of corruption than Grom Hellscream. And when you throw that on a writing board, right, like, in theory, that sounds really fucking cool. I think we can all agree that is a really cool concept. Any sort of thing like that where, you know, somebody basically becomes the exact thing that they swore to destroy. Whenever that story is told well, I think it's actually really, really cool. I love that as a concept. The only problem with Garrosh is they just didn't really flesh that out, and it ended up just being like this half-baked story where, you know, he just discovers the heart of Ysarge, and then just like, okay, yep, I'm going to use this to become a super voided out, like, orc or whatever. And yeah, that's the extent of his character development. So, I don't know. I didn't hate it. It wasn't as bad as the stuff in Shadowlands, but I also didn't really love it. I need 4 more Syndicate footpads. The respawn rates in these things are fucking terrible, though. I guess I might as well kill the mountain lions while I wait. Oh, wait, this guy made another account. He said, "So fucking trash, still clicking." Man, are your eyes broken? What am I clicking? Like, you can see my mouse cursor. I wonder if it's the same guy from last weekend, and he's just made additional accounts. Because we're already on account number 2, and I'll be honest, I've only ever had that one guy last weekend who made, like, 15 accounts to try and troll and chat. So far, Dolis has already established himself as the second person to make multiple accounts to try and troll and chat. So, it's probably the same guy, yeah. If he makes a third account, I'm just gonna start ignoring him and I'll just ban him the moment he says shit. Right? It's just some fucking loser hungry for attention. Anyways, what were we talking about? Heal myself up. Blizzard had a chance to do this alternate reality thing, and if the jailer had won and changed reality, I think that would have been weak, though. It would have been cool if, you know, we got, like, a time reset thing, but if the jailer was the one who gave us, like, a time reset, that would have been kind of lame. I don't know if I would have liked that. For all the villains to do it, you know, would have been fucking stupid. Gavin Draculia said, "Just yesterday, I found your speedrun with the Guardian Druid and got hooked. Keep up the great content. I'm glad to hear it. Glad you're enjoying the videos." Sylvanas and Illidan remain your favorite villains of all time? Yeah, definitely. Or, I don't know if you mean villains or characters, because you just said favorites of all time. Yeah. Either way, definitely good characters, for sure. He's clicking the bodies to loot them. What a clicker. JK, I'm not that guy. Please don't ban me. No problem. I kind of figured that was a joke, yeah. Yeah, man, I don't even have my loot interact button keybound. Aw, I'm not a real gamer. Honestly, though, like, that is a good troll, because, like, for a second, until, like, I read the end, I might have been wondering. I think it's so ridiculous that on one hand, it does seem like an obvious, like, you know, making fun of the troll type of thing. but it's also so stupid that it seems like the type of thing somebody like that might actually say, so that's a good comment. I may have actually taken the bait on that one. There we go. I was kind of worried about chasing after that mountain lion. I might have flown off the side there. Imagine playing the game with the mouse? Yeah. Like, if you don't have telekinetic powers where you can, like, send brain signals directly into the game and cause the game to, like, do all of your actions for you without even, like, moving your fingers, like, are you even gaming? Like, come on. Let me scroll up a little bit. Anything and everything is a bigger bad, and everything before Shadowlands was all a part of the Jailer's master plan. Yeah, that whole... Like, that's what I like about the upcoming Final Fantasy expansion, at least on paper. I don't know exactly how they're going to handle it. But the idea in concept that, like, hey, we're going back to a more grounded story where we're not fighting, like, reality-ending threats, I think is cool. Because the Final Fantasy writers clearly realized that with the end of Endwalker, I'm not going to spoil it, but... you know, Endwalker, you fight, like, crazy, big, bad enemies, right? And there's only so much that you can turn the dial on, like, enemy power until it becomes uninteresting. So the entire appeal of, you know, the upcoming Final Fantasy expansion Dawn Trail is that we are going back to a more grounded setting. We're going to, like, you know, this Mayan-themed city and just participating in, like, you know, the local culture and stuff. And I think that's cool. It's really nice that they're just kind of going for a more fun, like, explore the world type of expansion, and not continually raising the stakes. That's what World of Warcraft needed to realize a while ago. And that's, honestly, one of the things that I just think is so ridiculous about Dragonflight. It's like, we had a chance to have, like, you know, a fun expansion where we're exploring the Dragon Isles, and there's more, like, grounded threats. Like, imagine if there was just a raid about the Jarden. The Jarden are just some dumb fucking, you know... I don't know, Rykul guys who control magma, right? If we assaulted a Jarden Citadel, it wouldn't be a world-ending threat. But somehow it's like they have to have every single raid boss be like, oh no, he's going to end the world. We need to stop him. Like fucking Razagath is like, Razagath is going to free her MacGuffin brothers and sisters that have been imprisoned in this Titan's facility for millennia. We must stop her, champion. And then Razagath succeeds and it's like, oh no, the primal incarnates are loose and they're going to wreak havoc on the Dragon Isles. And it's like, oh, I don't want to hear about how your original character is this amazing, super powerful, evil villain that's going to destroy the fucking world. Who cares? And then fucking Sarkareth. You know, like, I don't hate the Sarkareth boss fight. I think the fight is fine itself. The fact that Sarkareth is, like, gonna absorb void powers and become super beefed up and, like, end existence and whatever. Like, get me the fuck out, man. Can't we fight, like, a dragon that's, like, power hungry and isn't trying to, like, literally destroy the world? I don't even know why they felt the need to include that. But there's, like, actual lines about, like, Sarkareth's trying to destroy the world, and, like, it's just fucking... We all know that he's just some dumb fuck red shirt dragon that they brought into the story literally, like, half a year ago. Who cares? We have no fucking investment into this guy. It's just so lame. And I guarantee you they're going to do the same thing again in the next patch, the Emerald Dream patch. It's going to be like, oh no, champions! A Ridicron is going for, like, a Lalaladrasil, and if a Lalaladrasil collapses, then it's going to shatter the Emerald Dream, and it'll cascade across Azeroth, and, you know, all of these world-ending calamities are going to happen, and we need to stop a Ridicron before it's too late. And then it's going to be like, you know, the final patch, like, oh no, champion, Galakrond is being resurrected. We have to stop him. And then we're going to stop Galakrond when he, like, pops out of his gigantic, like, egg or whatever and kill him before he does literally any damage whatsoever. And it's like, okay, well, that's fucking done. And yeah, that is exactly how it's going to go. Calling it now. And it's just the most boring, rehashed garbage every single fucking time. Like, you can only do that so many times before people just stop caring. And somehow Blizzard just hasn't realized that. And they just think they can just keep every single raid. There is a world-ending calamity-level mob, and it just... no, stop. Anyways. Only way back for Blizzard is doing what DC does and completely erasing the story and rebooting it. However, that doesn't even work in comics. I hate story reboots like that. I mean, I don't know. I think it can kind of work when it's earned, but I don't think Blizzard should even do that. I think it would maybe work in a classic format, like as an alternate universe type thing. That could be fine, but like I said, I just doubt it. Jailer being called a Titan plus threat says it all. A Titan stabbed an entire planet, Jailer got sad. Yeah. The fact that they even had the balls to say that was kind of funny. Dragonflight. Yeah, so Kashvi, I think there is an argument to be made that, yes, Blizzard is making some changes for the purpose of appearing woke, but oh, there's account number 3. Yeah, I'm not really going to comment on the idea of Blizzard making woke stuff. I think, while I understand why some people dislike the idea of like, oh, you know, this character is transgender now, I think it's also whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, obviously, yes. Is Blizzard posturing a little bit to, like, appeal to, you know, people who enjoy that? Sure, but at the same time, like, is there anything really wrong with trying to, like, you know, add in more representation for people to feel connected? I think it's fine in a vacuum, and, like, Chromie being transgender, it's not like it was shoved down people's throats, right? It wasn't like, hey, look at Chromie, she's transgender now. Like, they announced that Chromie was transgender in a, I forget what it was, like a web thing. It wasn't even in the game, I think, and it was just one of those things where Chromie has always been transgender, and it's like she chose her dragon form to reflect, you know, how she actually felt. And honestly, I don't really think there's anything wrong with that. I think, honestly, some of the stuff that they did with Overwatch is maybe a little bit worse, where in Overwatch, like, literally half the roster is just, like, every few months when Blizzard wants to look better, they're like, by the way, this character in Overwatch, actually gay. And it's like, okay, thanks for that, Blizzard. That literally contributes nothing. I think bringing it up once is fine. D1 said, Chromie being trans has 0 impact. That's the only real problem with it. Nothing wrong with adding it, but it's also nothing burger. I think that's a fair point. Like I said, I think there is... to be clear, I don't really want to talk about this because I know it is a sensitive, politicized subject, right? I think if you can make a complaint about it, I think it would be that. It's the whole idea of Blizzard is just posturing, right? It's like they aren't really trying to give representation, they are just throwing in shallow references. The thing that I don't mind the whole Chromie thing is because I actually kind of like, in concept, the idea of, you know, this dragon was allowed to choose their, you know, visage form, and despite being a male dragon, they chose that they felt a female gnome visage form represented them better. Honestly, in concept, I actually think that's kind of a nice thing. So that's why I don't really have a huge issue with them doing it. It's worse when they say something like, you know, oh, this character is gay, and it literally never comes up in game, and it literally never really has any impact on the story. Well, it is true that, like, you know, they haven't really brought up the fact that Chromie is trans in the game, and it hasn't had an impact. Like, Chromie being trans shouldn't have an impact on the story, but the bigger problem I have, like when I said the Overwatch thing, a lot of the characters in Overwatch that Blizzard announced they're gay now, that had literally no impact whatsoever on the characters or the story. It was like, oh, by the way, Soldier 76 is gay. And I guess they kind of, like, mentioned in passing in the past that, like, he maybe had a relationship with Reaper. I don't know. I'm not big on the Overwatch lore. But really, it, like, had no impact on his character or anything. I think, from a world-building perspective, that's why I said I like the idea that kind of, like, you know, dragons get to choose the form that fits them best. It's a nice little bit of world-building and character development. And while it may not actually come up with the story, I actually, like I said, I don't hate it. I think that's fine. So I can completely understand the frustration with, like, you know, companies doing woke gestures just for the sake of it. And obviously, Blizzard is notorious for doing that, yes. But I also think it's perfectly fine for people to have representation, and I think of all of the cases of Blizzard posturing and adding in representation for the sake of it, that is one of the most innocent examples they've done that I actually don't think is too bad. Anyways. Hello, ABCDEF. Long time no see, how am I doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I need to clear space for this. Don't really need Wild Steel Loom. I missed Naomi's message when she joined the stream, but hello, Naomi. I have seen that you've been responding after that. I just scrolled past your initial message. Hello, Oxara Luna. Your dad works at New Brighton Starbucks, said, this dude ramblin'. Yes. Welcome to my stream. Expect to see a lot of that. That is what I do 90% of the time. So, yeah, that is like the vast majority of my streams. I'm just gonna toss the melon juice. I have more than enough water for other stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna quickly throw myself into stealth and catch up in chat really quick. Just speedrun this, because now chat is starting to speed up a lot, and I don't want to fall too far behind, especially in Classic Hardcore. It can be hard to read everything. They said they wanted to shoot out faster expansions. I mean, yeah, they probably are. Their patch cadence has been pretty consistent lately. Knowing Blizzard, they'll probably try to revive Deathwing. God, I hope not. BFA Witch Arc was a good story. Yeah, the individual, like, zone stories were fine. It was the endgame patch content in BFA that was rushed. Like, Ashara and N'Zoth, specifically, is what I had an issue with. Dragonflight somehow does a worse job of making you care about the people you're fighting. Yep. What were some things I liked about Shadowlands or Dragonflight's story? Absolutely nothing. There was no redeeming qualities about the Shadowlands story. Literally not one. Absolutely nothing in Shadowlands was redeemable whatsoever. I can identify individual plot threads that I think had potential, but were bungled horribly. Like I mentioned before, I think the Ardenweald story could have been interesting, but the way they told it was fucking awful. Especially the fact that, like, they killed Ursoc off in an non-in-game cinematic, and then that his death was a major impact in the story, but anybody who didn't watch that, like, thing on YouTube completely missed that context. Absolutely just nonsensical writing. Nothing in Shadowlands whatsoever was redeemable at all. It was a terrible expansion through and through. Dragonflight, I think there are maybe one or two minor plot threads that are somewhat interesting. I think the Centaur are pretty cool. I think the Yaskara Tuskar are pretty cool. And I don't hate some of the individual characters, but I think the general story beats in Dragonflight are uninteresting. They're just not very fun. I have a lot of stuff to catch up on. You do wish you had more Cataclysm quest lines. Good Honor Boy Garrosh before you got Old Garrosh? Yeah, unfortunately. Made 15 accounts just to troll. I wonder if he's the Angry Dwarf player. Yeah, Naomi, it was actually the same account. It definitely was the same guy. Yeah. Joke's on him, he clicked the video. Yeah, that's the best part about people who troll in chat, right? Like, especially, not only are they clicking the video, it's like the people who click the video and dislike it, and are like, haha, I've stuck it to him, I've disliked his video, and it's like, yeah, but, like, that counts as engagement for me, so that actually helps me out. So that's always a good one, the classic, I'm gonna dislike the video to stick it to the streamer, and it's like, but you're actually doing me a favor because you gave me a like, or you gave me a view, and interaction? Yeah, exactly, thanks to the engagement, Rip Bozo. And especially if they're commenting in chat, like, not only are they clicking on the video, giving me, like, a watch, probably disliking it, so helping me with engagement in that way, but they are also boosting chat interaction and giving me more stuff to talk about. So it's just like, they are literally helping me. That's the best part. I got, like, I was starting to get bored that stream last weekend. You know, I was just kind of questing through Darkshore, nothing much was going on, and then that guy popped into chat and started trolling, and the stuff he said was so stupid that it gave me like an entire hour's worth of stuff to talk about. It was amazing. I was like about to get like burnt out and maybe stop the stream, and then he just basically revived my energy because I got to dunk on him for an entire hour. He did me a favor, genuinely. And that's the best part about it. Best not to talk about trolls. They thrive on attention. Yeah, true. Garrosh is a tragic irony. Is a good plot on paper. Just need more substance. Exactly. Some streamers think you're a troll because you joke in chat. I mean, comedy is subjective. Yeah, but I don't think any of your jokes have been offensive. Like, I have no issue if somebody makes a joke and it doesn't land, right? If you make a stupid joke, it doesn't land, who cares, right? A lot of people do that, and I'm not going to, like, ban them for that. The only time I ban somebody is when they say something explicitly hateful, like, you're trash, go fuck yourself, that type of thing. Obviously, I'm going to ban somebody for that. Or when somebody says something blatantly offensive. A lot of times, it's the mix. Like, whenever somebody says, like, racist or misogynistic comments, it's usually one of those people that's, like, flaming in chat, and they're, like, you know, just mad about shit like that, so... you know, a lot of times it goes hand in hand. Let's see. There are the old gods, the more you listen, the worse you get. Yeah, like a slow burn corruption arc could have worked really well for Garrosh. If he gets off and looking like an idiot in front of everybody, then who cares? It's kind of funny. Exactly. You hate the jailer because he ruined the Lich King, definitely. You hate when new villains have to prove they're cool by dumping on old villains. Yeah, completely agree. Hoping Sylvanas is done in the Maw soon. I miss her. Hope she comes back ASAP. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they've kind of permanently ruined Sylvanas' character, to be honest. Why aren't you using a joystick instead of a mouse, you casual clicker? Yeah, your HUD doesn't take up half the screen, not a real gamer. Yep. We are but a humble godslayer here to look for El Dorado. Exactly. That's the best part about that story. Sylvanas needs to stay away. They ruined her. She's best left out. Yeah, it's a shame because obviously Sylvanas has a lot of like good lore built up over time. But you are correct that I think they've just gone too far with their character. You can't really salvage that at this point. They made a Gnoll dungeon and it had Gnolls be the world danger threat. Gnolls. Yeah, exactly. And of course they had to make it garbage like Brackenhide. Fucking hell. They need to add a Murloc as the final raid boss. At least it would make it a world-ending threat. It would be interesting to see how a Murloc does it. Yeah. It could be like Asmerloth as part of the final raid. That would be neat. I could see something like that. Trying to see where I left off. The fact we fight villains to the death, supposedly smart villains, is really annoying. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, WoW is pretty one note on that. It's one of those things where that's just kind of how this stuff is designed, though. Right? Obviously, it's... You know, the entire design of World of Warcraft is just like, there's a big evil villain, you have to kill them. It's, you know, just kind of how it goes. What level is Gravis Slipknot? Can I actually fight him, realistically speaking? He's level 36. Oh wow, he looks way different in Classic. Huh. Yeah, so if I manage to find him, I probably could. Give us a mini-raid where we literally go kill some completely delusional gnoll that thinks they're going to end the world and they're gathering power and stealing souls from a local village. Yeah, that could be a cool little idea. I could see that. Is using Rake a DPS increase while leveling? Yes. Yeah, so you just look at the numbers, right? Rake a target for 28 damage and additional 57 damage over 9 seconds. Claw does 39 damage. So using Rake, obviously you're not going to spam Rake, right? You apply Rake, you get the bleed, and over the course of the 9 seconds, it does more damage than Claw does. So it even costs less energy. So definitely Rake is worth using while leveling, for sure. Jailer's an edgy emo kid with a BDSM kink. Sargeras almost destroys the planet with one stab, yeah. Would a more grounded expansion be better? I would think so, yes. I believe it would be. In fairness, dragons have always been able to take whatever gender or form they want, so who cares? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where we've kind of always known it was a thing. but the whole chromey thing just kind of grounds it a bit more and ties it to a character. That's why I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. And I don't understand why a lot of people are really super offended. I could understand the whole, like, who cares, but yeah. The problem is, and that's why the only reason I want to touch upon that is because I completely understand people being upset with Blizzard doing, and other companies as well, doing fake posturing, and it's like, you know, oh, they're just adding trans characters for the sake of it. But I think we do need to sometimes take a step back and look at it and say, are we really, are we really just going to hate this storyline and this character just because, you know, they're trans? Like, at a certain point, I get that, you know, people are coming at it with, like, you know, oh, the company is just, you know, doing it, you know, fake posturing. But there's a certain element of, like, if we get mad every single time a character is, like, displayed as trans or gay or whatever, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't know what I was in combat with. And then, like, we're basically never going to get any trans characters, because then at that point, companies are going to start being afraid to add representation into their games because people are just going to get mad at them for, like, you're just posturing. So, yes, people have done it wrong a lot of times. Absolutely, I do want to acknowledge that. But I think it is perfectly fine, you know, if a character, if Blizzard's like, yeah, this character's trans, it makes sense in the lore, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, it's not conflicting with existing lore just for the sake of making a character trans. Does it negatively affect the character's story in any way? No. Makes sense? Okay, cool. I have no issue with it. And I think it's important to recognize that and say when, like, yeah, this is fine. Another, like, a great example of, especially in an MMO, of a gay character or gay couple portrayed really well is in Guild Wars 2. I forget the name of one of the characters, Marjorie, and I forget the other character's name. But they're a lesbian couple that's, like, perfectly normal, right? They're not, like, portrayed in a weird way of, like, look at us, you know, we're gay. It's just normal characters that are integral to the story, that are, like, likable, relatable characters. And I think Guild Wars 2 does a fantastic job of just making a character that it's like, yeah, this character's gay, so what? And I think more stories need to do that. Because, like, the entire idea, right, that somebody else said of, like, yeah, but it doesn't affect the plot at all. Once again, why should it? Why should it matter to the plot that X character is gay? You know, obviously, yeah, don't shove it down everybody's throats and make it very clear that they're just posturing, but it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't be relevant to the plot that so-and-so character is gay or transgender or whatever. Because it should just be recognized as a normal thing.
It is too far away.
Oh, wow, you're starting to get really creative, Mr. Dollies. Oh, that was a really good one. You got me there. Let's see. I'm checking around just to see if Gravis Slipknot is up. It doesn't look like he is. Oh, but there is a chest in here. I don't want to pull any of the stealth mobs because I have no idea where they are. I'm just going to go inside the house. Okay, that is spooky. Why the fuck can it do that? What the hell? Why is the mob allowed to just run away and try to aggro additional shit? It's kind of troll. Okay, 1 second. I do want to focus for now so I don't die to something stupid. Ooh, okay, I definitely want the mana potions. I definitely want that. Really have room. I'm not gonna really use that for anything, and just toss the lion meat. What the hell is this comment? I don't even know what, hold on, I need to read this to understand what it's saying. Why I seen he is videos if I already not on subscribe of this geek propaganda voice shit? I don't know, because YouTube doesn't only show you videos that you're subscribed to. There you go, I banned you, so you don't need to watch me anymore. You're the one who chose to click on the video that YouTube recommended to you. Like, if you don't want to watch it, don't click on it? Yeah. Like, why did YouTube show me a a stream that I'm not subscribed to. It's like, because that's just how YouTube works. It always shows you things that you're not subscribed to. That's the point. That's how you discover new stuff. That's literally how the algorithm works. Just don't click it if you're not interested. I get recommended like 1,050,000 viewer videos every single day. YouTube just throws it out there. And, you know, maybe one day I'll click on one of them because I find it interesting. A lot of times, I will get recommended some random-ass 50 viewer video that, like, I have zero interest in. And then, novel concept, I don't click on it because I'm not interested in it. This dude yells at the TV when a commercial plays that he doesn't want to see, yeah. See, at least that guy was creative in his trolling. The other guy's just boring. Like, the other guy's just like, ha, you're a loser, now let me create my 20th account. This guy, at least, you know, he typed up a paragraph, he even used caps lock and stuff, you know? Like, he did some creative writing with his troll comment. The other dude is just like, I mean, he's a tired hack. There's good trolling, and then there's bad trolling. Like, especially when you start creating your 6th account, and you just repeat the exact same message in chat again, it's like, come on, you can do better than that. Like, you know, have some creativity, make something more interesting, right? You know, I want to at least read an interesting message when I'm banning your 20th account from chat. If you must troll, at least devote yourself fully to it. Exactly. You know, just... That other dude in chat, he has no passion for the craft. He's just, like, trolling in a soulless manner. It's just, at that point, what's the idea, right? Who cares? Yes, yeah, the 30 rank 1 titles and 20 cutting edge guy is back. He's on his 6th account today, I think. I'm no longer, like, actually acknowledging it when he posts messages, but he's taken a little while. Like, nowadays, there's, like, a 5-minute gap in between when he posts another message. So I think this time he didn't come prepared. Last time, he was like, bam, 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 rapid fire. Like, 30 seconds after I would ban his first account, he'd come back on his second. Today, it's like, you know, there's some slow turnover in between each one. So I think that he didn't actually prepare his accounts this time, and he's actually making them in real time before you, like, post another troll comment. So, we'll see. Let me scroll up and read the other messages. On. Let's see. You loved how they showed the whole thing about Chromie. Riot could learn something from it? Yeah. If they made Thrall gay, then you could complain. Something like that. It's like Doctor Who and Time Lords, aliens, dragons, etc. can change genders anyway, so changing them isn't a problem. Yeah. It is a very touchy subject, though, so I completely understand. It's one of the reasons why I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, shit. That would have been awkward if I just bumped into that mob without paying attention. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna kind of steer clear of that. Man, that would have been a really fucking awkward way to die, huh? As a girl into other girls, you hate a lot of how media portrays gay trans people a lot. You weren't even aware Chromie was trans, and you're completely fine with that. What you dislike is when a TV show or movie has a story that becomes all about that. Like, oh, this entire movie's story is that these two are gay. Yeah, completely. What are my thoughts on Cataclassic? I hope it exists, and I'm very excited for it potentially existing. I don't understand why so many people are anti-Cataclassic. We're all here for the rambling? Yeah, exactly. You're so bummed your account was falsely banned, so you sent in an appeal, and it's taken 3 weeks so far? That fucking sucks. Yeah, Blizzard customer support is terrible, unfortunately. The last thing I read was Tyranda's Night Warrior arc. I'm trying to remember what the last thing I read was, because I do need to keep scrolling back down to the bottom to read. Okay, let me find... Where was Tyrande? Yeah. CCS said, Tyranda's Night Warrior arc was so cool, but so pointless. Cut it out and there's no difference to the story. Exactly. Yeah, still have no idea what they were going for with that. It's one of those things where it seems neat in theory, but like you said, it literally added nothing at all. Stick it to the streamer, chat, like, dislike, and actively interact. Exactly. Hello, Heck. Good to see you. You can't wait for Dungeon Finder in the PTR. You're leveling Rogue at level 61, and finding dungeon groups is very annoying. Yeah, it's going to be very, very, very nice, for sure. You would love telepathic gaming tech. It would be great for your carpal tunnel. I mean, yeah, that would be amazing. I'd fucking love that. You know, full Sword Art Online mode? Sign me the fuck up. But unfortunately, I don't think we're getting that anytime soon. That is, like, very far into the future. Hello, Joe Duck. Good afternoon. You decided to level a Druid, just died in a cave at level 10. Druid is your least favorite so far. So, yeah. Caves, of course, very spooky. Druid is... At this level, I fucking love Druid. When you get to, like, level 20, and then especially when you get to level 30, Druid feels amazing. I have been thoroughly enjoying it recently. At low levels, Druid is a massive chore. It's one of the reasons why I started off my leveling very, very slow, and I've been kind of, like, picking up speed as I get to higher levels, because when I was leveling, especially, like, off-stream, I had basically zero motivation to play my Druid after streams in, like, the first few days of Classic Hardcore, just because it was so boring. Like, 90% of it, how do I phrase this? It's just you Wrath, you Moonfire, and then you whack something with a staff. And then even when you get Bear form, it's just you Wrath, you Moonfire, and then you whack something in Bear form. And then every once in a while, you hit Maul. And that's it. There is literally no interesting, you know, rotation or gameplay. It's not until level 20 when you get Cat form and, like, things actually start getting spicy. And the best part about Druid in Classic is Druid consistently gets better and better and better and better as you level up. Like I said, you get to level 10, you get Bear form. Okay, that's still kind of boring, but it's at least an improvement, right? But then you get to level 20, you get Hat form. Okay, now we're cooking with gas, right? You get to level 30, you get Travel form. You basically get your mount 10 levels earlier than everybody else. Travel form is so fucking nice. It makes travel around the world so much easier. I've been spending so much time just running around unlocking flight points, going to different areas, because I can. Because it's fast, I just have travel form. It's awesome. And then it doesn't stop there, because when you hit level 40, not only do you get your mount, just like everybody else, but you also, provided you, planned ahead, which is what I'm doing, I plan on getting that at level 40, you get power shifting. So you get Wolf's Head Helm the moment you hit 40, and you can get your entire power shifting rotation online by that point. So you can see here, I went all the way down to Primal Fury, because Primal Fury is basically required if you're going to tank dungeons. This gives you pretty much your entire rage generation engine, so I can, like, reliably spam swipe and hold threat in dungeons and, like, larger mob pulls. The other talents down here are good. Obviously, Predatory Strikes, that gives you more damage and threat. Savage Fury gives you more damage and threat. Heart of the Wild gives you additional stats, stamina, etc. That's just good. And then Leader of the Pack is your party buff. These are good, but none of this stuff is required. These are just, like, passive modifiers that, like, you'll get some benefit from it, but you're not really going to feel these talents too much. So the moment you hit Primal Fury, this you feel. When you get Primal Fury, it's a noticeable difference. You go from being completely rage-starved as a bear to suddenly you have near infinite rage on AoE pulls, and you're just mashing swipe non-stop, and just nothing can touch you. It's amazing. So this is a must if you plan on doing dungeons. Honestly, if you don't plan on tanking dungeons, you don't even really need Primal Fury, but obviously I've tanked a bunch of dungeons, so that was important for me to pick up. And then I went over into the balance tree. I took Nature's Grasp just because I needed something. I technically would get a very minor bonus out of Improved Wrath, but 99% of the time, the only case in which you're using Wrath is, like, once at the start of a pull. So this doesn't really help you that much. You're not actually gaining any significant damage from it. It's super minor. I haven't really used Nature's Grasp, but, like, let's say I overpull, and I'm in, like, a really bad situation, and I need to, like, escape. Nature's Grasp is kind of like an oh shit button, so at least I have it in case I need it. But primarily, you're mostly taking this to go further into the tree so that you can get a natural shapeshifter, 3 points into that. So this means that when I shift into forms, I save a bit more of my mana, and that is important for two key reasons. One, it helps just generally while leveling. Like, I'm actually getting a benefit out of this. Let me shift into travel form. I also... I'm going to go back around past where the dragon was, just because I don't want to go anywhere near Terran Mill. I feel like that's very spooky. So I'm just going to go the long way. So, shapeshifting into forms like this right now, it's actually quite helpful, because now I won't need to constantly drink after doing a bunch of shapeshifting and, you know, go through a shit ton of water. It's a lot easier to, like, chain pull and stuff, which, with natural shapeshifter. So that's just good. You still get a benefit from it right now. But the main reason to go for natural shapeshifter is because what I'm going to put my next 5 points into. So I have 5 more points until I hit level 40, and at level 40, I get Wolf's Head Helm. So those final 5 points will go into Fur, and Fur gives you a 20% chance to gain 10 rage when you shapeshift into bear form, or 40 energy when you shapeshift into cat form. And with all 5 points, this becomes a 100% chance, so every single time you shapeshift, you instantly gain a chunk of rage or energy. And that unlocks the rotation known as power shifting, where I am effectively shifting in and out of cat form aggressively to refill my energy and get a free claw. So basically, I spend all my energy in cat. I also want to be safe, because I have no idea where the dragon is, and I do not want to get jumped by this. So let me be very careful. I think we're safe. I don't know where it patrols. Actually, it has a very long patrol range, so it looks like it probably went up this way, so I guess I'll still need to watch out for it. But yeah, so basically the power shifting rotation, you spend all of the energy that you have, then you exit cat form, re-enter cat form, immediately get 40 energy, and then you get enough to do a claw. And by the time that you've, like, actually done your claw and, like, done auto attacks, you'll have enough to get, like, a second claw, usually. So effectively, it's like rake, claw, and then, you know, you run out of energy, then you reshift. Rake, claw, reshift. So that rotation feels awesome. It does require Wolf's Head Helm, or actually, it doesn't require Wolf's Head Helm. Wolf's Head Helm gives you additional energy or rage whenever you shift, so it basically complements the playstyle with Fur. But that makes it, like, really, really, really powerful. Also, let me type in general chat. Rare Elite Red Dragon patrolling around level 44. Very spooky. Watch out. Just because I don't want anybody to have that dragon sneak up on them like it almost snuck up on me. So I'll just give them a little warning over there. But yeah, so power shifting, once you get 5 points into Fur, is a really, really fun rotation. And that's basically what I'm building towards. So I've already got natural shapeshifter. I have 5 more points until I get Wolf's Head Helm, and then I'll get Fur online, and that's going to be really, really, really fun. Alright, I need to fight a few more ogres. I don't know where this dragon's gonna go. I'm gonna try to mostly pay attention, because I want that to sneak up on me. Anyways, let me scroll back up and read all the messages I missed. At least Blizzard didn't have us kill Sargeras. Yeah, I do think it would have been a bit unrealistic for that to happen. I think it is kind of funny, though, that Blizzard even tried to claim that the Jailer was like a Titan++ threat, when it's like, we didn't even kill Sargeras, like you said. So it's like, what's the point of trying to act like, oh yeah, the Jailer is so strong, when it's like, he literally is a stupid-ass robot that just dies, and we can't even kill Sargeras because he's too powerful. It's just really silly. Alright, and then I can use Ferocious Bite. So this is basically the entire cat rotation. You don't want to use any of the other abilities. So technically speaking, you can use stuff like Shred or Ravage or whatever, but they just really aren't very good for the amount of conditions required to make them work. So I personally don't even recommend picking up Shred or any of the other, like, you have to be behind your target stuff. At least while leveling, right? Because while leveling, if you're solo, 99% of the time, you're going to be facing your target. You're not going to be behind them, meaning you won't be able to activate Shred or anything like that. So you're just going to be spamming Claw. So you apply Rake, you spam Claw. When you have enough combo points, you Ferocious Bite as a finisher. And because it takes you so long to build up enough combo points to actually get the stuff online, Rip also isn't worth taking, Because by the time you've gotten 4 combo points, you're going to kill the target before Rip actually is able to do all of its damage. So Ferocious Bite is a good finisher. Rip is not. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to say about Feral Druid at the moment while leveling. Pretty sure you want to be facing your target even when you're behind them. Yeah, you know, misspoke. You know what I meant, though. What was I saying? How is the best streamer on YouTube doing today? Thank you, Tyrion. I am doing well. I hope you're having a good day, too. And I appreciate the compliments. But yeah, no, today's a good day so far. Just, you know, chilling, playing Classic WoW. Nothing crazy. They should have said the true story of Chromie a long time ago during Classic. Maybe too taboo back then, and they didn't want to be looked at in a negative light. I mean, I will say, I don't actually think they had all of that planned out. I am 99% sure that when Blizzard initially wrote Chromie back in Classic, I don't think they actually intended for her to be trans, right? That's why I think some people are upset about it, because it is taking an existing character. So, like, I can understand that aspect of it, but the thing, like I said, you know, I think we've kind of beaten the subject to death by this point. But the reason why I don't dislike it is because, sure, it is technically recontextualizing an existing character, but it doesn't really change anything. Like, Chromie is still Chromie. It makes sense with her character. It's totally fine. So, like, when you hear that Chromie is trans, you're like, oh, okay, you know, that makes sense, right? It doesn't actually take away anything from her as a character. So that is, like, I'm fine with it. But I do think it is pretty safe to say that that was absolutely not their intention when they wrote the character back in 2004, when she was just a quest giver for the Battle of Darrowshire or whatever. But I think it's still fine. You're saying back when the game came out, there's no way to go back in time unless you're Chromie. True. You join the stream and the first thing you hear is discussion about gay and trans characters in game. Yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to get when you join the stream, Infinite. Good to see you, though, Infinite. Which one is that? There was an abandoned concept where Garrosh gathered various displaced... Yeah, the Mongrel Horde. Mountain Lions... Syndicate. Doing a quest to kill ogres. No. I'm down to do that, though, when I get closer to that level. Might be spooky for me at the moment. I can try. What level is Devi? Devi's 36. Man, that's ballsy of her. Going for a level 40 quest at 36? I mean, hey. Would definitely need 5 at our level. Sure, I can try. Oh. Where is that quest? Because I don't have it. What was I? It was the last thing I read. Hello, Giovanni Morais. That's how you found the World Cup of Jenga. Ah. What will I do if I die? Will I restart again or do something different? Where is Devi? Oh, Devi's already in the Alterac Mountains. I'll just invite her. Oh, she's right over there. Oh, also... Careful. The Red Dragon Elite Rare is up. Giant patrol range around the zone. Almost walked into it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I'll do if I die. Honestly, I don't really want to think about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. My intent is to just not die at all. So, you know, that's the hope. But we'll see. Yeah, not really going to think about that right now. Many trolls have at least 100 alts, so they can return a lot. However, he seems to have lost his deck, yeah. Yeah, this guy is definitely off his rocker a little bit. Speaking of which, let me, yeah. He's taking a little bit to respawn in chat. He's still going, by the way. I don't know if I pointed that out. But he's on, I don't know, like account number 9 or something so far. I just haven't been drawing attention to it. I just ban him the moment he posts. And once again, it's not even creative. It's like the exact same shit, just over and over and over and over and over. Like one line, boring, unimaginative, trolling shit. Once again, if you're gonna troll, at least put some effort into it. You gotta have at least 40 accounts ready on incognito mode with pre-typed messages, yeah. Harldan is very behind in chat, and he's ping-ponging between topics. That is correct. I'm trying my best to get caught up, but chat today is actually moving quite fast. I'm almost caught up. Fuck, my bags are so full. Just gonna toss lion meat. I do want silk cloth, though. I need 2 empty bags after this. His raid limit is up. You need to wait a day to fight him again. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm at the part where I almost walked into the dragon. Infinix saying attack the dragon. You not fight dragon, not real gamer. Yeah, I know. I'm such a casual. So if I turn it in, get those. I have. Where's the syndicate one? Completed. All right. This is the my life before and after I heard that information, and it's the same picture. Don't fully understand that message. Sorry, Tape Kid. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna go into bear form for this. Man, come on. I need to hit something. You don't know why somebody would be mad for that? A lot of people get pissed off about stupid things. Doesn't always make sense. Telepathy tech is fun until you realize trolls would be in your head 24/7. Yeah, that might be, not super great. I mean, to be fair, though, trolls already kind of live rent-free in my head half the time. I probably shouldn't let them, but it is what it is. At least, I get to make fun of them, though, so, it, you know, it balances out. It's pretty fun. You loved leveling your first Druid in vanilla. You felt so OP. You used to solo the Ungoro Elite Stone Guardians just for the fun of it. Plus, they had some reagent you needed. You can't remember the name of it. Ah. This is a larger chain. You get the encrypted letter. Yeah. It's up. Haven't turned it in. Oh, I have to go to Ironforge? Ah. Like, Body 1 and Body 2 are still male and female? Yeah. After I... Oh, perfect. And Debbie and I are on the same wavelength there. Perfect. Okay. I can't talk today, man. My brain is fried. It's just an NPC in a video game. No reason to get mad about it, I think. Yeah. I'm in agreement with you 100%. All those images you were forced to see on Twitter where Chromie had something extra... Jesus Christ. Yeah. Quick, everybody talk faster. Hey, I will never complain about people talking faster. Giving me more stuff to respond to is always appreciated. And it's just fun to talk to people in chat, right? That's the main reason I like this. There we go. On Alliance, what level do you normally do lock mode on? It's hard to say. It kind of depends. So, wait, are we talking tier nth retail or classic? Because very big difference there. Like, what level do I do lock mode on, like on the retail questline stuff, or retail? Oh, okay. Usually at least level 40. It kind of depends on my dungeon RNG. So I always wait until at least level 40 to do lock mode on, unless there's like extenuating circumstances or something. Just because lock mode on is much faster if you have flying than if you don't. But a lot of times I'll actually wait until like level 50 or 51 to do it, just because at level 40, I'm usually already like midway through WoD. So I tend to try and finish that off really quick, and then once I'm done with the quests in WoD, then I go ahead and switch over to lock mode on, and I tend to finish off the leveling experience over there. Okay, let's grab... you were about to pug Zaskarn on Heroic for La Bamba. Watch me lose it to a 15k DPS rogue or something. Yeah, that's how it usually goes, unfortunately. Blizz needs to make a villain that is like a troll who does it just for attention, forget, world-ending plot, etc. Bad guy who just wants to be bad. I feel like we've seen a few of those in stories before. Maybe not in World of Warcraft, per se. But yeah. Leveling speed in 10.1.7... I mean, I don't know, what... Can you elaborate on that question, Koshvi? Like, what is the leveling speed? Like, how will 10.1.7 affect it or something? Just, like, make your question a bit more specific, and I can try to answer. All the pictures you were forced to see? Who is forcing you to look at Twitter? Are you locked up somewhere? Should we send help? Yeah. Ow. Somebody didn't loot those mobs, so I can't skin it. Wait, why the fuck is a level 21 fighting mobs here? This might be, like, a little bit too high level for you. I mean... more power to him, I suppose. I want to be careful in coming in here, because I don't know if the assassin event is active. So, if it is, I don't want to die. So I'll keep my eyes out. I'm seeing a lot of guards all over the place. I think maybe the assassin event is active. Yeah, look, there's tons of guards everywhere. It has to be. It might have just ended, but it could be ongoing, so...
What can I do for you?
I'm going to be a little bit careful here, because I don't want to get jumped. Although I do kind of want to find one of the assassins, so...
You need something?
As long as I don't get jumped by two of them at once, then I should be fine. It didn't even drop? Ah, that's unfortunate.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Where's the turnip? Also, what the hell? Why are there Narilla straws spawn points inside South Shore? I guess somebody kited it there, and Rare Scanner now has that registered as a location.
What can I do for you?
Is Gooch online? Gooch is not online. Lots of guards, never a good sign. Yeah. I mean, I need to get the quest at some point.
What can I do for you?
Oh, shit. You know... Yeah. This is better than my toughened leather gloves, honestly.
Have a good one.
Is full.
Fuck, my bags are full. I need to mail stuff off before I do anything else. What quest is that? Oh, that's Assassin's Contract, so that's what I'm looking for. Also just gonna set looting to free-for-all. Send mail to my Paladin. Let's mail over any leather or cloth-related stuff. Anything else? No, I think that's it. That's it. Then send mail to my Warlock. Any herbs. Also send over mana potions, why not? King's Blood, and I think that's it. And then I'm going to send my Paladin over stuff like Lustrous Pearls and Moonstone and whatever. So there's like 1 or 2 recipes that actually use that. Mostly I just want to get it out of my bags for now. And then my Dwarf gets the Coarse Stone. Okay. Now I can go back in and hand over this tasty lion steak. I will get back to reading chat once I'm safely out of South Shore.
See you around.
I just want to play it safe since the assassins are clearly nearby somewhere. And I don't want to get jumped by them. Okay, let me equip this, and... where are my heavy armor kits? So I can apply a heavy armor kit to that. There we go. And then vendor...
Hey there.
That's...
See you later.
I'll hand in those quests. And I think Debbie said the next quest in my chain is an Iron Forge. Yeah. Letter to Stormpike. What is it? Foreboding Plans. Well, I guess I have to turn it in here, and then it'll probably direct me to the next area.
Light bless you.
Okay, I have Noble Deaths. Yeah, okay, so this is the one. That's what Debbie was saying. I picked up Noble Deaths, but Questy hasn't registered it for whatever reason. I don't know why. You just died at level 15 as a paladin? Ah. I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. I'm guessing all of the assassins are gone, though, because I don't see any of them. So,
Light be with you.
just gonna fly down to Ironforge. Not too long of a flight, thankfully. And also, while I'm in Ironforge, I'm gonna throw these 2 items up at the auction house before I forget. That's actually pretty good. I just got pinged on Discord, so hold on. Oh, I just saw Squirrel said in Discord why he died, because he was underleveled and he got crushing blowed. Ah, yeah. Yeah, so something that a lot of people don't realize is, I think it's called crushing blows, I forget what it is, but it's like, if you are, basically, if a mob is higher level than you and you don't have, like, high enough defense, which, you know, if you are a low level, or you haven't leveled your defense up or whatever, that can happen a lot. You get, like, crushing blows or whatever, which the mob does, like, really high damage to you. It's effectively like a mega crit, and you can take a lot of damage. So somebody in my Discord was saying that they were, like, at 30% health or something, and then suddenly they were just dead. And I think that's what happened. And they said they were underleveled, so that explains it. Tyrionth became a member. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I've been surprised at how many people have become members lately. I really appreciate it. And admittedly, I haven't done a ton with it for a while because I had it set up months ago and then, like, you know, I didn't have any members early on. But now that a lot of people have actually been, you know, getting the membership thing, something I will probably work on soon-ish is emotes. So I know a lot of people wanted that. That is something I can do completely for free. I need to, like, submit it to YouTube, right? I'll probably do some basic stuff. I'm not going to do, like, a lot of people basically pay an artist and commission fancy emotes and whatever. I'm probably just going to get pictures of my dog in various funny positions and Photoshop them, like, so it's, like, you know, cropped out the background, and, you know, I'll just have emotes of my dog and cats making funny faces, and that is what I will do. But I can do that, I haven't set it up yet, because there was no reason to yet, but I will get that set up at some point. Yet, no problem at all if you can't become a member, right? Like, obviously, I don't like... I appreciate it, of course, it means a lot, but I absolutely don't mind at all if people aren't able to afford it. I completely understand. You've wanted to join for a while now to thank you for the hours of content you create. I'm glad you find it helpful. You've been very active in the streams, so I'm glad you've been enjoying them, and once again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. What was I saying before? I guess I missed some messages in chat, so I'll scroll up a little bit. Harldan wakes up at 3 a.m. to the words echoing in his mind, clicker, not real gamer, yeah. Apparently I've been clicking claw this whole time, who knew? You have 2 healers in your guild who raid and admit to clicking their spells. Yeah, I mean... Look, it's like, if you're just playing the game for fun, there's nothing wrong with clicking. The problem with clicking is, like, if you are seriously trying to do, like, mythic raiding and stuff like that, it is very much expected that by that point, you know, you understand that using keybinds and whatnot is actually important. So, yeah, like, I used to click when I was a kid. Like, when I was 5, 10 years old and I first got into World of Warcraft, I clicked half my shit. I even said before, I clicked pretty much up until I was 14 years old. Like, during Warlords of Draenor, when I was, like, 14, 15 or so, that's when I really started to try and learn how to, like, use keybinds properly. And ever since then, like, ever since I actually got into the habit of using keybinds, I can never go back to it. And I do think that if you actually take the time to learn how to use keybinds and stuff like that, it is so much easier. Clicking is one of those things where a lot of people do it because they're just used to it, right? That's just what they've always known. But trust me when I say it is just so much better. Decrypted letter. Where is further mysteries? Oh, I have it complete. Okay, so then I just go back to South Shore. Cool. I wasn't sure if I accidentally abandoned it. I do need to, before I leave, visit the auction house and knock that out real quick. But yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with clicking if you're just, like, playing casually and stuff like that. But yeah, it is inefficient. I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to be that guy that walks into the lava in like Getro. Wait a second. Hold up. Did Getro die? Oh no, he still has his hunter. Another hunter, Getro? Oh, Devi got a trinket? That's actually nice. For a second, I thought Getro died again and was recreating his character. I think he's just leveling a second hunter just so he has insurance in case his first one dies. Which, you know, fair enough. Okay, Scorching Wands. Whoo! Alright, yeah, that's a lot. I'll sell this for like 85 silver. I think is a fair price. And there's none of these on the auction house. Oh, man. I mean, this thing is insane, so I can definitely sell this for a good amount. What would this, like, compare to? It's around the same as Holy Shroud, honestly. This is level 32. So at that level, it has better stats than Silk Wizard's Hat, which is selling for like 1 gold and stuff. Actually, Silk Wizard's Hat has more intellect, so... you know, I think... Yeah, I'll just sell this for 1 gold flat. There we go. Okay, now back to South Shore. Faster to go through this tunnel. Let's see, what else did I miss? In the level 10 to 20 phase with Bear Form, do you press Moonfire or Wrath in your rotation? Yeah, I mean, you press... Technically, you don't need to use Wrath. Wrath is a little bit much a lot of times, but, like, the way that I tank dungeons is I open up by Moonfiring every single mob. Moonfire does a fuckload of damage. This is super good, right? This is 190 mana, instantly does 83 to 100 damage, which is pretty good, and then applies a dot for 164 damage over 12 seconds. And it's instant cast, right? Meanwhile, Wrath does 107 to 122. So Wrath, not quite as good. Moonfire is ridiculous. This does so much fucking damage, especially because you can very easily, at the start of a pull, just tab Moonfire a bunch of mobs. Play it like Retail Bear, honestly. Start off in human form, Moonfire, 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 like 3 different mobs. Then once they all have Moonfire active, shift into bear form, press Enrage, and you start generating rage that way. Then the moment you can, use Demoralizing Roar, because Demoralizing Roar obviously reduces the damage enemies deal to you, but also, in case you aren't aware, applying debuffs to enemies in Classic generates threat on them. So you're generating snap threat by debuffing the enemies and keeping yourself alive and making them do less damage, so obviously that's good. And then you basically just spam Swipe. On a boss, you obviously spam Maul, so Swipe is good on... Swipe is always good on 3 targets. On 2 targets, you want to sometimes use Swipe and make sure that you're at least holding threat on both mobs. It's technically more damage, though on 2 targets, Maul tends to be better just because it, a lot of times there's like 1 mob that you want to hold threat on, so you can just Maul a single target, and then if you lose threat in the second one, you just quickly taunt that and then put some threat into it. Play it by ear, basically. Single target, you always Maul. And then a lot of times you'll have Rage to do both. Many times you can just Maul and Swipe on cooldown, but that's only if you're taking a lot of damage and you have basically infinite rage gen. But definitely do not sleep on Moonfire. So I've seen some Druid guides saying you don't need to buy new ranks of Moonfire. Bullshit. Definitely. Oh, wow. It already sold. All right. Maybe I should have sold it for more. I won't complain about 1 gold, though. It's pretty good. Yeah, so definitely keep leveling up your Moonfire, because in a lot of dungeon pulls that I've done, Moonfire is actually my top damage. Above Swipe, above Maul, above auto attacks. Because if I'm Moonfiring 4 targets before starting the pull, that just does a ridiculous amount of damage over the course of 12 seconds. Right? It's like close to 1,000 damage just from all those Moonfires. It's really, 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 really good. So, definitely worth doing. The only time you would want to use Wrath is... You can pre-cast Wrath before doing a pull. Sometimes they'll do that. So, a lot of times, if I'm about to pull a boss,
just to get a bit of additional threat on them, I will precast Wrath, and then the moment the Wrath fires off while it's in flight, I Moonfire the boss, and then there's usually adds around it, so I tab Moonfire, and then shift into bear form. And you don't want to use Wrath past that. You only do a single cast just because precasting it, you aren't losing anything, right? Not only are you able to do that before the fight even starts, so it's just free damage, but also Wrath doesn't immediately put the target in combat because it takes time to travel there. So pretty much by the time that your GCD is up and you're casting Moonfire, your Wrath is connecting with the target, so it's just completely free. Yeah, I play Vengeance Demon Hunter in retail. I play all tanks to a certain extent. I haven't really played Druid a lot, but obviously I haven't played Druid a lot in raids. Anyone who's watched my speedruns knows I play Druid a ton, like, outside of raid, in terms of, like, leveling runs and stuff like that, so I know a decent amount about Guardian Druid. I have mained it in the past, just not for a while. It's been a hot minute since I've played it for raids. Mostly what I main for raids is Demon Hunter and Brewmaster Monk. I've also dabbled in Protection Warrior a few times. Sometimes Blood Death Knight. Usually if I'm playing Blood Death Knight, though, it's because it's required for, like, a particular fight or something like that. I don't really enjoy it. The only tank that I haven't really played in raids is Protection Paladin, and, like, I technically did raid Protection Paladin in one tier, and that was Battle of Dazar Lore, but I was raiding in 2 guilds at once. So, in Battle of Dazar Lore, I was raiding in an Alliance guild on a Protection Paladin, and I was also raiding on my Demon Hunter at the same time, so, yeah. You got the emoji bug? Should not have entered the comment with a laughing emoji? Yeah. It's unfortunate that bug is still there. Okay. So, I thought I picked that quest up. I must have accidentally abandoned it or something when clearing out the other quests. Whoops.
Light be with you.
There we go. That is, yeah. Now I have it. Testing to check what causes the bug. Yeah, we haven't managed to consistently find out what causes the bug, unfortunately. I'm not entirely sure. I have the quest Noble Deaths, right? I'm gonna reload. I really hope Quest E fixes itself. It's annoying when it shows me a quest that I already have. I'm just reading something on Discord real quick. Right. Let me see. What did I miss?
I can't pass that yet. It's still recharging.
Clickers can actually be great players. Funnily, clickers are probably better players than the clicker guys. It depends. Yeah, I think the absolute hatred towards anybody who, like, clicks buttons is a little bit weird. Like, I get it. I used to do it back when I was a kid. That being said, if I genuinely was clicking my buttons, you know, as a streamer who, you know, I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this game, I would absolutely expect people to criticize me for that. So, I don't know. But if somebody's just playing the game for fun and they're not, like, streaming it and trying to actually, like, you know, be serious about the game, I could completely understand that. There's nothing wrong with it. You know, play the way you want at the end of the day. Tyranth said, I finished leveling all 26 of my Horde characters, and now you're working on Alliance for the first time ever in the 19 years of playing WoW. Following my guide is great. I'm glad you're finding it helpful. Massa Hardcore said, was in a group with the Mage who abandoned you in the Western Mineshaft in Westfall, and you died to getting trapped by a Defias Crapper. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's a hard way to go. So Kashvi said, they've added an experience buff for time walking. What's going on with XP? So, yes and no. They added an experience potion. It's not actually a buff for time walking. So, the potion scales with time walking, but it applies to everything, so it's a bit tricky. Honestly, I can't really answer that question, Koshvi, until I test it myself, which I can't right now in the PTR. So I'm honestly not entirely sure how that's going to play out. Something shadow. Okay, so we have the same quest then. Ooh, Winter's Bite. Don't mind if I do. I have... Oh. Here, I should be able to share this with Debbie. Hold on, let me look up Preserving Knowledge. Quest Classic WoW. Starts off an old history book. Oh. Huh. Random drop in Duskwood apparently started that quest. Interesting, I did not realize. Well, that's pretty cool. That's unfortunate, though, because I guess that's a quest that Debbie doesn't have. What was I saying? Yeah, so, oh, as for the time-walking dungeons, my theory at the moment... Yeah, let me... Did it pass by here? It would be cool to form, like, a little raid to take down the dragon, but dragons are scary, man. I don't know if I want to fuck around with that. Greater healing potion. Yeah, I'll have to test time walking a bit further, TLDR. You're still in medical, so you can't spare much, sorry. I'm one of the few that you consider saving up for. Yeah, absolutely no pressure whatsoever to donate or anything like that. Like, it's appreciated, but I do not, like... I don't know. I don't, like, want to treat people differently whether they, like, donate or not. You know, it's one of those things where I need to have it set up, of course, right? And it does help, but it's absolutely not, like, something that I expect people to do, or, like, I'm upset if somebody doesn't donate. No, that... I don't want that expectation to be, like, you know, set up there. I appreciate viewers the exact same amount, whether they donate or not. I'm glad people enjoy watching the stream. It's a super casual thing. Click, I don't care. You'd like to help those people have more fun and use keybinds and stuff, but if they don't care, then neither do you. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, a nice Ferocious Bite crit there. If people are clicking your raid team or something, you're gonna get them to stop. Talking to officers to get them replaced, yeah. Oh, fuck. I didn't LOS fast enough. Criticizing people doesn't mean you can just call them losers. Yeah, exactly. Like... The thing is, there is absolutely such a thing as constructive criticism. Unfortunately, a lot of people will, like, actually just be insulting and claim that it is constructive criticism when they're really just being assholes, so it definitely does depend. Oh, shit.
What was the other message? Don't even play WoW yet, but you enjoy watching my videos. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, WoW's a very fun game. There's obviously very different versions of it, right? Like, right now I'm playing Classic Hardcore, but a lot of my videos are about retail WoW. Either way, I'm glad you enjoy watching it, and I would highly encourage you to try at least one version of WoW at some point, because it is very fun. Maybe not Classic Hardcore. I think if you are brand new to World of Warcraft, this is probably the worst version of WoW to try, because it is a little bit brutal if you're not familiar with it. Come on, can I hit my Ferocious Bite, please? There we go. Some people can be great while clicking, but they're usually playing at a lower level than they could be if they didn't click. Yeah, exactly. If it's due to a disability, definitely, that's understandable, but it is one of those things where a lot of people like to cope and be like, ah, I play perfectly fine, when it's like, no, you will just always be better. Also, this guy's name is Glizzy Hunter, which is nice. Somebody in my guild showed me the clip of the, what was it, like the entering Glizzy Overdrive thing, which I didn't know existed, but they sent that to me the other day, and that is, interesting, to say the least. Where are the spawn points for Gravis Slipknot? I wonder if he... I'm sure Gravis Slipknot can probably spawn inside here, right? Yeah, that was an interesting clip for sure. Is this game fun after 60? I mean, it depends on your priorities. Personally, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun after hitting level 60. I don't know if I'll actually do raids, but I'll make my own challenges, and I definitely want to try doing hardcore dungeons at 60. I think that'll be enjoyable. But yeah, it kind of just depends on what you're interested in. Why don't I use UI interface add-ons? Because I don't want to. That's really all there is to it. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna let Devi take care of these mobs, because she can just kite them. But I'm gonna at least... Oh shit, Devi got polymorphed. Oh, nice ice block. It's not like retail with dailies, no. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are some dailies in Classic, but the end game for Classic WoW is very, very, very different compared to retail WoW. Especially hardcore, where, you know, technically speaking, there's all the same things in hardcore as there is in regular Classic, but the way that you would approach it is very different. But yeah, Alvaro and Henrique, UI add-ons are always a matter of personal preference. I have never needed a UI add-on or felt like I needed a UI add-on. I've always just been completely fine with the default UI. So, you know, I don't use one. I'm pretty sure there's a stealth mob that's going to be joining this poll. Yeah, apparently not. Also, one of the main reasons that I have consistently still used... Or I guess, yeah, Devi usually just passes on chests. One of the main reasons why it is convenient for me to use the default UI, and why I've just continued to use it and never bothered switching, is I do a lot of PTR testing, and beta testing and stuff like that. And you have to remember that when you are testing things on, like, you know, a server like that, most of the time your add-ons will not work properly. So if I was, like, overly reliant on add-ons like that to do testing stuff, it would be really difficult for me to do it properly. So I've honestly never felt like I needed an add-on like that anyways, but I've tried it out a few times, and it's like sometimes I can kind of understand maybe why people would use it, but it would be really detrimental for me, because then every single time I go to test something on the PTR, I would just have to readjust to having, like, the default UI anyways, so it would be completely pointless.
Oh my god. Can I just land one ferocious bite, please? That is a really long polymorph, too. God damn. Also, I will read other messages in chat eventually. Where's Devi going? Just trying to focus up for this. Trying to be careful. This is within the dragon's patrol range, so... You just finished your Dreamweave set for your lock. What level is that? Dreamweave. Dreamweave Classic. It's a level 45 set. According to Wowhead, at least. Very nice, Shellstorm. What level are you up to now? Goldthorn over there. You're 49. God damn. Yeah, you're making solid progress there. Though I think you said you already did this with the add-on, right? So I'd imagine you're pretty familiar with it. Okay, let me scroll up and read the messages I missed. Clicking if you're doing Mythic Plus, however, is asking for trouble, yeah. It is fundamentally faster to click a keybound button and have it instantly go off, than to move your mouse button into each individual spell and click it. Yeah, exactly. You're not sure about what would be considered horrible at the game since your friend gets all the medium level stuff like AOTC, Keystone Master, and 1.8k rating each season while still only using 10 buttons. Yeah, to each their own. I mean, that's not bad, but honestly, I would not consider that to be, like, good, particularly. Like, if that's your friend's, you know, level of, you know, achievement and he's happy with that, more power to him. But I think a lot of people will get, like, 2k rating in Mythic Plus, and then they get, like, an ego over it, and it's just like, I don't know about that one. You're not judging, it's a good habit to get into keybinding than it is to click. Yeah, exactly. Completely agree. And mages do so much damage, holy shit. Frostbolt is ridiculous. Use an MMO mouse and keybind your basic rotation on the side buttons, and it makes the game so much easier. Yeah. I've always thought about trying an MMO mouse. I had one as a kid, but the main issue with my MMO mouse is I only had it at my dad's house. So, basically, my parents were divorced when I was like 3 years old, right? So, I grew up like having to go between two different houses, my mom's house and my dad's house. And as a result, I had a completely different computer at each parent's house until much later on. When I was like in high school, I eventually just got a laptop and I would start bringing that to and from. I still play on a laptop, right? Just because it's convenient for me. But especially when I was a kid and it was more affordable for me to just get one portable computer that I could bring between, you know, my parents' houses and stuff, rather than having like one big fancy computer. That always made it easier. But like I had an MMO mouse at my dad's house, and because I couldn't use it whenever I was like staying at my mom, which was like every week, like half the days. Oh wow, that's a level 40 mob. Okay, that's spooky. But yeah, because I could only use it like 50% of the time, I just never really got into the habit of using it. You know, I'm surprised Devi wants to do this quest, like, but, I mean, she's a mage, so we should be fine, but, like, I'm not going to be able to hit any of this stuff. I can't do shit. I don't know if this is a good idea. My taunt is resisting. All of my abilities are missing. I don't know if this is a good idea. I can't do anything. I don't know about this one. What laptop do I have? You have a Lenovo Legion and you're not impressed. I think that actually might be exactly the same one I have. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm pretty sure it's a Lenovo. Yeah, I'm probably going to get a new computer at some point soon-ish. I'm also not terribly impressed with this one. I've only had it for like a year or two. I think it's been about 2 years at this point. And it's already running into like multiple issues. It hasn't been super great. It's like okay, but
I'm out of range, not enough energy. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Don't have enough energy on the target.
I think if I was level 36 like Devi, this would be maybe not terrible, because at least I'd be able to hit everything, but the fact that some of these mobs are red is like... Oh shit. Yeah, like, at the 38 and 39 ones I can reasonably hit. And everything past that is like... eh. Why do I choose to stream on YouTube? Because I make a lot of videos. So, I already make a lot of videos here, so it makes sense to stream on YouTube as well. I've always streamed on YouTube. I have no interest in streaming on Twitch. I gotta refresh my flasks. That'll help a little bit. You just returned from your food break. What did you miss? Not much. Yeah, I appreciate the heads up, Zach. That's, it's good to know. I'm gonna be completely honest, I am not really on board with this. Devi has, like, a fucking massive pair trying this quest at this level. And, look, she's a mage, she knows what she's doing, so, like, hey, I'm pretty sure she could solo this quest. I'm just along for the ride. But I am very nervous right now. This is my map. I'm in this section.
It is too far away. I don't have enough energy.
Did I give Debbie thorns? Oh shit, I need to...
Still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, good mage can solo classic. Yeah, Debbie is a mage and she knows what she's doing, so like... I'm pretty sure she's fine, but... And yeah, so other messages in chat, just give me a second. I really want to focus. So I'm just not going to read chat for a second. I will respond to every message eventually, but it'll take me a second. One resisted Frostbolt and it's over? Yeah, you're not wrong. Look, at least I'm here to... Like, I have Challenging Roar and, you know, regular Taunt if needed. So, I can, like, give Devi some time to... kite the mobs again. So I think the two of us, we could probably do this. But it is... spooky. He's not going to read chat. Viewer, he hates us. I can at least see some messages in chat, but... yeah, I do want to focus up for this. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably not going to hit 36 in time to fight this mob. But if Devi's close, then... At least I think if she gets to 37, then everything will be yellow for her, so it hopefully won't have a super high chance of resisting, but it's not impossible. And especially because most of my taunts will probably resist. I won't be able to help out quite as much. I don't know.
It is too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
I'm gonna grab this King's Blood real quick. What's that herb? Khadgar's Whisker. Oh.
It is too far away. I can't cast that.
That's a resist. I kind of want to, at this point, we might as well get the chest back there at the other camp. It doesn't really matter too much, but if we're gonna farm experience...
I'm out of range. I don't have
Is taunting part of the rotation in Classic? No.
enough energy.
Taunting in Classic is even less impactful than in Retail. Like, you obviously need to use it in case you need to, like, snap threat on a mob. The only thing that taunting does in Classic is it sets you at the top of the threat table. So, whatever the highest amount of threat somebody currently has is, you get exactly that much threat. It doesn't force the target to attack you, it doesn't give you a threat modifier like taunts in Retail. All it does is set you at the top, makes the mob attack you until somebody else does more threat. So, there is a reason why you'll hear the classic phrase of, let the warrior build stacks of Sunder, because you can't just have the warrior taunt off or whatever whenever somebody rips threat. You need to have a threat lead, that way people are able to do damage and not immediately rip threat off you. So, threat in Classic is basically a mini game of generating as much as possible, because the more threat that you're generating, the more DPS your damage dealers are allowed to do. Because if you're absolutely dogshit at generating threat, and somebody rips threat off a mob, they are going to die. The boss will spin around, it'll whack them, and they will fall over dead. So you can't just rely on taunts. Taunts are like an emergency if the boss spins around, of course, snap taunt it. And in this case, you know, Devi is a mage. I have no tanking gear, realistically. There is absolutely no chance that I'm going to be able to hold threat off Devi when she's soloing the mob in there. But what I could do is, while the mob is running towards her, I can taunt it, distract it for a few seconds, and have it attack me, and it won't be chasing her. And that'll give her a few seconds to, like, get a frostbolt off on it and slow it a bit more. So, in dungeons, though, it's very important that people slow damage at the start and let the tank build threat before they go, like, full blast, because it's a little bit tricky. And one of the reasons why Warrior is really good as a tank is because it has stuff like Sunder and whatnot. It also does a lot of damage. So, not only does it have a lot of tools to generate a lot of threat, but it does, generally speaking, more damage than Druid, so it can generate more threat that way. That is, unless you are, like, running an ideal Feral Druid build, and you have, like, manual crowd pummelers and stuff to get, like, increased attack speed, and you're, like, slamming back-to-back Mauls, because Maul has a very high threat modifier. So, like, Druid tanking absolutely can work. It is just much sketchier. The only boss that I have heard Druid tanking is a little bit iffy on is specifically Four Horsemen, because Four Horsemen is a boss where you actively need to taunt swap. It's not just, like, generate a lot of threat. And Four Horsemen, Druids can tank it, but if they get 2 taunt resists in a row, things are, like, very, very, very scary. And it could, like, spiral out of control. So, it may not happen often, but they at least have a much higher chance of having that happen compared to warrior tanks, because apparently, I forget what it is, but warrior tanks have like a set bonus that increases the hit chance of their taunts, so they are much more reliable for that. But for general tanking, like, I would say the vast majority of bosses in Classic WoW do not have, like, forced taunt swaps, and instead you just generate a shit ton of threat, and, you know, if you do need to taunt swap at some point, it's not, like, super tight, and it's just whenever you get a chance you can do it. Do I like Foe? You're feeling a little sick, and you got some foe, and it's so good for making you feel better when you have nasal congestion. I have no idea what foe is. If that's like a product to help with nasal congestion, I don't really think we have that in wherever I am. At least it's not like a common thing to the point where I recognize it by name. It's Vietnam soup. Most old bosses are basically tank and spank. Kind of. There are, like, additional mechanics. It's mostly just taunt swapping is generally not a part of the, like, encounter. There are some where that is the case. But a lot of bosses have mechanics for, like, damage dealers and healers to do, whereas tanks just take auto attacks. That is the case for most encounters. There are exceptions, though. It's soup, you uncultured swine? I don't fucking know! How would I fucking... You generally have a lot of faith, even in hardcore. You've had shaman tanks for things like early Scarlet Monastery, but you run into any people that are toxic... I have not run into a single toxic person about bear tanking. Partially because every time I've done a dungeon, I've fucking kicked ass, right? So, nobody has complained at all. But honestly, I think most people know bear tanks are actually pretty good. Because, like... yeah, I've done a decent amount of dungeons so far, Shalestorm, and every single one has gone well. I have yet to have somebody die in my watch, and nobody has complained about bear tanking as of yet. Oh shit. Devi's going in. I got my food buff. Oh, what the fuck? That mob just transformed into a big skeleton? I did not know it could do that. Most people know that nothing matters at all below 60. Run 5 druids, who cares? Yeah. Well, I will say for hardcore, it's a little bit different because you do need to, like, consider whether it's going to be really safe. So I'm going to be completely honest. I probably would not trust the shaman tank at a low-level dungeon in hardcore because the shaman tank does not have a taunt. So I wouldn't even trust the paladin tank in hardcore. Now, if you're doing a regular dungeon and it's whatever, sure. The problem with anything that is not a warrior or a druid is if somebody rips threat, like, let's say Verdun the Everliving, if somebody rips threat off Verdun and you do not have a taunt, well, Shalestorm, you were the one who posted that clip of somebody getting slapped by Verdun and dying, right? So, yeah. You really, 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 really need to have a taunt for hardcore. Just because, you know, if shit hits the fan and you are not able to taunt off, that's bad. And only druids and warriors can taunt in Classic. But druids have all of the same tools for tanking that warriors have. The only thing druids don't have is we don't have Sunder Armor, which is, I guess, the only major tank utility thing that we lack. And in terms of, like, rating, in endgame rating for, like, we're talking Nox Ramus and stuff, druids have less scalability than warriors. Warriors get infinitely better with gear than druids do. And also, at lower levels, druids actually get a lot of really good abilities early on. So in, like, Deadmines, Wailing Caverns, it could actually be argued that druid is a better tank than warrior. But when you get to Nox Ramus and druid gets much more value out of their gear, or warrior gets much more value out of their gear, they get, like, really good tank-focused set bonuses where pretty much every single druid set bonus, like, we can take a look at Atlas Loot, right? Let's look at Nox Ramus. Where is it? This is the druid set. Rejuvenation, Healing Touch, Regrowth, Healing Touch. So all of my, like, actual good set bonuses as a druid are all healing focused. It's all based on our druid. And back in Classic, you didn't have a set bonus for every single spec. You only had one class set. So all of the warrior class sets revolve around tanking stuff. But all of the druid set bonuses revolve around healing, meaning as a guardian druid, or a feral druid tank, you are completely reliant on non-tier items and, like, random bits and pieces of stuff that you collect from various raid bosses to complete your tanking set. Whereas warriors can just slap on Nox Ramus 8-piece and they're good to go. So there is definitely a big gap between Druid and Warrior tanks in the end game, but while leveling, Druid tanks are actually very, very, very fucking good. And Devi's health is getting a little bit spooky here. I'm actually just going to shift up. Oh, never mind. She just used a healing potion. Alright, well, I was about to heal Devi, but she's fine. Just... Alright. Grab this real quick. Yeah, well... Nothing too special. Wow, people are rude. If you've never had pho, you should try it sometime in your life. It's super tasty. You can get different meats in it and different levels of spice. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'm not opposed to trying it. I just never heard of it. And honestly, Tyrion, I don't think people were actually, like, being rude. Like, Zach is just... Zach will always shit-talk me. That's just how Zach is. So, he's not actually being rude. It's just, you know, Zach being Zach. Right? But all that to say, yeah, Paladins and, or, Warriors and Druids are the two actual tanks in Classic. The other classes, like, you can do it as a meme, but it really doesn't work. It doesn't actually work, at least. But yeah, Druids are perfectly fine tanks. For pretty much all content, just Warriors will be better. You're doing a Pally Trinket 49 right now, but it's going to be more like 44 to 46. Yeah. Let me read some messages that I missed. I feel like the idea of war tanks only was actually just super min-maxing Stigma from 2019 re-release. Yeah. I mean, though, that said, like, you know, for 4 Horsemen, I do think warrior tanks only is a legitimate thing to say. For everything else, yeah, I agree. It's troll to say warrior tanks are the only ones that can do it. You had no idea there were only 2 taunts in Classic? Yeah, that's something a lot of people don't realize. And I would say taunts are kind of a mandatory part of tanking in general. Like, you cannot be a tank without a taunt. That is just a fundamental element of a tank where it's like, you know, Paladins can maybe scrape by doing janky shit, like generating threat and then, like, fucking around and... oh, that is... yeah, that's really fucking spooky. At least Joey Fatman here can do damage to the mob. There, it didn't resist. Could people twink in Classic Hardcore? I mean, you sure could. It'll be difficult because you have to farm the dungeon only once per day, but you could manage it if you really wanted to. Oh, Devi's going in. Okay. Alright. Well, that wasn't too bad, but we also had the rogue to help us, so I think it might have been sketchier without him here. And then there's this worn wooden chest thing. Nice. I kind of want to check the upper floor for chests. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Whoops. I didn't see the Syndicate Assassin sitting right there. I just literally walked on top of it. That was stupid. Holy shit! The rogue got it. Alright, fair. You know, I already have a decent helmet. That is a really good drop, though. God damn. I'm, like, only mildly salty that I didn't win it, but... fucking hell. Anyways. Druid can get Atiesh for Mog. True. I guess, if you really wanted to. Warriors, the long wait, they're at their prime in the endgame, yeah. You have to rely heavily on planning XP for certain pieces and unlocking zones.
I need to get closer. Isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. It's too far away.
You really got to plan your route if you want to Twink in Classic and have backup pieces if RNG fucks you. Yeah, the fact that you can't disable experience kind of sucks. A lot of BIS pieces also require you to have someone much higher level farm them for you. Yeah, for twinking, definitely.
I'm out of range. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
Let's see. Some classes perform much better at middle and low levels. Yeah.
Target.
Ret really feels like Enhanced Shaman with how big Judgment can crit. Yeah, for sure. Till now, you've tanked without add-ons, but you'll only do an M plus 11 or 12. Maybe in the future you'll start using them. I mean, it depends on the add-on that you're talking about. You don't need add-ons to tank. Oh shit. I thought I was in cat form. Okay, we're in the path of the big red dragon, so... Yeah, I don't want to have the dragon jump us. That would not be a fun surprise. Oh. Yeah, the rogue definitely carried that quest. I have no problem with him getting the hat. You know, he definitely earned it. No add-ons at all. It's only 4 months. You still have noob add-on fear. There's nothing to be afraid of with add-ons. Honestly, I'd say when you're first getting into WoW, download, like, as many add-ons as you can just to try it, and then slowly peel back the ones that you don't find useful. Like, I'm fairly minimal when it comes to add-on usage. I don't have a ton. But, early on, like when I first started playing this game years and years ago, I tried out a ton of different add-ons to see which ones I liked. Also, before I forget, make sure to like the stream. This is, I will give one reminder in the middle of the stream. If you have not liked the stream already, make sure to throw it a like because it really helps. So, decent amount of viewers here today, surprisingly. And just want to make sure people remember to do that. Boosts in the algorithm. The algorithm is a magical thing of fuckery that I don't understand, but all I know is likes help it. Anywho. Honestly, if you're doing casual content, then no add-ons are needed. Once you want to get into higher-end content, you'd say 2 are mandatory, DBM or bigwigs, and weak auras. Yeah. That is definitely required, for sure, if you really want to get into stuff. There's a lot of other add-ons that you can try. I mean, hell, try user interface add-ons. Like, earlier somebody asked me why... Oh, fuck me, my inventory's full. Earlier somebody asked me why I don't use any UI changing add-ons, and I have tried them, right? And I have found over the years that UI add-ons just aren't for me. I am perfectly fine with the default UI. I have my reasons for not using them, and yeah. But I definitely tried it at some point. And it wasn't until after I really gave it a fair shot that I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm not a UI downloader, whatever. Not my cup of tea. But you never know for sure. So definitely try everything. Not needed for sure. They've done a lot lately to help circumvent needing add-ons. I don't know if I would agree with that, Shellstorm. It depends on what content you're doing. If you're doing mythic raiding, they have done the exact opposite of that. Obviously, though, you know, in the case of Ari Luna, she said she just brand new, or they, I don't know. Let's go across, sure. So, they're probably not doing mythic raiding. But I would definitely say that in terms of, like, mythic raiders, Blizzard has made it so add-ons are much more important, despite the fact that they keep claiming they're going to do the opposite. But it's like, they do things like hidden auras, which it's like, oh, we're going to do hidden auras to prevent the use of weak auras to cheese fights. But then they just make a mechanic that's a massive pain in the ass, and it effectively requires you to use weak auras to cheese it. It's just stupid. So. Are there any chests in the tower? Or none? Pho is a Vietnamese dish, and it's delicious when made right. Yeah, see, I've never had it. I mean, I've just never been in a position to try that, but... You know, my dad is a fairly good cook, so maybe he knows how to make it. I have no idea. I don't know if he's still watching the stream. But a lot of people are saying it's very good, so... I trust all your judgments. That is a nasty frontal. I'll catch up on the other messages in a moment. I'm just, now that we're getting into spooky territory, I kind of want to focus. Because these are level 40 elites. I don't know. This is definitely very scary. Yeah. Yeah, let's try this later. I don't know about that. That is a little bit too spooky for me. Make sure to skin this. I don't want to get in combat with that giant yeti, but I also don't want to miss out on all this leather. It's just too good to pass up on. Also, does Scowl still spawn in this area? I know on retail Scowl spawns in that cave. But yeah, I can't pass up this leather. Oh, this is juicy. Let's see. Understandably, it can be daunting to start curating everything you need. Naomi offered to help. Or thinking then going to a Wrathy. Oh, there's herbs over there. Winter's Bite. Go, come on, come on, come on. Nice. Let's see. Don't be fooled by Blizzard's old scare tactics about add-ons. Yeah. The simple stuff goes a long way. Small UI things, details, tooltip add-ons, stuff to help find where things are. Yeah. There's some add-ons you can't live without, weak ores, etc. They're not needed, but they make life easier. I would argue that a lot of those add-ons are required for raiding. Like weak auras, obviously weak auras is just a general tool that you can use for specific things, but if somebody told me that they were doing mythic raiding without weak auras, I would raise an eyebrow. And it would make certain fights impossible to do. So, if you really are going into raiding, that is kind of required, but yeah, it's not for everybody. And a lot of weak auras are more so for just quality of life stuff. That guy's Whirlwind Axe, I think. It's pretty nice. Just get Curse Forge and you're chilling. Yeah. Another great one is Plater. Yeah, Plater for M+, as somebody pointed out, is very good. Oh no! Oh no! Run! I think he might get away. Look, the guard's gaining on him. Oh no. He has a swiftness potion. Oh man, he made it out. That was... We almost witnessed this guy die to a guard. Oh, that would have been tragic. I don't know why the fuck he was playing around this close to the Arathi camp. Oh, that would have been something. I am impressed, though. And see, that is why you always carry swiftness potions. If that guy did not have a swiftness potion, he was dead on the ground. Very impressive. That was a close call. Stop right there, criminal scum. Yeah. Can't believe I almost watched a Taran die. Alright, I'm gonna go back, hand in this stuff. Hello, Kent Williamson. Good to see you. You were more speaking on the UI elements that should have been specified? Yeah. UI edit tool, though really nice for you as a bartender lover, is still a really nice step in the right direction? Yeah. Completely agree. Foe is pronounced like pho. I'm not trying to be pedantic. Say it like you were if you want. I know, I mean, I'd obviously rather pronounce something correctly, as I have pointed out to you multiple times. I appreciate you correcting me on that, at the very least. Yeah, definitely don't want to be mispronouncing stuff. I had no idea that's how you pronounced it. Ask my dad for a caipirinha? I don't know. If it's Brazilian, I probably had it. I've had like a million different Brazilian foods. I don't always remember the names, but there's a good chance I've tried it. Some of your coworkers got messed up from caipirinha? Oh wait, is it like an alcohol thing? In that case, I probably haven't had it before. So, yeah. Oh, shit, that mob despawned. I wonder if the, South Shore Assassins are back again. Arathi is a better area to quest safely. Yeah, I did a few quests there already. But probably a good idea. It's a drink? Okay, yeah, then I definitely have not had that. It does look like there's a decent amount of guards. Are the assassins back again? I feel like every time I've come into town, I've seen like a million guards all over the place. But I don't see the assassins themselves.
See you around. Well met.
I have to bring this to Ironforge as well? Man. And drop this off in the mailbox. This expired. Okay, I'm just going to vendor that then. Okay, mail to my Paladin. There we go. And send mail to my Warlock. I think that's everything. And I'm just going to clear out the other stuff.
What can I do for you?
Can get rid of that, and should be everything.
Nice. Alright, I am almost level 36. Then I will actually be able to hit those mobs back in Alterac, though. We'll probably not be going back there anytime soon. Alright, I... flying over.
Well met. Go with honor.
Let me scroll up a little bit. The arena frame stuff is a good step in the right direction, but definitely do not replace Gladius and stuff. They need to add something like Omnibar, OmniCC, and OmniCD natively into the game. Can you hit level 40? Famous last words. At this point, if I can't hit level 40, I will be embarrassed. Look, if I die, I want it to be one of those, like, glorious level 58 deaths or something. Ideally, I die at level 60. But, at this point... yeah, at this point, I hope I don't fuck it up. You love your add-on setup. You can 100% see how discouraging it would be as a new player. For an introductory guide on, like, download these 30 things, look up a guide for each one on how to set up. Yeah.
Well met.
Alright. Grab all these quests.
Great to meet you.
I'll run over to where Debbie is. Is Gooch online yet? It'd be nice to have another person to help out. No, he is not. Personally, if you were brand new to the game right now and somebody told you that, you'd probably nope out and just go super casual. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it takes a while to really get into this game for most people. Took me a while, though. I started young, right? I started getting into this game back in vanilla when I was 5 years old, so I had a head start. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's fucking lame. I can't loot the chest if I'm Alliance? Is that so that you can't just run into areas where there's a bunch of friendly Alliance and just snag chests with no competition? Oh, fuck that. Here I thought I was going to get some free money. Maybe it's just a cosmetic chest and it's not actually interactable? I don't know. I think that's a real chest. And it's probably just coded so Alliance players can't open it. Sucks. Is what it is. I will at least check this again, just in case. Yeah. The Denathrius choke weak aura was absolutely necessary for that fight. Yes. For sure. Okay. I'm gonna go grab this quest. That happened to you a few days ago? They got you to 29% and then leashed off. Jeez. I would be terrified. I have tried to keep, like, a very long distance in between any Horde camp whatsoever. I do not want to die to guards. That would be, like, the dumbest way to die. Nice chest, dumbass. So that's just Naomi. That's not the chat troll. Assuming that's what you meant. Licking players, no papa. Telling lies, no papa. Yeah. One of your favorite things you saw at the grocery store was a cup noodle version of Foo called Foo Cup. Oh, I get it. Yeah. That's funny wordplay. That's not Naomi, that's just the chat troll. You don't see why you can't be both. True.
And you absolutely can be.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging. I don't have enough energy. Not ready yet. Not enough energy.
Yeah, see, look at my damage breakdown. Look at how much Moonfire is doing.
Target.
Right, Moonfire is fucking crazy. So, on the topic earlier about whether you should press Moonfire, abso-fucking-lutely. It is so good. But you're the chat troll, you must duel to the death? Yeah, meet Naomi in Goldshire for Makara or something. Declare yourself the true troll of my chat. You gave up on alcohol a while ago. Some folks would mix energy drinks and alcohol. That's just wild. Yeah. I mean, I am not a fan of alcohol at all. I've talked about that before. It's not for me. So, I have tried alcohol before, and it's one of those things where when I went to Brazil, I had it sometimes, just because, you know, other people in my family were drinking, and they, like, talked me into doing it, but, yeah, I, definitely am not a fan of it. So let me track that rare mob since we're getting close to that area.
Not ready yet.
Harldan's chat is the new Baron's chat. Yeah.
Far away.
Especially with the amount of, like, actually deranged trolls that I've been getting lately. It may as well be. I hate getting this close to Hammerfall. I know that we're completely safe, but it still feels very spooky. Oh, somebody messaged me right as I leveled up. So, I didn't see what your message was. Oh, this is Saints! Oh, shit. Saints,
I don't have a target.
What level is Saints? 27. Oh, shit. Wait, Saints actually can join us for dungeons at some point. At this point, Floor Liquor is the lowest level out of our group. So, where is, Saints is a member of my guild, by the way. On retail. So now, like, our main dungeon party... well, Saints would need to be promoted by Devi. Main dungeon party would be Smart Gene, Gooch, me, Devi, and Beef/Floor Liquor.
Ready yet.
But Floor Liquor is slacking.
Enough energy. I don't
He needs to get to a higher level.
Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
Okay, so now I'm going to put 1 point into Fur, and I'm just going to put 5 points into that until I get to 40. Liquor is doing their best. Dude, he logged on at the, like, last 5 minutes of my stream yesterday. He DC'd, almost died, and then said, fuck this, and went back to Wrath Classic. Which, like, kind of understandable, but at the same time, he has just been taking forever. I mean, he got to level 20 on, like, the first or second day of Hardcore, and then just hasn't really played since. In fact, is he on? No, he's not on right now. You wonder if anyone still has a Mr. T grenade it'll sell for millions? Can you sell the Mr. T grenades? I thought they were soulbound. Maybe not. Is he making alts called Door Liquor, Ceiling Liquor, and Wall Liquor? I don't think so, though that would be really good. Fuck. What the hell? The kobolds clipped through the fucking... How does that happen? I don't even know where it went. Mr. T grenades were soulbound, but it might make an account valuable? Yeah, that's fair. Okay. We got one extra. We would be fine. Devi is, like, a pimped-out engineer, so if shit does hit the fan, she has, like, advanced target dummies or whatever, and we can probably escape. But that was definitely a little bit spooky. Rebuff.
What did I miss? Hopefully you don't jinx yourself by dying after reaching level 60 by an elevator/fall. Yeah, that would be bad. Mine is Sendicite ore in the Wetlands Cave to get to 125. It's a whole lot easier than finding tin nodes. Ah. That's good to know. If you die at 40, you'll be disappointed, medieval peasant. Be like... Gee, wow. Well, that has to be better than what Devi has, right? Yeah, that's definitely better. Nice. We are getting a lot of hats today. What's of Eagle? Is Eagle intellect and stamina? I think. Not sure. Saying before. Funny how Classic allows stuff like that while Retail bans it. What, licking players? What's wrong with licking people? There's nothing wrong with licking people. That's not toxic. I'm just being friendly. See, licking people is not acceptable if you are, like, any normal race, but if you are a cat, there is absolutely nothing wrong with licking people as a cat. It's perfectly normal. That's just my way of greeting people. Especially Horde players. You really want to try Warrior, but you're too scared of classes without a heal? Yeah, I mean, Warrior is good, but you are very much at the mercy of the people in your party. So, I can understand being afraid of trying it. You're going HPAL, healing is your safe space? Yeah, understandable. HPAL is quite good, though. Goldshire for another thing. Oh yeah, no, trust me. Goldshire on North American Moonguard is just as bad as Argent Dawn. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oxara, can you be the chat lurker? Yes. You can be the resident chat lurker, for sure. Mixing energy drinks and alcohol is basically having your liver instantly petrified. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. You're waiting for him to fall off one of these small hills and go splat? I mean, whenever I am around a hill that actually has a chance of killing me, I am playing ultra super duper safe and not reading chat or anything. If I fell off one of those tiny hills, it would not have killed me. Would I have taken some fall damage? Sure. But... Wrath of the Liquor King, yeah. Eagle is Stam Int, yeah. Especially for... I mean, Devi mostly does solo stuff. We only really group up for quests like this. Banishes a Thundering Cresting Exile. Wait, is that a rare mob? I see something marked over there. I wonder if Devi's rare scanner automatically flags Geomancer Flint Dagger. Considering this is like way off the beaten path, I would not be surprised if he's up. No. Okay. Wait, it's just a random mob. I see. You're planning to start working on an ally tune. You've already cheesed sending stuff over with the Booty Bay auction house. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, I should actually do that if I decide to make a Horde character. I didn't even consider that. You don't know what to play, though? Mage would be fun, but it's super oversaturated. Yeah, I mean, Mage is nice for solo farming and stuff, though. I can see doing that. You might do a Priest. Can't go wrong with that. Priest is pretty good. Seconds. To message, send a message real quick. Wowhead has a hardcore death clips post? Huh. Have I died yet? I have not died yet, Kelly. You still need to play Classic. I'm holding you to that. I forget when you said you'd play. Something about, like, after you finished moving, you'd play, right? So, when you're done with that, holding you to it. But yeah, I have yet to die once. At least on official servers. I died once on my ult on the PTR. But my Druid has not died yet, and none of my ults on official servers have died yet. Should be in a week, maybe 2. Awesome. We even have a little guild set up now. It's obviously, you know, same name as my retail guild, right? And it's all of us like that we put it together. But, I mean, you're welcome to join that too. That goes, once again, for anybody in chat. So if you only just joined now and you missed it when I said it earlier, if you want to join my guild in hardcore, just shoot me a whisper and I will throw you an invite. Anyone's welcome to join. For this, I'll just shift it out. And I'll throw a weight stone on. And refresh thorns. You mean a more powerful spell is already active? No, it's not. Ah, 2 resists in a row? Did I call it a weight stone? Yeah, it is a weight stone. What else would you call it? Coarse weight stone. What, have I been pronouncing, like, weights wrong this entire time? That's weird, you hate that? What's weird? Wait. The way I pronounce it is weird, or the name of the thing is weird? Which one? Also, what does iridescent shards do? Oh, I have to turn in the quest here, I see. Wait, not wait. I pronounce them the same. I mean, like, obviously... Oh, so you're... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, Ethereal, you definitely can join. It's a stone that adds weight, exactly. Yeah, because it's... I mean, Kelly, you do know that there are weight stones in retail, too, right? It's just that nobody uses them, because they're dog shit. But, like, it literally is a thing that exists, in addition to, like, sharpening stones and stuff. You're just a hunter, you wouldn't understand. Thinking I meant whetstone. Ah! Yeah, fair. You're questioning my life decisions. Yeah, no, fair enough. DM'd me a table of the things, the suffixes. Ah! Awesome. I'll check that out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was, like, just in that mood of, like, I really wanted coffee, but, you know. Yeah, thank you. It was my dad bringing me coffee. Oh, nice, there's a chest over there. don't know how we missed this before. Yeah, Spit got removed on retail. Lick didn't get changed at all. So there's nothing wrong with licking somebody. You got 2 pallies doing professions, so easy to level, no downtime, yeah. If you fell off a tiny hill after being damaged from combat, there's a chance. Yeah, true. I mean, I would have to be really careless to die like that, though. They better not have removed the Forsaken ability to eat fallen players. Thankfully, I think they haven't. In a Wrath GDKP, so didn't see until now, but yeah, it's super easy to level and play. And you were top damn on Beast, so GDKP is going well. Very nice. Always good to hear that. Imagine a level 60 rogue undead roaming Duskwood just to eat fallen players. That sounds like fun roleplay. Should I open chest again? Well, nothing fancy from that one.
I cannot use that item yet.
Just reusing my potions and stuff. So just gonna drink and get a food buff while I'm at it. Oh fuck, this mob's totally gonna interrupt my food buff, isn't he? I think I might just be out of range of it. I'm not sure. Oh, come on. Come on. Yes! I barely got the food buff off. Perfect timing. Coffee's gross? No. Coffee is not gross. You are wrong. Sorry, but, you know. There's absolutely nothing wrong with coffee. Naomi thinks coffee's gross too? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, no. You both are just objectively wrong. You outnumber me? Okay. Somebody else in chat, I'm sure, loves coffee as much as I do. Like, if you enjoy coffee in chat, speak up so I'm not outnumbered anymore. Until people band together to lick people that buy unpopular stuff, true. Then it'll be considered toxic. Whetstone is used to sharpen blades, and Weightstone is used for counterbalancing a blunt weapon, yeah. Which is why, you know, you can only use Weightstones on blunt weapons, which in Classic is staves and maces and stuff. Merlin said, Farmer, can't live without it. Light said, so many wrong opinions. Frederick said, coffee is OP. Ionize said, coffee is bis. Massa Hardcore, or Massa Hack said, coffee is love, coffee is God. Okay, Sticky Sauce, chiming into the wrong opinion of coffee being inherently gross. Sorry, but that is incorrect. Frozen said, I coffee max on the daily. Light said, the default is that people love coffee. True. Curiel said, I love coffee, I have a cup right now. Awesome. Forcus said, coffee is life. Leandra said, coffee is the best thing you could drink. Come on. Exactly. Real coffee is good. Starbucks sucks. Yeah, I mean, I have Keurig coffee right now, so I have, like, somewhat real coffee. I honestly don't hate Starbucks. I think Starbucks is fine, but honestly, I can drink pretty much any coffee and be pretty fine with it. I've rarely had bad coffee. Jasu said, no coffee, you drink Coke rarely, however. Fair. Chori said, sugar over coffee. I mean, yeah, that definitely works as well. Coffee is the stuff orcs drank, and look what happened to them. I don't know. What, did Gul'dan spike the orcs' coffee with fell blood? Is that what it was the whole time? I didn't see that part. Cannot live life without coffee. Yep, same here. You're literally drinking bean water, and good coffee comes from the butt of monkeys, you weirdos. I like to see the science on that. I don't know. And either way, look, if it is true that good coffee comes from the butt of monkeys, then apparently I eat monkey ass, and I like it, because I cannot live without coffee. And I don't plan on trying to live without coffee anytime soon. Garrosh drank coffee and it went downhill for him. Cecius said, yes, coffee good. Sticky Sauce saying, coffee is made from worms. Fucking, oh my god. You coffee haters just have not had good coffee. Once you've had good coffee, you would understand. But Kelly, I think it is safe to say that you are no longer outnumbering me. Many more people chimed in to say that they like coffee than people who say they hate coffee. Just saying. Oh shit. I did not realize that Devi was sheeping that one. Either way, it's... It'd be fine. Yeah, I figured you guys would enjoy that quote. That's why I said it. There you go. Coffee is the nectar of life. Awesome. Tyrion's backing me up as well. Clip that out of context. Yeah. Oh, nice. What quest is this for? Don't think I picked up that quest. Where it's from. Do I need? Cool. You asked your doctor if you should start drinking coffee. He said no, and that you don't need another addiction. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I am more than happy being addicted to coffee, right? Out of all of the addictions that I have, coffee is probably the most healthy. Monkeys eat them, then poop them out, and then it makes coffee. I see. There is a super hyped and overpriced coffee that comes from the poo of rodents. Oh shit, 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 shit. Okay, at least I didn't break Polly. You have an old Keurig with reusable pods and brew the Dunkin' coffee with hazelnut creamer. Ooh, very nice. Yeah, we have something similar, although my dad has, like... I have, like, basically an older Keurig that I used to use, and my dad, for... I think my sister gave him that for Christmas a year or so ago. He has this, like, Omega fancy Keurig that... One of, like, the main selling points is you can apparently, like... say on... I'll spell it out. Alexa. I'm not going to say it so it doesn't activate. But you can say that and say, name, start brewing coffee, and, like, it'll start, like, it's like a, I don't know, like, one of those interconnected devices that, like, you can trigger with multiple things. It's basically a super-duper ultra-fancy coffee maker. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's just a Keurig. I still like it, though. Safe to say they're all bad people. If only the troll guy could use his army of alt accounts to outnumber the coffee enjoyers. Yeah, you know, if he was creative like that, and, you know, he would troll me about things like, you know, coffee and whatnot, then it wouldn't be nearly as annoying. Instead, you know, he just told me that I was clicking and stuff. Coffee is why the jailer happens. Tell me with a straight Tell me with a straight face, jailer wasn't a guy that drank at Starbucks every day. I mean, yeah, whatever. Like, Starbucks, But Dunkin' Donuts coffee, that is the bomb, alright? Like, you can knock Starbucks coffee. I can understand that. I won't be too upset. But when you start knocking Dunkin' coffee, okay, now we're gonna throw hands. That said, I don't mind Starbucks coffee, but to me, it's just kind of whatever. Dunkin' coffee is really fucking good, though. Have kids and then tell me you don't drink coffee or need caffeine? Yeah. Tea is life. I mean, hey, I know a lot of people who also enjoy tea. Nothing wrong with that. Practor said, hey, just wanted to say thank you for the leveling guides. Been using yours for leveling alts, and it's so smooth. I'm glad to hear it. Always happy to hear when somebody finds the leveling guides helpful. Your husband heard it, and he wants it. You don't trust ALEXA, though? Yeah. I mean, I don't even use it, and honestly, I don't even think my dad uses it. Like, when my sister got him the coffee maker, like, he kept talking about it, and he was like, oh, you should try it. You could, like, say it, and basically, you know, if you're ever in the middle of a stream, you could be like, you know, thing, make coffee, and then you could go up in the middle of the stream and quickly grab your coffee. Oh, it's so convenient. But, like, I don't know. That's just too much work. And especially when I can just, like, ask my dad, and he'll just bring me a mug of coffee, like, yeah. Just, why am I gonna go through all those extra steps? And honestly, while it is a cool feature, I don't think my dad has used it a single time. So, yeah, I don't know. It's neat, though. I think it's cool that it exists, at the very least. Well, am I clicking? I am not clicking. I'm only clicking to loot mobs. But according to this, like, random troll in chat, apparently I'm clicking my claw. You know, the thing bound to 1, where, like, my mouse is over here and I'm still pressing 1. But apparently I'm actually clicking that. And I'm tricking everybody. So, I don't know. Who's knocking Dunkin' Coffee? Yeah, I don't think anybody has, but if they do, it's gonna be a problem. Meep Legend said, hey Harldan, on retail, what enchants do you use on heirloom rings for the speedruns? Couldn't tell what ones you put on. Here, Meep Legends. Can I reply to that? Okay, so I'll just post that there, Meep Legend. That's my leveling shopping list. Because I have, like, an entire video covering the consumable side of things, but I haven't covered enchants yet, but that should answer your question. That's for retail WoW, specifically. But I just threw it in chat in case you didn't see. You're drinking decaf because you're nursing, you're not happy about it, though? Yeah. I mean, fair, if it's what you gotta do. ALEXA, order me the monkey ass coffee. Yeah. Plain Dunkin' coffee is good, but if you're getting any sort of specialty drink, Starbucks is way better. I could see that, yeah. I mean, I really used to like Dunkachinos before they discontinued them, which, like, I am still pissed off at Dunkin' for doing that. Dunkachinos weren't, like, really coffee. It was more like fancy hot chocolate. But it tasted like coffee, and oh man, it was so good. I miss Dunkachinos. We're talking about home coffee. I mean, we kind of are talking about both, right? I brought up Dunkin' Donuts, I think, but the primary topic was just coffee in general. I think a lot of people were mostly talking about home coffee, but then I changed the subject to Dunkin' because somebody mentioned Starbucks. Oh, yeah, Debbie pulled. Tea you've made from leaves, you trust that more than worms? Oh no! No, Greg's. Slain by stitches! Oh, that... that's rough. Oh no. Oh, was he... Yeah, that's brutal. That's why the last time when I was in Duskwood, before I left, the first thing I did is I killed Stitches. I was like, alright, I'm gonna make sure that this guy is at least dead for the next 15 minutes. And I got an item off it, so I have Stitches' femur sitting in my bank as proof of my kill. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the first time I arrived in Darkshore, a while ago, Stitches was just sitting in the middle of town, just not doing anything. I don't think I was streaming for that. It was while I was doing one of, like, the breadcrumb quests from Redridge, and I don't think I was streaming. And then I walked into Darkshire, and Stitches was just, like, right there. And every single person was just sitting on the roof nearby, just watching him kill all the guards. And then finally I just started healing one of the guards, and kept them up while they finished off Stitches. It took, like, 5 minutes, but we got it. It was pretty awesome. At least he made the bounty. Greg's isn't from my retail guild, Kelly, I don't think. I believe Greg's, you're watching the stream, right? If memory serves. If you want to make a new character, just let me know and I can toss you an invite, though. You're here, you're Greg's. Oh, Leandro, you're Greg's. Yeah, I couldn't remember which one. You're dead? Yeah. Unfortunate. But yeah, if you want to make a new character, I'll toss you an invite. For a second, I saw the G, and I thought Getro died again, which would have been fucking funny. I was, like, when I saw the G at the start, I was almost like, oh my god, did Getro die to Stitches? Because Getro has died in the most ridiculous ways. Is he leveling? Oh yeah, he is leveling right now. So, see, if it was Getro, I would have laughed my ass off, but if it's anybody else, then it's sad. And I mean, you know, I like Getro, but it's just, at this point, it's so fucking funny how many ways Getro has died. Like, he's on number 6 still, right? Yeah, Hunter number 6. So, after the death at level 19... Oh yeah, Kelly, so... this person, Getro, one of the healers in my guild, who's playing a Hunter in Classic, he made it to level 19, 85% of the way to level 20, and he died. So, he barely missed the bounty. Of course, though, I'm generous, and I made it so it wasn't just on your first attempt. So, he tried again. That was on his 3rd character. He died on character number 4 a few hours later at level 8, and then he made character number 5, and then 5 in the morning he died once again. But then the next day, you can see he's leveling with 2 of his friends, so he got another Hunter and a Pocket Priest. Or is this... I can't remember if this is one of Getro's friends. Either way. But now he's leveling as a 3-stack, so he made it to 20. He claimed the bounty, finally, on his 6th character. But, oh, it was glorious. Getro's 5th death, especially, was just like, come on. Like, he died at level 8 2 times in a row. You just can't make that shit up. This man really wants gold. I mean, he got it. He made the 100k. So in the end... what's the bounty? I made, like, a little bet with people in my retail guild that if they manage to hit level 20 in Hardcore Classic, I will give them 100,000 golds on retail. Primarily because a lot of them were shit-talking it. They're like, yeah, you know, it's going to be easy. I'm not going to bother. So, effectively, I'm like, hey, put your money where your mouth is. If you really think it's so easy to hit level 20 in Hardcore Classic, do it. And that way you make 100k. And you know what? A bunch of them have claimed it so far, but I don't care, because one of the nice things is, a lot of them tried it out specifically because I offered them 100k to do it, and now they're realizing, hold up, this is really fun. And now they're continuing to play it just for shits and giggles. Like, Floor Licker in my guild, I think he primarily tried it in the first place because he wanted to win the 100k, and now, you know, he's been the main healer that we brought for dungeons, though as you can see, he has kind of fallen behind a little bit. But at the time, you know, he healed a bunch of dungeons for us, which was nice. Have I had to buy a WoW token yet? Not yet, but I might need to soon. And what is the next one? Stones of Binding. And I have no idea how to do that one. We'll see. I mean, honestly, of all the times to have to buy a WoW token, this would be the time. Yeah, with the prices right now, I might just buy a few WoW tokens just cuz. Like, it's just insane. Do I think people are selling pocket healing services for hardcore? Oh yeah, almost certainly. Now, whether people are buying it, I don't know. But that said, I don't think people are really selling carries, Naomi, because with the changes to hardcore, you basically get massively reduced XP if somebody is higher level. So it's not really worth it. Maybe just for dungeon quests. So I could maybe see people doing that, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as popular just because the XP reduction on the mobs themselves just kind of makes it pointless. Let me scroll up a little bit, though. I missed a few messages. After the unfortunate Stitch's death, I got distracted. I wasn't sure if that was the rare mob. Can stop tracking it now. You only drink espresso and cappuccino, but you're from Italy. I mean, yeah, if you're in Europe, you have, like, lots of great options for coffee, though. Kelly said, I feel like you'd be the kind of person to get a coffee alarm clock, like the one that wakes you up with coffee. Wait, that's a thing? Well, I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, I kind of need that. That sounds amazing. So much elitist in WoW, you click all the time for anything that's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, to each their own. Personally, I have a lot of fancy bindings, but, you know, not everybody does, and that's fine. Dying to Stitches is an honorable death, yes. It's unfortunate. You've seen someone create an Unreal Engine proof-of-concept game, and it's a horror game based on Stitches and Duskwood. That's good. You think Blizz could have expanded the bank in hardcore just for people that want to have those kind of soulbound trophies? That would be cool, yeah. I could see something like that. Proof of Demise, Stitches, or something like that. But I have the femur. Just to prove that I actually did manage to kill Stitches. Though, to be fair, half the town was hitting him, so I just happened to be the person who got the tag, and then I was in a group of 5 people, and I happened to be the person who got the loot on top of that. So, you know, it was kind of nice. Meep Legend said, I'm currently level 28 on my Druid. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Honestly, once you get past like 25-ish on a Druid, it's pretty smooth sailing. You know, leveling is not too bad. You wonder if he's sharing it with his friends? Possibly. I definitely wasn't about to give them the entire bounty, right? Just because he decided to level with 2 other friends doesn't mean they were part of the original deal, but if he wants to split his 100k up 3 ways, you know, more power to him, I guess.
Need more rage, not enough rage.
You swapped your sub to money instead of gold because it's so damn expensive? Yeah. At this point, that's just more cost effective. There are current level carries basically also. Yeah, I mean, like, I have technically speaking done current level carries. Like, when I did Dead Mines, Wailing Caverns, Black Fathom Deeps, and Stockades, I wasn't current level, I was slightly over-leveled, but I was definitely, like, way geared for the dungeon. And it was super-duper safe. And I brought people that were, like, at level. And they were just trying to do it for, like, experience and stuff. So, I, technically speaking, helped carry people through Stockades and stuff. They were still getting full XP. But, like, I didn't charge them for it or anything. I just, I wanted to do the dungeon, and they needed to get XP and stuff, so I helped them out. Well, we survived the Kobold Cave. It's over there. Cresting Key. I think Debbie said she wanted to do the Troll quest first, though. If we're lucky, we might find the Troll rare mob in this area. Three tokens buys 900k, sometimes 1 million gold, depending on the price. I mean, if you're buying tokens, though, you should buy high, right? And if you're trying to track token prices, just go to WoW token price. So if I go to WoW token prices, and I look at the US tokens, you can see right now, the token is in a massive slump to where it's been the past 2 days, but it's rising. So if I were to buy a token, I wouldn't buy it right now. I would wait, like, either a day or two and see if it hits the peak of, like, whatever it was before, like 330k or something. And the trend over the past few months is that the price has just been going up, up, up. And based on the current state of the game, I don't see that changing anytime soon. Generally speaking, the token will just rise, and it will kind of start to slow down. But usually it won't tank until something new happens. So, when, like, patch 10.2 comes out, the token price will probably plummet a little bit. But, I don't know. It's been pretty consistently rising. Price spiked a few weeks ago, just before Classic Hardcore launched. Well, the, I don't know about the Europe token price, but the NA token price hit its high just like a day or two ago. It definitely started climbing around the launch of Classic Hardcore, but NA token peaked either yesterday or 2 days ago. Apparently, according to Wowhead, it's the highest the NA token has ever been. So, it's pretty crazy. Undermine Exchange also has a nice graph to see the token price history. Oh yeah, true. That's good. What is Wildhammer Clan rep for? I know, like, Wildhammer Clan, they're the dwarves in the hinterlands, right? I know what they are. But is there anything that you actually get out of having reputation with them? Or is it another one of those reps like the Chendralar where it exists, but there's actually no point to it? I'm sure somebody in chat probably knows, or somebody in chat can Google it and let me know, and that way I don't have to look it up myself. You missed when the NA token was 130k. Should have stocked up on gold bot tokens. Yeah. That was like the launch of Dragonflight, right? It was super cheap. NA price was fluctuating a bit for a few weeks and then spiked slightly higher about a week ago. Yeah. It was up and down for sure. It was like consistently barely hitting 300k and then it would drop. And now it has safely passed 300k. Your Keurig does the alarm brew setting. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure how common that was. Right now, having a job is the fastest way to get rich in WoW. You're not wrong, yeah. This is where, I found that mob earlier, by the way. Nemar the Slayer. The one where I got that helmet, which I sold for 1 gold. It was, like, right here. He was actually kind of spooky, because when I fought him, I was, like, level 33, and the mob was 37. Or I was 34. It was whatever I left off at after yesterday's stream. So, yeah, 34. So I was 34, the mob was 37, and I fought him right here, and I accidentally pulled him along with one of the witch doctors. So I had to fight both of them at the same time. But I managed to scrape by. I didn't even need to use a healing potion, so overall, it went pretty well. And then, of course, I got that fancy helmet out of the deal, which was pretty sweet. Any chests in here? No. I've got to say, leveling as a duo, this is, like, so fucking chill. Normally, when I'm leveling in Classic Hardcore, like, I am ultra focused, you know, if I'm playing solo, because one wrong move and I'm fucking dead. But having a pocket mage, honestly, this is like fucking easy mode. I'm just kind of like mindlessly raking and clawing, and it's fucking easy. I just saw Leandra said, Stitches gave you stitches. Yeah. Man. I will say, though, of all the ways to die in Classic Hardcore, it's like you said, Stitches is a pretty iconic death. You know, you didn't die to Kobolds, you didn't die to Murlocs or Defias Pillager or anything like that. None of the boring deaths. Stitches is like, you can go out with pride saying, yep, you know, shit happens. And you feel... I mean, you never feel good about it, right? But, you know, of all the ways to die, Stitches is an understandable death. Now, it's just a matter of pride. You gotta get back up to level 25 or level 30. Or I think you would probably need to be 30 to reliably take on Stitches. But get back up to level 30 and then kill Stitches as a matter of principle. Avenge your death. I think, honestly, in hardcore, that's probably a fun way to go about it. If you ever die, your goal for your next character should be to avenge your death of your previous character. Like, whatever mob you died to, you know, go find that mob and kill it. Just to assert dominance over it. And that would be like a fun little goal to go for every single time. Though I guess it would be kind of awkward if you died to fall damage, right? Like, how would you assert dominance over fall damage? Just like punch the ground over and over and be like, yeah, that'll teach you for rapidly rising to meet me after I jumped off a cliff. That's basically what Sylvanas tried to do? True. Yeah. Sylvanas was playing hardcore before all of us. Bruh, you died to Swiftmane and the Barons, you're not going back there. That's fair. Look, just, you don't need to go back there now. Just, you know, get to level 60, and then come back at level 60 and just dunk all over Swiftmane. Easy peasy. You gotta really assert dominance. How to avenge your death to fall damage, reach level 12, spend 500 gold on feathers, spam slow fall. What's the next step in this plan? Or is that the step? Just spam slow fall, and then question mark, profit. I guess just have infinite slow fall. Oh, I see. Infinite slow fall just to make sure the ground can never kill you again. Yeah. I mean, hey. That is one way to do it. You will not die to fall damage again, in that case. Let me scroll up because I missed a few different messages. The classic WoW token is a joke. In Wrath on NA, it's 4k gold. You can make double in a 30-minute GDKP. So you'd level a Wrath character and do that, but to each their own? Yeah. The price of the Wrath token is really low, primarily because it can't be converted to Battle.net account balance, which is just dumb. I don't know why Blizzard's doing that. If they allowed you to convert it to Battle.net account balance, it would just increase token sales. Because then more people would start selling tokens, the price would go up, and then more people would start buying tokens. But because they just randomly made it so you can't exchange it for BNet balance, they are just leaving money on the table for no reason. Which is dumb, but, you know. When has Blizzard made logical decisions? Let's be honest. If nothing, having a good job IRL is the best start. If you already got a base, though, you can make gold much faster in-game. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I ever need to buy a token, I at least don't feel too bad about it, because I can, like... My copium is that it's a business expense. I'm like, you know what? If the time it takes me to farm that gold is time that I could be spending working on something for, like, a stream or a video or whatever, then that is money well spent. And it's like, you know, the way I see it is any money that I'm making from my videos, I'm just putting back into, you know, World of Warcraft, right? So, fair is fair. Though, admittedly, I also probably... I don't want to, like, give Blizzard too much money there, because, well, I may enjoy the game, I don't necessarily love the company. Let's see. You remember the BFA announcement bringing a new record high? Yeah. It's been a while. Oh, you made your next character? Alright. Did you delete your old one? I didn't see it go offline. Or did you leave it in guild for... Oh yeah, you left it in guild for posterity. Here, I'll put a note. Died to Stitches. Now you can leave that character there, and you did not delete it. I think that's a good idea. And like, where is Girthy Faxi? Yeah. Yeah, okay, so he already put dead as fuck. This is one of the officers of my guild. He made a hunter, he got to level 9, and he died at level 9. Unfortunately. Where is, Scaleboo? Oh, Scaleboo's level 10. Okay, I guess he didn't push any past that. Oh, look, there's a dead gnome over there. Wonder if the rare is up. Hold on. Oh yeah, I have that now. It is. Okay. It looks like it's this way. Where can you learn healing in a way where it's explained to you like a baby? The add-ons and when to heal and what to use seem to be freaking difficult, but you want to be a good healer. Unfortunately, I am not the person to ask for that. I'll be completely honest. I am not a healer player, like, at all. And because I don't heal at all, I have no idea where you would want to go to learn healing. I'm sure there are some good, like, healing YouTubers out there. If somebody in chat happens to know of one, feel free to drop some recommendations. Unfortunately, I am just not knowledgeable enough about it to really say. BFA announced use gold to buy like 40 tokens and then rebought tokens with that to sell for 3 times the price. Jeez. Is Zalus over here? I saw him somewhere on the tracker. I assumed he was in this area, but I guess not. Fuck, I was gonna try to drag that around. I forgot I can't do that. Okay. Zalus. It looks like... Am I crazy? It looks like it's right there. Zalus... Oh, wait. Fuck. Am I dumb? I might be dumb. I was hovering over... Hold on. I can stealth and check, though. I can't see far enough. I'm gonna stealth through this area. Man, it's always spooky doing, stealth shit like this. Maybe it isn't up. Definitely wasn't over there. So if it is up, it would be... I think there is one more spawn location that I have yet to check. I don't see it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would show up on my track humanoids. Right? It would definitely show up. Alright. You quickly run out of here. Let's see. Wildhammer Clan rep in Classic is a waste of time. No rewards outside of vendor discounts. Gotcha. Thank you, Kent Williamson. I appreciate the info. Drop. Find herbs over there. There's a light fruit on the shore. The issue with the rat token, though, is it's the same thing of do an hour of overtime or something. Yeah, I will say, though, right now, even buying gold in Wrath is, like, not worth it from the token. It is, like, genuinely faster to just get gold making set up, like, get a GDKP run in, than it is to buy a token. That is just how bad the conversion rate is for the Wrath token at the moment. Normally, I would agree, and on retail, it is very much like a just, you know, do work IRL and stuff. 4K for a Wrath Classic token is just a pitiful amount. That is just really, really, really bad. If you have literally no gold, then I guess it's fine, but with the amount of money in the economy at the moment, it's nothing. If you want to learn how to play Holy Priest initially. Yeah, Automatic Jack I know is a pretty good healer. I haven't actually looked at Automatic Jack's guides, but I know he does make videos, and I know he is a good player, so yeah, I would imagine that would be a pretty good resource. I guess, Bowser the healer? Oh yeah, Yummy, definitely. Yummy or Growl, like, I've heard people call him Yummy or Growl, but yeah, obviously he is definitely a great source for learning healing. Forgot about that. I have a lot of friends who watch his stream. If you ask Dorky, his guides will tell you how to lie down on the floor. I don't know Dorky, so I have no idea. I mean, I know of Dorky, but I haven't seen any of his videos, so I don't understand. Yummy's guides you'd rely on more for Mythic Plus than Raid? Yeah. I mean, he's more of a Mythic Pluser, for sure. Automatic Jack for everything Priest Healer related. He's got a YouTube channel and streams on Twitch. Yeah. I have an item that banishes a Thundering Exile. Or wait. It's a Cresting Exile. I guess it wasn't this one. Yeah, whatever. And these mobs are pretty high level. Are they asking for raid specific? Oh, yeah. In terms of healing explained like a baby, learn when there's going to be damage so you can counter it and have your UI set up properly, yeah. Voodoo is great, but it's not very user-friendly. Yeah, I could see that. Target whatever Devi is targeting.
That spell isn't ready yet. Not still recharging. It is too far away. I don't have enough energy. The ability isn't ready yet. I don't have enough energy.
Still low level, so I can't really hit these guys. Ooh! Shit, that's nice. Well, whenever I'm able to craft that, that is just a direct upgrade to what I have at the moment. I think after stream I should be able to craft that.
I need to get closer.
But I don't have my leatherworking that high yet.
Not ready yet. The ability isn't ready yet. Not enough energy.
Naomi said, the Wrath token thing you meant, the issue is you can just get it for cheaper via retail. Oh, yeah. That's actually a good point, Naomi. I didn't even consider that.
I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, not everybody knows about trading gold, but you are absolutely correct that that would be more efficient if you are aware of how to do it.
Do that. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy.
Alright. Think we can do this without pulling anything extra? I hope. Nice. And hold on to all this stuff. Yummy TV does some UI and general healing guides, but mostly focused on M+. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh, nice. That guy's a mount. Very fancy. Last GDKP, one of your guildies said his cut was 27k? Jeez. Yeah, that's wild. The part about overtime hours and such was a general token thing? Yeah, definitely. You'd say steer away from Shaman because you miss so much potential by not being a great healer, and it's way more about predicting damage with things like SLT and Cloudburst than H-Priest. Yeah, like, Arsham definitely has its place, but Arsham historically has been very hit or miss. So this is the Alliance version of the Escort, I think. Arsham is like... It always has a place in raids, but a lot of times you'll only want, like, one Arsham for, like, SLT. I've seen raids in the past where you have, like, two or more, but it's not super common. Where's Devi going? Oh, maybe she's going to clear her bags? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll clear my bags while I'm here. But yeah, Arsham for raids always has a place just because Spirit Link is like as broken as it is. So you can never really go wrong with that. Arsham and M Plus is very iffy. Run up and get the Cresting Key. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit inconsistent. Ugh. Oh, the YouTube bug happened to you twice? Oh, that sucks. Doki would jork about Yummy teaching floor POV since he memes about Yummy dying in keys a lot. Ah, I see. Now that makes sense now. Oh shit, I'm out of potions. I mean, it's not a huge deal. It sucks that there's no mailbox in town there. Because I have 5 of each flask in the mail ready to pick up. Yeah, I've only ever played a warrior in Classic, so I did not know that. That's actually fucking broken, though. Paladins just get a free mount at 40. Man, I grinded mobs in the Badlands on my warrior for like 5 or 6 hours or something. I grinded those stupid earth elementals and sold the little fragments to earn raw gold just so I could afford my mount at level 40 when I leveled my warrior in OG Classic. And to think that the fucking paladins and warriors out there were getting theirs for free. Spoiled. Oh, what's that? Fade Leaf? Ooh, I want Fade Leaf. Where is it? Oh, I'm fucking blind. Is that? Am I blind?
Still recharging.
You died at level 29 today? Fuck this game? I'm sorry, man. That fucking sucks. It's never fun dying. What did you die to, Dimmy John? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I'd imagine it helps to talk about it. You know, that way you know what you died to, so you don't repeat it again. And hey, at the very least, if you tell people in chat what you died to, then they won't make the same mistake. And, you know, they will maybe live a little bit longer. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a rough one. You died to Horde guards. I actually, earlier in the stream, I almost watched a Horde player die in the same way. I was in... fuck. Yeah, we could just kill this. I was in Alterac Mountains, and there was a Horde player killing Yetis. You can also rewind the stream and find it, but it was right around here, and he ran right past the Alliance entrance to Alterac Valley and got aggro on the guards. But, you know, he was smart, he had swiftness potions, and he managed to escape as a result, so... Always be prepared. But yeah, I almost saw somebody die to that, and I've heard of many people dying to Horde or Alliance guards. That's a tough way to die, for sure. He was not saying what you should play as a healer for how good it is. You just meant if you really can't heal and you want to learn, start out with H-Priest and then move on to other stuff just because H-Priest is simple as fuck. Yeah, I think that's good advice for sure. Definitely. I was more commenting on that because I don't really know the rotational side of things for healers because I have not played it myself. So personally, I can't comment on which healer is easier to learn or whatever. All I can really say is, like, which healers are good comp-wise, because I know enough about healers as far as, like, which ones are good for raids, which ones are good for M+. Like, I know that basic stuff, like what an ideal healing comp looks like, just for, you know, raid building purposes. But I could not tell you the first thing about how Resto Shaman plays in terms of its regular healing. My takeaways for Resto Shaman is Spirit Link Totem good, Revive Totem good, Resto Shaman does more healing the lower a target's health is, so it's historically been much better for progression than it is for farm, and Resto Shaman's damage has always been a bit of a weird situation. Because Resto Shaman's damage is either really bad or really, really, really good. If Resto Shaman's damage is not tuned well, it is terrible, because it has basically no way to do passive damage while healing. However, there have been times where Resto Shaman's damage is tuned so well that it is able to literally be a bonus DPS, and you're effectively just bringing a battle Arsham just for Spirit Link Totem. So, there have been some weird cases for Resto Shaman in the past. And it has Interrupt, true. Yeah, I forgot about that one. That is another really good reason to bring a Resto Shaman. Kiri and Resto Shaman on Elantris, yeah. Oh, these mobs aren't too bad. Only level 36 and 37. We can take them. Literally just a slightly lower DPS that has healing CDs? Yeah, exactly. I don't know if... I can't tell if this guy is leaving the area or just getting here. It actually looks like he might just be leaving, so he probably isn't going to join us. But figured I'd at least offer him an invite. Most healers have access to interrupts now. Most healers are able to take an interrupt if possible. But isn't it, like, really inconvenient for a lot of them to spec into it? Yeah, like, Resto Druid is the one I was thinking of. Resto Druids need a decent amount of talent points, so it's really inconvenient for them to take Skull Bash. But I don't know about the other healers, so if you guys are saying that it's easy enough for the other healers to spec into an interrupt, I'll take your word for it. Priests can't, Resto Druid it's inconvenient, the rest are fine, gotcha. That's good to know then. Damn, Devi's blasting. Let me scroll up. I missed a message or two. You died in Horde Guardians. You had no potions and sad. Yeah. I guess, hey, there you go. That's your takeaway for next time. Make sure you have consumables. You know, people laugh at me for all my fancy consumes, right? A lot of people are like, you have all the steroids and stuff, right? I have all the fancy healing and mana potions. Wait, there is a rare? Ooh. Yeah, so I have all the fancy healing and mana potions. I have swim speed pots. I have swiftness pots. I have all of, like, the buff things. So everybody thinks it's funny, and they're like, yeah, it's overkill. But then, hey, when push comes to shove, it helps to be prepared. There's a reason that I spent all this time leveling my alchemy and tailoring and leatherworking and stuff. It's because I want to have all that prepped and ready to go. Oh, and we got a chest here, too. Wow. This is good shit. A chest and a rare? We are eating good tonight. Alright. Spicy. Let me use another armor kit on that. Where's Debbie? Oh, over there. If you tell people in chat what you died to, they can be nice and friendly and definitely not make fun of you for it. Yeah. My chat? Troll people? Never. You guys wouldn't do that, right?
Still recharging.
Nice, okay, that didn't pull the other mob.
Not enough range. Need more range. Not enough range.
You're an H pally, it's okay for you, yeah. Paladin, I remember with the healing changes, or the talent changes, it became much more convenient for them. I'm gonna buff up real quick. Resto Druid should get Solar Beam. That would be really fucking good. Though I'm sure if Boomkins lost their uniqueness of Solar Beam, they'd probably start complaining about it, so maybe we shouldn't do that, even though I agree it would be kind of sweet. You never want to piss the Boomkins off. They are the loudest players. I thought this quest would be a bit harder, but apparently not. Naomi said, gonna lurk a little while and go join a friend for some gaming. Have fun and don't die or you will make fun of me. Thank you. I will do my best not to die. Do you think Swiftness Potion could have saved you for Stitches? Oh, absolutely. I will say, though, if... depending on how you died, because it sounds like, based on what you said, Leandra, you just kind of walked right outside, and Stitches was right there, and he just whacked you. In which case, did you have your Hearthstone set to Darkshire, and you, like, hearthed and then walked out of the inn? That's what I'm guessing, based on what you said. In that case, the only way you could have prevented it is, of course, check general chat. A lot of times people will warn you if Stitches is active. Like, whenever Stitches is sitting in Darkshire, I will frequently post in general chat for Duskwood, or while I was there I would, saying, be careful, Stitches is in Darkshire, right? If nobody posted, that sucks, but then... oh yeah, good idea. The best thing you can do is you can type, like, /target Stitches whenever you go there. Oh, you hearthed and walked outside. And he was like, hello, mother lover, yeah. So in that case, before you leave the inn, obviously, I would say never set your Hearthstone to Darkshire. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Because right now, Stitches is going to be up 100% of the time. So, you're always going to need to worry about it. But, if you set your Hearth to Darkshire, you're playing with fire. At the very least, you could have hidden out inside the inn until people took care of Stitches. But yes, in theory, you might have been able to survive him with Swiftness Potion. So, if you had popped a Swiftness Potion and ran out of the front door, Stitches usually sits right by the fountain in the center of Darkshire and just kind of chills there, basically in between the blacksmith, town hall, and inn. So if you Swiftness potted, immediately ran out the door, hooked right, and then ran behind the inn, Stitches would have chased you, but he doesn't run that fast. He runs like slightly faster than a regular player speed. So as long as you have a head start, you can usually outrun him before he kills you. The tricky part is if you don't notice him in time and he's like right on top of you, then it's a little bit spooky. But if you have a speed buff, you should be able to get away from him. So Swiftness Potions are key. if you want swiftness potions, just like, the way I'll do it is whatever the auction house price is. So I sold 5 to Getro the other day for 25 silver. Because at the time they were going for 10 silver each in the auction house. And I just sold them to him for 5 apiece. So I sold them for half price. So whatever the auction house price is for swiftness pots, if you're in the guild, just send me half of that amount in silver for however many you want. And I will send you swiftness potions. I can cover that. I can cover swim speed potions. I can cover any of the, you know, flasks that you've seen me using, right? So all that stuff I can make. So if you need that, just let me know. But I figure it can't hurt to be prepared with stuff like that. Ooh. There's an herb over there. Life roots. Grab that. You should be good. You'll level alchemy this time around. Thanks for offering, though. No problem. I mean, hey, leveling alchemy, always a good choice. I would say if you want to be super duper safe, go with engineering, though. Alchemy is good, don't get me wrong. But engineering is one of those where it provides invaluable tools, and you need to be an engineer to benefit from most of it. So, I can get alchemy on an alt and get most of the benefits on my druid, but if I really want to benefit from all the engineering gadgets, I need to be engineering myself. Which is why I will eventually switch to engineering on my druid as I get to a higher level, but I'm going to wait to do that for quite a while. Honestly, I probably won't switch to engineering until like level 50. Even though I probably should swap earlier, I want to make money. So I'm sticking with skinning for quite a while. But if I wanted to maximize my chances of survival, I would go engineering right now. You're leveling as a boomkin right now? As a boomkin in classic or retail? Boomkin in retail, it's not bad. Burning key. Figure while we hear it, yeah. Might as well.
Still recharging.
Retail, yeah. I still need to do a boomkin speedrun at some point.
I can't cast that yet.
I'll probably put up a poll next week for obviously like next weekend streams. The way that I'm going to do it, so in case you missed the announcement yesterday, I've been trying to talk my dad into playing Classic Hardcore, because my dad played Classic way back, you know, when it first came out, like in the 2005 Classic. He's the one who got me into World of Warcraft all those years ago. And I've been trying to talk him into playing this because I think it would make for great content, honestly. Because my dad is like... I've said before, my dad is like dog shit at the game. But I think it would be fun to see him try to survive in Classic Hardcore. I'd be leveling with him, though, so of course it would be pretty safe. But knowing my dad, he's probably going to do some really dumb shit and put his life at risk. So, that's just how he is half the time. And then I was talking to my sister about it, and I said, you know, it would be cool if she tried it. Because she's been getting into MMOs, she's been playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV lately. And I got her to play World of Warcraft, like, retail for a little bit. And she did get to level 60 at the very least, so she got like a decent amount of progress. And while she hasn't played Classic, I honestly think she would probably enjoy it a decent amount. So the current plan is for next weekend, I'm going to level a new character. Oh, this guy's in trouble. He dropped pretty low there. I think he was probably fine, but, you know, his health got, or her health got pretty low. Yeah, so that's the plan. I'm not sure which day it'll be, because my dad said he wasn't entirely sure, and I'll have to ask my sister. My sister said she'd be down for that a little while ago. The patrol goes past... I think this patrol goes all the way into Hillsbrad. Yeah. Yeah, so my sister basically said a month ago that she'd be willing to try this, but I didn't give her the exact date because my dad's schedule is, like, kind of fucked, so I wasn't sure when he'd be around, but my dad officially said next weekend he's down to do that. So no matter what, one of the days of next weekend stream will be the leveling stream on hardcore with my dad, and provided my sister is still down for that, then it would be my dad and my sister, so I think that would be pretty fun. Though that, I'm not sure which day that'll be. It'll be either Saturday or Sunday, one of the regular streaming days. And then, whichever day I'm not doing that, I will do the usual stuff from before, where we do half classic hardcore, half retail speedrun. So I'll do at least one retail speedrun next weekend. It'll be probably a 10 to 60 run just to get back into those. We're close to the end. I've gotten almost all of the classes done, but I still need to finish off the last few. So sometime during the week, I'll post a poll for that, and we'll see. But yeah, one of those days should be pretty fun. I have no idea what we're going to play in terms of, like, classes and stuff. I'll probably play around whatever they pick. I forget what my dad said he was going to play. I think my dad's most likely going to go with a hunter, because, like, he always plays a hunter. And there's probably a good chance that my sister also picks a hunter, but I don't know. Maybe my sister will try a melee DPS, because she's been playing Lancer in Final Fantasy XIV. Or, well, now she's unlocked Dragoon by this point. So my sister's been playing Dragoon, and she's been enjoying that. So, you know, in every single MMO that she ever tried before, she always tried to play, like, the typical, like, ranged hunter DPS. But now that she's finally tried a, you know, a melee DPS in FF14, maybe she'd be willing to try something like that in Classic WoW? I don't know. I'll have to see. Just go triple hunter. That would be amusing, though. No, I would definitely want to play something different from what they are playing. I want to play a hunter at some point, though. Don't want to get too close. Terran Mill. I can go up in stealth. I'm just going to play it super duper safe and stealth up just to see. Alright. Technically speaking, I'm safe this far out. I would have to go, like, much closer for it to be really risky. But, you know, I'll at least get a little bit closer before I re-stealth. Oh. Yeah, I'm not fucking with that. No siree. Good night, owner. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Yeah. It could be all the way at the tail end of its patrol. Like, according to this, it goes all the way in there, so it's not impossible. But yeah, that is a little bit spooky. I don't want to go too far. Would I ever level with subs or people for my stream? I'm going to be honest, probably not. The most I'm willing to do is, like, if you want to try to join dungeons when I'm doing a speedrun or something, people are always welcome to do that. A lot of people try to do that. I've talked about this before. I'm hesitant to do, like, any sort of, like, somebody asked about whether I do, like, a viewer raid or something like that. I don't like to set expectations or things like that of, like, you know, bringing people in. It's just, I would feel kind of awkward because I would, like, I'm going to be honest, I'm very OCD, and, you know, I have no idea what people would be like You know, it's not something I would have no control over how people interacted if I was doing something like that, and I would be very uncomfortable the entire time. So if I did a viewer leveling run or whatever, I would just not be having fun. I would be just uncomfortable because I'd be worried if like somebody said something that like, you know, was bad, and then it just, yeah, probably not. So I know people probably have wanted that in the past, and I apologize if that is something that maybe somebody was looking forward to, but you're welcome to try and snipe me in a dungeon group. I've said before, that's always fine. Yeah, I've already got Zach to deal with, true. Possibly do badges. Which one is that? I'm fine with either one of those quests. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I don't like doing stuff, you know, with people that I can't really control. I'll never say never. I'm not, like, entirely opposed to it in the future, but I'll be completely honest. It would be something where if I were to ever do a leveling run with somebody, like, with a viewer or, like, a member or something like that, it would have to be somebody who I was, like, familiar with, right? Who, like, I knew was, like, a normal person. Like, I'm not saying that you're not normal, Tyrion, right? Like, by all, like, the stuff you said, you seem like a normal, chill dude. But it is just one of those things where I can't control. The other reason, and which is a little bit tricky, is I don't want to set that expectation, right? Because let's say if I do one viewer leveling run, then suddenly everybody's going to want me to do more of them. And then if I don't bring somebody for the viewer leveling run, they're going to feel left out and they'll feel upset, and I don't want that to happen. I don't really like doing exclusive stuff like that. It just makes me feel a little bit awkward, I'll be completely honest. So, like I said, I'll never say never, but to be completely honest, it is not something that I'm very interested in doing. I feel like I would probably be very awkward the entire time, and as a result, I'm not too keen on it. But who knows? Worst part of hardcore is noping out on people in crowded areas. Yeah. Oh, Devi's down there. Go help out. That would be awesome to watch. Please do a family stream. Yeah, it's gonna happen no matter what. The only question is whether it's going to be just my dad or my dad and my sister. But either way, you know, it is happening 100%. I was trying to get it set up for a while, but my dad was kind of on the fence. He was like, I don't know, I'm gonna embarrass myself, right? And I'm like, that's the entire point. You know, if my dad does something dumb and dies in, like, a crazy way, sure, he embarrasses himself, but, like, that's content. And then I get to laugh at him, and it'll be funny. And I think that's the entire thing, right? Like, I have done stupid stuff and died in stupid ways in retail WoW before, and, you know, people in chat laugh at me, and, like, that's part of the fun, right?
I can't cast that.
So, I mean, obviously, my dad isn't a YouTuber. He is just, you know, if anything, he is my personal web developer. But, you know, I think he does love the camera. My dad loves doing that stuff. He's not shy at all. I think he wants to be like the cool dad in front of the camera and look awesome and stuff. And he knows that if he's playing World of Warcraft, especially Classic WoW, which he hasn't played in a while, he's probably going to look like an idiot. And I don't think he wants to look like an idiot on stream, which is the main reason he was hesitant about it. But he finally said, fuck it, he'll do it. So. Yes, he is also my personal barista, true.
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. Not ready yet.
Fuck. Oh, I think that mob interrupted Debbie's water.
Need more rage.
Unfortunate.
Need more rage. Need more rage.
Triple Mage? Yeah, I don't really think my dad and my sister are going to be playing Mage. My sister might try Mage. I can't say for sure. My dad, I don't really think he's going to be playing it. I'm gonna drink up real quick. It was either I vendor that water or I drink it and restore mana. Right. There we go. Boundaries are totally reasonable. You do you, dude. Yeah. We'll see. It's just, I don't know. The problem is, it's one of those where I always feel uncomfortable. Like, I know that, like, the people asking, right? You know, like Tyrion, I'm sure you have perfectly good intentions, but it's just one of those things, like, you know, give an inch and there's going to be people who try to take a mile, and I just don't want to, like, put myself out in an uncomfortable position. That's mostly what it is. We can do the other ones flexible. Oh. Oh, never mind. That works. Nice.
Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. Still recharging.
All right. And that wasn't too bad. I probably shouldn't have looted the mob. I don't know. I just, like, in my head, I'm like, fuck it, I'm fine. But... yeah. Gonna suck if somebody stumbles upon the patrol and realizes the mob itself is dead. Ooh. That's a nice helmet. Turn-in is... Oh, what the fuck? Breaking the keystone. Oh, we're on the quest to kill Fosruck. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be doing that without 5 people. That's rough. There's Gooch. Gooch is doing Stranglethorn. What if somebody practiced with your route with you off stream and learned the way? Maybe. I mean, to be honest though, it's one of those things where if I were ever to do like a viewer speedrun thing, it would 100% be like a just for fun, like not serious thing. I don't really ever want to actually do like duo leveling or things like that. Especially because, like, even if somebody practiced, nobody is ever going to reach the same level of practice that I've put in. And there's no way that somebody would be able to keep up with me, like, in a duo stream. Unless they really put in a ton of effort. It's the same reason why, like, I don't even level with my friends on expansion launches. To give you an idea, right? On, like... You know, it's not necessarily just that I don't want to run with viewers. I am always hesitant to do leveling runs like that with other people, because even if I'm playing with my friends, you know, like at the start of Dragonflight, I leveled almost entirely solo. Because if I had been playing with one of my friends and they had been falling behind, and, you know, meanwhile,
Good luck, friend.
I've been... Is Devi on this quest? Hopefully Devi picked it up. But yeah, like, I didn't even level with my friends in Dragonflight because none of them were willing to put in the practice. So, I basically told them, hey, I will help you on my alt characters, but my first character in Dragonflight, you are on your own. I am doing my own thing. I'm not fucking around with anything else. Just because I did not trust them to keep up. What's the add-on for the show bar main hand? That is... Weapon swing timer, this one.
I can't do it.
Am I going to do Season of Mastery if they drop a second one? I mean, honestly, it entirely depends on the details of the Season of Mastery. If they do another, like, half-baked Season of Mastery with, like, barely any content in it, then... But if they actually do, like, a new season with interesting stuff, yeah, I'd play the shit out of Season of Mastery. I think, to me, the bare minimum that they need to do for me to be interested in Season of Mastery is class changes. That is required for me to actually care about it. If they do yet another season of Classic WoW with literally 0 class adjustments whatsoever, I'm not playing it at all. Because at this point, not only have I already played Original Classic, but now I'm playing Hardcore a decent amount, which has no class changes. So, why would I then play, again, another version of Classic WoW that is exactly the same? Unless they had a ton of brand new content, which I find unlikely, I'm just not touching it in that case. Though, one very basic thing they can do, which I would expect Blizzard to do if they are smart, it's the bare minimum, just add TBC talents. Classic WoW Season of Mastery with TBC pre-patch talents. I think that alone is enough to make it really, really interesting without having to do any special redesign. Okay, well that mob hasn't attacked it yet. But yeah, the main reason is because, like, at this point now, I've played Feral Druid, so I always thought to myself, like, if they did a Season of Mastery 2, I would play Feral Druid, because I've always wanted to do this, you know, on my second playthrough of Classic. I played Warrior the first time, and I really wanted to try Feral Druid my first go-around, but I didn't do it. But now, I mean, I'm getting my Feral Druid out of the way in Hardcore, and I've been having a lot of fun with it, so what I would really want to try is actually being able to tank Classic raids as a Protection Paladin. And the best thing for me in Hardcore Classic, or in Season Mastery Classic, would be if I could now genuinely tank with Prop Heli, because they gave Prop Heli, like, TBC talents. Because TBC Prop Heli, it's not, like, super-duper amazing meta, but it is a good tank, and it actually can tank all of the raids. So if they did that, well, that's a completely different story. We'll have to see, though. It kind of depends. Let's see. Tyrion said, I appreciate the explanation of why it would not work. You would be willing to pay you a fee to level with you off stream. See, and Tyrion, I absolutely would not want to do that because I don't want to encourage people to, like, give me money for, like, favors like that. I understand why, but it's, yeah. That is actually the precedent I don't want to set, right? It's like, yeah, it's just a tricky thing. I don't know. And I would say if I did something like that, I would honestly probably not restrict it to members, because like I've said, I want to, you know, I don't want to limit that stuff, because I know, you know, it's just, it's just tricky. Just a little bit tricky. I appreciate the sentiment, though, for sure. And like I said, I'm not going to say never, but, you know, it's, I wouldn't, and I definitely wouldn't want more money for that or anything, right? It's not, that is not a question of money. I will say, definitely, Jasu, I don't have enough money already to make YouTube a consistent thing. However, I don't want to get into the habit of, like, accepting money for extra things, right? I don't want to, like, be money-driven. To me, money is a thing that I need to survive, and past that, I do not give a shit about it.
Uh, turn this in. Oh nice, there's a follow-up to that. OnlyFans, but for WoW character leveling. Oh no, don't say OnlyFans here. Lub's gonna go crazy. Or Zach is gonna go crazy. He's gonna say, like, things about selling my feet on OnlyFans and all that stuff. Alright. There you go. Look what you've started.
Good day to you.
Are there any recipes I can buy off this guy? I don't think so. My brother in Christ, you just made a Brewmaster Monk and you're so lost. Yeah, it can take a bit to adjust to, for sure. I can understand that. Don't sell your feet, just sell pics of them. Yes. Ugh. Feet pics for leveling. Oh, man. Yeah. Like, yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to make an OnlyFans where I sell pictures of my feet. Hmm. Are the pirates... Yeah, I don't really know exactly what level this stuff is. I wish I still had my, my flasks on me. I feel so naked without all my buffs. Auto, which one is auto? My first aid's... yeah. I think you need to pick up the first aid book from that mob in Stromgarde, and then getting max level first aid, you have to complete that quest in Theramore, I want to say. Memory serves. Yeah, and sell bathwater. Speed leveler gamer bathwater. Yeah, fucking hell. Jesus. Tyrionth gifted 5 Harldan memberships? Holy shit. Thank you, Tyrionth. I really, really appreciate that. How does that work? Is it random? Oh, I realize Zach just got one of them. That's funny. I have no idea how that works, but that's the first time anybody has gotten a gift membership thing. But that is really fucking cool. Thank you. I've never been to this area before, either. I guess these guys are doing the quest as well, maybe? Huh. I didn't even know there were NPCs in this area. This is pretty fucking cool. But now you guys have the little icon next to your name and stuff, so that's pretty neat. And, yeah, okay. I definitely need to get emotes set up for next week. Okay. That's a pressure and stuff. What day is it today? Today's a Sunday, right? Yeah, I'm 99% sure today's Sunday. Okay. Yeah, so I have a video to make tomorrow. I have a lot of stuff I need to do. I'll knock out some silk bandages here, just to get this leveled up. But yeah, that is crazy, Tyrion. Thank you so much. You know, it would be a rabbit hole where you have to set time to it, and money would be compensation for your time, but you understand my point of view. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I get it. It's... If I ever did that, it would be just for fun, you know, when I had free time. We'll see. Like I said, never say never, but I
I don't want to, like, set an expectation for that either way, but thank you very much, though. Tucker making sure you don't offer food in chat. I'm gonna at least craft 20 silk bandages just so I can swap them out for my heavy wool bandages. I do kind of want to save most of my silk cloth, though. Also, at 180 skill, I can make... Anytime, man. Happy to support my channel. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Apparently you don't have baseline silk. Oh, shit. Is Devi trying to solo them? Man, Devi is crazy. I mean, she's a mage, though, so she's probably fine. Hmm. I really like the layout of this town, though. I think we can definitely handle this. Oh, there's stealth mobs.
Still recharging.
Oh shit.
Rage. My body isn't ready yet. Not enough rage.
There we go. Alright. That was sketchy. Whew, that was a little bit spicy. We got out of that one, though.
I can't cast that yet.
Okay, I think we're probably fine. Wish I had Detect and Viz. Yeah, that would be nice. Hey, I don't even have Detect and Viz. I just have fairly good eyesight. Yeah, there we go. It is really hard to see those fucking stealth mobs, though. They do blend right in.
That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. Need more rage. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage.
Oh, hey, they're helping us out. Nice. How am I enjoying Druid? A lot. Classic Druid fucking owns. I love this, honestly. This is like some of the most fun I've ever had in Classic. Like, I just have so many tools to escape shitty situations. Like, part of the reason we got out of that was because Devi has, like, slow stuff.
Still recharging.
But also, I probably would have been fine. Worst case scenario, I would have popped into cat form, went dash, and like outran the mobs and stuff. I should have been able to escape them regardless. Yeah, the only issue with Druid is getting past the initial few levels kind of sucks. But once you make it to level 20, Druid feels amazing. Ooh, there you go. Well, Devi was saying she wanted a Belt of the Eagle. Or something of the eagle. The other stealth mobs. Do they want a group? I'm assuming they're in a group. Bull, sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know if this hunter's gonna pull it. Oh, there he goes. Alright, if there is a stealth mob, yeah, I got it. Helping him out. It's crazy how low the radius is for sharing quests and inspecting, yeah. There are a few quality of life things like that I wish were a little bit better. Could definitely be improved, for sure. Why am I playing Druid? Because I feel like it. I don't know. Druid's cool. What's not to like about him? Wait a second. Okay, all the mobs are dead. I want this nectar. I need more mana food. Yep. You're hard stuck in Rogue or Druid. They're equally fun for you, but sometimes you enjoy tanking. Yeah, I mean, Feral Druid tanking is very, very fun. I really enjoy it. I've tanked a lot of dungeons as a Feral Druid so far, and I've had fun with it every single time. So, if you ever hear people bad-mouthing Feral Druid in Classic, they have no idea what they're talking about. Like, it may not be able to pull the damage of, like, a Rogue or a Warrior in, like, full best-in-slot, Naxxramas stuff, etc., but it is more than okay while leveling. In fact, I would argue it is on par with Rogues while leveling once you get to higher levels. So, like, over the entire course of, like, leveling, Rogue is going to be better, right? And obviously, Warrior while leveling kind of sucks unless you're in a group. But Druid, once you get it online, it is easily on par with Rogues in terms of the speed at which you can kill stuff. This is a little bit spooky. I mean, these mobs individually aren't bad. It's just the fact that these guys are elites, and I do not have a pocket healer with me. I'm not loving this. Thank you very much for info. No problem, Phalanx. Yeah, I didn't realize the pirate quests weren't elite. When you first started back in BC, your first tune as a warrior, getting to level 30 took an eternity. You were virtually eating after every single pull. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. I mean, I've leveled a warrior to 60 in Classic, and that's how it was for me. I enjoyed it, though. I mean, it's a slog, and it's the kind of thing that, to be honest, I don't necessarily know if I want to do again. But at least experiencing that once is, I think, something that every Classic player should do. Because, you know, if you've leveled as, like, a mage or a warlock or something where you're cruising along, it's just such a different feeling leveling in Classic as a warrior. And having to carefully consider every single pull you do against even one mob. It's just a different game, really. But then, of course, Warrior really comes online later on. And even in, like, dungeon leveling, Warrior is pretty good. The only problem is on hardcore, obviously, you are only able to do one dungeon per day. Or one, you're only able to do each dungeon once per day. Correction there.
I can't cast that yet.
Aw, fuck! What? Man, the range on that is ridiculous. Also, how far do we have to go to get to the pirate area? I didn't realize it was this long of a walk. Nice. I don't think I've actually ever been down here in Arathi. I didn't really quest in Arathi my first time around. I mentioned this before, but a lot of the zones, kind of from levels 30 to 40, I've never really done in Classic. Because when I leveled through this on my warrior back in 2019, I did pretty much entirely 30 to 40 in Scarlet Monastery. And I just dungeon grinded the entire way through. And it was fun, honestly. I loved tanking Scarlet Monastery. Especially as I did Arms Warrior tanking, so I just did massive damage while also holding threat, and it just felt fucking awesome. So, that was really nice. Of course, you can't do that in hardcore, so... Or at least you can't spam dungeons. You can still Arms Warrior tank, that part of it. But that means I actually need to do all the quests, and I do not recognize a lot of these quest lines. I just never really did them. Is Mage faster to level than a Priest? Yes. Mage is the fastest leveling spec in the entire... Or fastest leveling class in the entire game. By, like, a fucking mile. Mage in Classic is very, 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 very fast. Priest is good, though. Priest is, like, up there. Priest isn't fast, though. Priest is just very safe. You know, you sit there, you turtle, you hit shit with your wand. You're rarely in danger of actually dying, but you also aren't going to be killing things extremely quickly. It's a give and take there.
What can I do for you?
Hey, how you doing?
Huh.
Hey, you have a great day now. Talk to me.
Hmm.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
I think we should hopefully be fine. I'll drink up then. Now let me switch out my bandages on my bars. There we go. Yo, these mobs got hands. This is a little bit spooky. Just a little bit. I can't hit for shit. Okay. I had healing potions, though, so... In the end, I would have been fine. I could have kited with healing pots, and I would have lived. We should hopefully be fine. Is that a wise thing to say before venturing into a cave? Yeah, true. Alright, what is this? Brian Manya said, "Went to play with your brother. How is the party good for 2 Hunter Warlock?" Are you saying, like, if you were to play a Hunter Warlock duo, is that, like, a good combo? But yeah, Hunter Warlock, that's a fine combo. Nothing wrong with that. I think I... Yeah, I don't really need to track it.
Not ready. I don't have enough energy.
I can't hit the fucking mob.
Enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
Let me make sure I'm targeting the same thing as Devi at all times.
I can't cast that yet. I need to get closer. Ability isn't ready yet. Not enough energy.
See, this is where something like Natural Shapeshifter really comes in clutch. Because I don't really want to have to shapeshift constantly back and forth. But since my, where did Devi pick that up from? Oh, is that off the mob? Hmm. Am I blind? Maybe it despawned. It's down there. Where the guy killed the mob. Oh. Okay, yeah, it really blended in. There we go. I'm sure you have to be careful of the patrols on the road to Arathi. The Alliance don't really have to worry about it. It's the Horde that have to worry more so. The Alliance have really nasty patrols, so the Horde needs to be careful for that. Alliance, yeah, it's not too bad.
I need to get closer. I don't have enough energy.
Right. So, I'm sure Devi knows where to go. I lost her on the map. Oh, she's up there. This is one of the reasons to play a Druid, though. Like, look at how fucking overpowered this is. Devi has to constantly go back up to the surface. I just have infinite underwater breathing, because aquatic form is just fucking bonkers. And I can go faster underwater? Like, Ho ho ho. I fucking love druids, man. So much utility. See, I suffered through levels 1 to 20 so that I can be a fucking god after that. And it feels great.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
The mob is panicking.
Not enough rage. Not enough rage.
Okay, I just need to watch my breath.
Not enough rage.
Just need to be careful. Go. Oh, it's on the bottom. Go. I'm guessing it takes a second to respawn. I might have just missed it the last time, but I could have sworn it just wasn't up. So I'm just gonna wait a few seconds. Yeah, okay. So I wasn't crazy. It just takes a little bit for it to come back. Oh, there's Devi. It's hard to keep track of her underwater. Spirit of Silverpine charts. Looks like it's over here. Yeah, okay, here it is. Found it. Although, shit, it might take a little bit to respawn. Yeah, I don't know, maybe just play it safe. I'm fighting mobs 4 levels above my level. Yeah. I mean, if I was solo, I would not be doing this, to be clear. It's because I have a pocket mage, so... When you have 2 players, you can get away with doing a lot of really risky shit. He needs the Nomergon weapon to be able to breathe underwater? Yeah. At some point, it would be nice to do Nomergon. Yeah, I'm not sure what the other quests are. Need the log from the other ship. Let's see. How many Explorer League notes are there in Lockmodon in retail? 6, I believe. That I recall, at least, there's 6. Also, I just realized we have exactly 69 viewers right now. Nice.
Still recharging. It is too far away. I don't have enough energy.
It's safe. Go back to the surface.
I can't cast that yet.
And give Devi Thorns again, just to be sure. Oh, fuck. What the hell is the mob doing? Look at that.
I'm out of range.
What is it doing?
Not still recharging.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is a little bit scary. Okay, if Devi... Oh, Devi killed the caster.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. More rage.
I have a health potion if I need one.
Not enough rage. Not enough mana. Not enough rage.
No, we got it. that was a little bit spooky. Whew. All right, we're alive. Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened there. The mobs just went berserk and just started zipping around the ship. And fighting stuff underwater is so jank in this game. I can probably take this mob out. Just need to be careful of my breath.
Ability isn't full yet. I'm out of range. Not enough energy. Not enough rage.
Fucking hate this, man.
I can't cast that yet.
Okay, fuck this. I need mana. The fact that they can just phase through walls is just so freaky. I'm gonna get full mana, getting mana, so Debbie knows. You saw Mage get 5 polymorph resists in a row, fighting a +3 above level. Why not put a marker on her head? That's actually a very good idea. Yeah, thank you for that, Meep Legends. Earthen Silk Belt. That's tailoring?
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
Fuck, my bags are full. I can't tell where the thing is. Did Devi manage to loot it? Yeah, I mean, it's better for me to scout it out since I have water breathing. It looks like it should be around here. That's the one we picked up. Oh, it's right there. Okay. How the fuck did I miss that? I must be blind. Oh, it's inside the pot. Okay. You're eating and taking a break from the gaming, and you're back to troll some more. Awesome. We are doing some really sketchy quests that are not only above our level, but underwater. And my friend does not have water breathing, so it's a little bit spooky. Now we just need to kill Daggerspine Raiders and loot Elven Gems. Okay, so we can turn in that quest. Nice. Random Passerby Warlock. True hero. Let me also track this rare.
Far away. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
At least you can scout for them. Yeah. Ooh, Vicar in a tutu became a member. I think I said that right. Pretty sure that's how you say it. But thank you very much, Vicar in a tutu. Nice name. I like that. Thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Out of curiosity, who's my friend? Someone... Yeah, it's a person in the new guilds. They're the Death Knight in my new guilds. I think I mentioned they were the one who plays Blood versus Skarn and stuff. So they're the only other, like, actual classic player in this guild. Because I managed to convince a lot of people in this guild to actually try out hardcore just for fun. But Devi was the only one that, aside from me, was actually planning on doing hardcore in the first place. You know, betting aside. Just because she actually plays it. Like, she plays Wrath Classic as well and does, like, TOGC and stuff. Yeah, I remember we were talking about the DK stuff, so. Thanks for the cool content. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So we have a few other people in the guild from retail who are playing, but I think me and Debbie are the only ones who are, like, actually serious about it.
Not enough energy. That ability isn't ready yet. I don't have enough energy. Not ready yet. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy.
And, I know Debbie managed to get to 60. Greg was serious about it. I meant my retail guilds, Greg. I meant, like, people in my retail World of Warcraft guilds that are playing this. Debbie is the only one who's, like, serious about it. Enough break. New adventure on a Paladin. Let's go. This time you'll get to 20. You can feel it. Awesome. I believe in you. There's one lower down. There's a little gap that we can go through. Yeah, I cannot pick it up while in aquatic form. You wish you could join the guild, but you're in Europe? You're in the guild in spirit. It's all good. Yeah, Devi hit 60 with the add-on a while back, so she's, like, familiar with all this stuff. And I think she also played a gnome mage for that. You wish subs weren't region locked? Yeah, I feel that. It would be cool to try out Europe stuff at some point, but that would definitely require a decent investment on my part. You have enough spiritual characters with 3 of them. Unfortunate. Even if you had to buy the game again, yeah. You'd be down to have an NA account if your sub applied to all regions. Oh, it's back up. Oh.
I'm out of range. I can't pass that yet. I'm not ready. Not enough energy. Paladin isn't ready yet. I don't have enough energy.
Jesus.
Target.
That was a hard-hitting frostbolt. Honestly, questing zones like this are another reason I love Classic. Like, this is just such a cool idea for a quest. Oh, what the fuck?
Can't do that yet. Not ready.
Pulled something through the ceiling.
Not enough energy.
But yeah, this idea where there's like a sunken night elf like little ruin over here, and you have to dive underwater to collect items from it. And there's like no gimmicks or anything, you just need to survive it and find ways to breathe underwater. Like, that's just so fucking cool, honestly. So, you know, Devi has a warlock who gave her unending breath. I have aquatic form, and I'm having to, like, be pretty careful with my mana usage, because if I shift in and out of aquatic form too much, then I'm going to run out of mana, which I'll need to actually fight mobs. See, this is one of the reasons why Natural Shapeshifter, fucking overpowered talent. Not only can it be used for power shifting, but just stuff like this. You know, the flexibility of being able to shift in and out of different forms without breaking your mana. It's just such a useful talent to have. Doing this duo in the water makes it a little bit better, yeah. For sure. I would be terrified to do this quest solo. This looks very, very, very spooky. If I did this at a higher level, I would probably be fine, but... Ugh. Doing this solo at level 36 is, a little bit scary. Oh, I still have coffee left. Oh, shit.
That spell isn't
Persist.
ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. Not ready yet. I don't have enough energy. That's still recharging. I can't pass that yet. That's still recharging.
Okay. Right now, I don't want to run out of breath and drown, so I'm just going to sit in aquatic form for a little bit. Make sure my breath is maxed out. In fact, actually, I'm just going to slam a mana potion while I'm at it. That way I get the cooldown started in case I need it. I can shift back into aquatic form.
Isn't ready yet. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. Not ready yet. I don't have enough energy. Inventory is full.
Okay, that one has not respawned yet.
I need to get closer.
So satisfying when a giant moon falls on the pack of enemies that you're kiting and just wipes them out. And yeah, I'd imagine you have to be leveling as Boomy, right? That screams full moon right there. A modern classic would be a kind of cool concept, but you know they'll never do it. Yeah. This whole, like, sense of adventure and danger and stuff, you just can't really get that from retail WoW.
It is too far away. Not enough energy.
It's so hard to gauge whether I'm in melee range underwater. Like, I was just mashing Rake there and it wasn't going off.
I can't carry anymore.
Take that. Oh. Get rid of shiny fish scales. There's golds down there. Fuck. I should have just swam higher. Stupid on my part. We also can't really drink without getting to the shore.
I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. Inventory is full.
Alright, okay, yeah, this would be mine, because I'm at 6 out of 10. So I'm trying to conserve mana a little bit, so I'm not shifting in and out of forms.
Not enough energy. Target.
Alright, let me throw myself a heal. And after I grab this, I can pop into aquatic form. Go. This is very dangerous. Nah, we're fine. This isn't too bad. It's a little bit spooky, I'll give you that. Could be worse. I don't know if Debbie meant to ice block there. Not sure if she pulls thread off that. Yeah. Okay, resist it. Lame.
Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not ready yet. Not enough energy. I don't have enough energy. Not enough energy. I don't have
Level 39 mob? Yeah, but
enough energy.
we have 2 people,
Enough energy.
so it's not that bad.
I don't have enough energy. I can't carry anymore.
Like I said, if I was doing this solo, I would be very spooked out. But I'm not solo. Got Devi here. There's one over here.
I need to get closer. Not enough energy. My ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. I don't have enough energy. It is too far away. Not enough energy. Not ready yet. I don't have enough energy. Inventory is full.
I'm not, give me a second to interact with chat. This is a little bit spooky, so I'm like, kind of laser focused at the moment. Understandably so, I would hope. Okay. Uh... New boss mechanics, better balancing of general mechanics, new talents. The one behind us respawned? Nice. Classic would be a lot more fun to you if it wasn't ridiculously easy 15 to 20-year-old content. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Ooh, nice. Both of them respawned. Whew. That was spooky. That was fun, though. Honestly, I really enjoyed that. That was, like, some of the most fun questing I've done in a long time. I don't think I've ever done this quest line in Classic. I'm pretty sure this is one of those where everybody just told me to avoid it all the time, so I just never did it. Oh, what the hell? This cannon quest, don't run out there, just click the cannon when they crest the hill. Blizzard had better game design 15 years ago? I mean, you're not wrong.
Time is money, friend.
Backwater hammer. You know, that's actually pretty good.
Here there. Greetings.
Okay, what the hell?
You have a great day now.
That's an insane fucking... What? Requires engineering 100. Yeah, so obviously I can't use it, but like... That's ridiculous. Fuck it, I'm just gonna vendor that. Honestly, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use Blackwater Hammer and Totem of Infliction. I need to get the weapon training for it, which I haven't bothered with yet. But... if I do that, should work out. What is Seawolf Gloves? Holy shit, look at that. 11 strength, 3 agility. Yeah, that's better. That's definitely better than what I have. Just gonna throw an armor kit on that. I need to send over more heavy armor kits after the stream. God damn.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
Alright. Yeah, so that was some insanely good quest rewards. Yeah, because Totem of Infliction is pretty good. Just 50 armor is pretty sweet. And this is just better than what I have. 7 strength is really nice. Oh, fuck. It's a little bit spooky. Level 41s are not something I really want to fight at this moment. No, the question is, what would he do? What would he do now? I'm not sure. Yeah. Honestly, perfect timing for that. What's this? My dad said, Harldan, we have ordered you a boar sandwich with potatoes from the tavern down the road. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You need something?
Let me just read the messages I missed. She didn't ice block. She used frostbolt underwater and it froze her. That would be funny if that could happen. Am I doing the Stromgard quest next since I'm on a roll doing hard stuff? That is a little bit past our level. I mean, obviously, as you can see now, we're taking a break for the moment, but overall, I think we already kind of tempted fate by doing that stuff in the first place. Probably best to stop there and we can try again later. So let me read stuff in chat. This is the sort of level range where druids get significantly stronger. Depends on what you mean. I would say druids continue to get a lot of power from like levels 25 to early 30s. Druid power for like momentarily caps out kind of around level 30 when you get this stuff. And it's good, right? Like Druid is very, very strong at the moment. But I'm going to be stopping soon, Tyrion. Just heads up. I'm just catching up on chat, answering questions and stuff like that. Good stopping point. But yeah, so Druid kind of gets like a large power spike in like the 20s to 30s, and then kind of flattens out for a little bit. Like at this point, my power level's pretty high, but I'm not going to be gaining much until level 40. And then you get like, at level 40, it's night and day. The jump from 39 to 40 is colossal, provided you're getting Wolf's Head Helm. So Wolf's Head Helm with like 5 points in Defer, this talent, that is just such a massive difference compared to not having that. So very, very, very good. Meep Legend said, talk with you later, depending on if you are on when I get back. Well, if you're seeing this in the future, Meep Legends, I appreciate you coming to the stream. Not understandable at all. How dare you be focused on not dying in content where you lose your character if you die, yeah. Their game design has got better, but expectations have gone up more. Yeah, for sure. My dad belongs on Moonguard, filthy role player. Yeah. Where does the name Harldan come from? It doesn't have any special meaning. It was literally the name of my my troll hunter on Ravencrest, North America, that I played years ago. I still technically have the character, I just haven't played it in a while. And it was my battle tag for a while because it was my main character. And I just ended up using it for my YouTube channel as well. No, my family does not own an inn. My dad is just role-playing. Yeah, basically translating the stuff that my dad posted in chat. The first message translates says, we've ordered you a hamburger from the store down the road. And then his next message, the cooling machine in the second floor of our inn is not working. We have already contacted someone with engineering specialty. I assume what my dad is trying to say is that the air conditioning stopped working on the second floor of our house, and as a result, he's probably going to sleep downstairs because that, you know, naturally it's cooler down here. Are Sophie's friends still over here, or did they already leave this weekend? Because if there's going to be like 5 people, I'm 25 years old. There's going to be 5 people down here. That might be a lot. I don't really know how many there are. WoW streamer lives in basement, film at 11. Yeah. It's like a finished basement. Like, basically, the layout of the basement is we have down here. There's an entire kitchen. My dad has like his workout room, you know, with like a treadmill and stuff. There's a kitchen, a bathroom. My stepmom's office is directly adjacent to my room, and then my dad's office is in the other room. So Basement dwelling sounds so bad. Yeah, my dad definitely chose an interesting way to word that. But no, it's actually quite nice. It's, it has, like, decent stuff down here. Am I in school? No, I graduated college a year ago. So I am no longer in school, but I did finish it. So, you know. I definitely do not want to be compared to an incel. Living in a basement does not make you an incel. I do take a little bit of offense to that. Thank you. Thank you, Joe Love. Yeah. Incel is a term that has a lot of different meanings. And that is... Yeah, incel is not a fun term. Can I invite Xenostar to the guild? Sure. Major, interactive multimedia, which is a fancy way to say game design and computer science. It was like a special major that my college had, which basically was a mix of computer science stuff and game design stuff. So yeah. What? He declined it. He declined it. What's I gonna say? That's cool. Wish yours had that. Yeah. Specifically went for that instead of just computer science because I figured it would be more interesting. Also, last call. If anybody is playing on Defias Pillager Alliance and you want to join the guild, just let me know and I will toss you an invite. If you want to join the guild after the stream, like actually late at night yesterday after I finished Saturday's stream, somebody shot me a message on Discord and asked if they can join the guild. That's totally fine too. And I should say last call just for tonight. So if later on, if in the middle of the week you want to join, like, this isn't your last chance to join the guild. I'm just saying because, you know, the stream is, you know, we're ending it here. Just a good stopping point. I just hearthed to Stormwind, obviously. So I will be calling it here. But, can WG invite, please? No problem at all. One spell. There you go. You, new character, level 9? Nice. We've gotten a decent amount of people in guild so far. Greg X is back up to level 70. Or, I don't know why I said level 70. Level 7. But nice. That was a long stream, almost 7 hours. Yeah, honestly, perfect timing on finishing all those quests up. Worked out very well. Perfect time to end the stream. Joe Love said, that's cool, wish yours had that. Just radio, television, and broadcasting. I mean, yeah, that's still a cool major, honestly. Somebody who broke max level with a chat. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so that's it for today. I will be trying to get one of the Dream Surge videos out tomorrow. Depends on if I have time. I should be able to get it. It shouldn't take me too long to make. I'll just have to find the time to do that. And then the other one will either be on Tuesday or Wednesday. Honestly, the Dream Surge leveling video is a bit lower prio just because... you know, it's not really going to be something... Honestly, I don't think people are going to be rushing to level with Dream Surges. It does make 60 to 70 slightly faster, but it's not like, you know, an earth-shattering thing. So, I don't think people are going to be concerned if I don't have the exact guide for that out on day 1. So I'll probably put that out on Wednesday or something. But I'm aiming to have the Dream Surge gearing guide out ideally by tomorrow, but if I need to put finishing touches on it, I'll have it out by Tuesday. And then, of course... As I said before, more streams on Saturday and Sunday next weekend. One of those days will be the stream with my dad and my sister. Hopefully my sister, if she manages to find time in her schedule. And I will keep you guys posted either in my Discord or in YouTube posts and stuff. Ideally both, on which day that'll be. All I know for now is it'll be one of those 2 days. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Tyrion for watching. Kent Williamson as well. I hope you have a good week too. So once again, yep, thanks for watching. Really good stream today. Pretty solid turnout as well. And I will hopefully see you all next weekend. Bye.